This book is quite unique, telling the story of a doctor with the ability to read bones and the multitude of tales carried within each set of bones. In the clinic known as Xuanhu Fang, he diagnoses people by palpating their bones. Behind every misaligned bone lies a life full of hardships. Chen Gushang is the heir to Xuanhu Fang. With his left hand, he can detect old injuries by touch, while his secret lies in his deafness in the right ear. Lin Xiaoyan, a Western medicine master's graduate armed with a tablet, came to challenge him, only to be swiftly convinced by 3 cases: a delivery worker plagued by back pain, undetectable even with x-rays, which he resolved with a single touch, a veteran actor with a decade-long headache, relieved in just 3 minutes. There were also cases of a live streamer with an uneven face, a programmer suffering from numbness in the hand, and a girl experiencing years of menstrual pain. All were treated by him, with muscles and bones realigned and pains vanishing entirely. He possesses an heirloom manual, the Dragon Bone Secrets, so precise that by touching bones he could discern sleepless nights, suppressed anger, or unspoken grievances. Faced with challenges such as eviction, skepticism, and conspiracies, he proved with his gifted hands, bones don't lie, and true craftsmanship flows from the fingertips. This is a story of a girl of modern medicine being awed by a folk expert, leading to their collaboration in uncovering the myriad truths behind human bones. Every case in the story is based on real-life examples. While evoking joy and excitement, the book also aims to impart practical health wisdom. Each chapter includes the Bone Brothers tips. Follow Chen Gushang and Lin Xiaoyan to experience the essence of life, witness the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine, and savor all the flavors of human existence. It's updated daily, so don't forget to bookmark and follow. Which profession takes the hardest toll on the body? #programmers, delivery writers, teachers. Hundreds of cases on occupational ailments are detailed. Come see if your job has its own specific work-related illness. Monday, March 6, 2023. Late spring chill. Today, a dancer almost on the brink of breaking comes into the clinic, along with a girl clutching her tablet, ready to debunk me. Before even touching her bones, I can sense her guardedness. At night, rain begins to fall, its sound striking against the tiles in the small cobblestone alley, layered and overlapping, like someone gently knocking on a door. I'm jolted awake before dawn by the ache in my old injury, a reminder of falling from a tractor 40 years ago whenever the weather turns damp and cold. I light the stove, warming medicinal wine. The familiar scent of mugwort, cedar, and medicinal oils fills Xuanhu Fang once again. This smell has accompanied me for 30 years, it's like a second skin to me. The door creaks as it opens. Cold air and the smell of rain rush in as 2 people step inside. The girl leading the way is in her early 20s, wrapped in a thick down jacket. Her every move exudes a mixture of poise and caution, her toes slightly pointing outwards, each step seemingly measured. Her face is pale, one hand presses against her lower back, her brows furrowed tightly. The girl behind her appears even more on edge, hugging her tablet close. Her eyes dart around behind her glasses, scanning the walls adorned with old banners, medicine cabinets, and yellowed anatomical charts, finally landing on me with a scrutinizing look. "Dr. Chen?" The girl in front speaks in a hoarse voice, laced with pain. "Take a seat," I gesture towards the examination bed. Carefully, she turns and sits down, the down jacket rustling. The girl with the tablet moves closer, her fingers idly tapping its edge. "Where does it hurt?" "My back," she grits out, "on the right side, down to my buttocks and the back of my thigh. It feels like something's pulling, stabbing. 3 months now." "What did the hospital say?" "They did an MRI. L4-5 disc herniation, right side severe. They recommend minimally invasive surgery." She bites her lip. "But I have a competition next month. The doctor said no intense physical activity for 6 months post-surgery." I nod, not reaching for the scans immediately. "What do you do?" "Dance. Ballet." As I suspected. I wash my hands, warming them briefly by the stove. "Lie down, on your side, the painful side facing up. Curl your leg slightly." "Yes, relax." Her hands are ice cold, her body stiff as a board. My hands press on her lower back, the skin is cool, the muscles rigid. I trace her spine upwards, vertebra by vertebra, feeling along. At the L5S1 junction, there's indeed an issue, but it doesn't feel like the origin of acute radiating pain, it seems more like chronic deformation. My fingers travel further up to her thoracic vertebrae. I examine each one like leafing through an old book. Every fascia pattern beneath my fingers is like punctuation. At T7, I pause. There's a shallow indentation here. Pressing on it, I can feel a knotted fascia and an abnormal sense of torsion. The entire spine seems to twist at this point, the tension dragging downward. Before the competition, did you fall? Right hip hitting the ground first? The room falls silent, leaving just the sound of rain and the bubbling of the medicinal wine. She suddenly turns her head, her neck cracking audibly. How did you know? I don't answer. Instead, I look at the girl with the tablet behind her. Her eyes are wide, her fingers no longer tapping. 3 years ago, the girl's voice trembles during the National Youth Competition qualifiers. The backstage area was slippery during warm-ups. I slipped, landed on my right hip. Hurt for a few days, but it didn't affect my performance, so I didn't pay attention to it afterward. How did you figure that out? The bones remember. I withdrew my hand and continued warming it. Back then, there was a slight misalignment in the coccyx. The body adjusted itself, causing compensatory twisting in the thoracic vertebrae. After 3 years, the spine tightened further, like wringing a towel. The herniated disc is just a result, the real problem lies in the thoracic spine. If that knot isn't untied, the lower back will always be under pressure. The flat-chested girl couldn't help but interject, Dr. Chen, is there scientific evidence for this? Can a thoracic spine problem really cause leg pain? I glanced at her. And you are? My name is Lin Xiaoyan. I'm Xiaoya's friend. She adjusted her glasses, trying to sound objective, though her expression was evidently skeptical. I study rehabilitation medicine and intern at the city's first hospital. Reasonably speaking, only a lumbar disc herniation pressing on the nerve root would cause leg pain. The thoracic spine is so far from the lumbar spine. Nerves are like a cord, I interrupted, gesturing in the air. They start from the brain, pass through the cervical, thoracic, and lumbar spine, and extend all the way to the toes. If there's a knot in the thoracic section, it changes the tension along the entire cord. The lumbar vertebrae below will be pulled out of alignment. Over time, the intervertebral discs, those cushions, might get squeezed out. And also, I turned back to Xiaoya, the dancer. Feel along your right rib cage at the back. Is it tight and a bit sore? She followed my instructions and then nodded in surprise. That's the rotation in the thoracic spine pulling the ribs off alignment. When you breathe, your right lung doesn't expand properly, leading to insufficient oxygen supply to your body. When you practice dance, do you often feel short of breath, like your stamina has dropped? Xiaoya's expression changed. She didn't say anything, but her eyes spoke volumes. Lin Xiaoyan stared intently at me, nervously tapping the edge of her tablet with her fingers. Lie down, I said to Xiaoya. I placed my hand on her back, locating the slightly sunken and subtly left-rotated 7th thoracic vertebra. One hand held it steady, while the other supported her right shoulder. I could feel her breathing, shallow, rapid, with a tremor of pain. Inhale, I said softly. She took a deep breath. At the moment when her breath peaked but her body was most relaxed, I gave a gentle push. Crack! A dull sound. Not sharp, but like the slow release of an old wooden door hinge. Xiaoya's body immediately relaxed, not limp, but like a taut string finally regaining its elasticity. She let out a soft gasp, her expression filled with astonishment and uncertainty. Stand up slowly and try walking a few steps, I instructed. She cautiously turned over, sat up, placed her feet on the ground, and stood. She walked 2 steps, paused, then walked 2 more. Turning to face me, her eyes reddened. No, it doesn't hurt anymore? Her voice quivered. That tense, pulling sensation in the back of my leg is gone? My lower back still aches, but that sharp, radiating pain that shot down, it's really gone. Lin Xiaoyan hurried over to support her. Are you really okay? Don't push yourself. I'm not pushing myself. Xiaoya shrugged off her friend's hand, walked a few more steps, and even squatted lightly. Really, it's like I'm loosened up. Dr. Chen, just like this, is it fixed? Not entirely, I replied, settling back into the chair by the stove and rubbing my hands with medicated alcohol. The knot in your thoracic spine is untied, but the twist in your spine and the damage to your lower back are still there. You'll need to come back for 3 consecutive days to realign the entire force line. After that, take care of yourself too. Do more thoracic stretches before dancing, instead of just focusing on splits and back bends. A dancer's thoracic spine is like the root of their wings. If the root is crooked, no matter how hard the wings flap, you won't be able to fly. Xiaoya nodded vigorously, her emotions finally spilling over as she started crying. It was the release after 3 months of pain and despair, suddenly finding hope. Lin Xiaoyan didn't say anything further. She just stood there, watching Xiaoya, then glancing at me, and finally shifting her gaze to the tablet in her arms. The screen was dark, reflecting her slightly bewildered face. When it came time for payment, Xiaoya insisted on giving me extra. I only accepted 20 yuan and pushed the rest back. Save it to buy medicinal plasters, you'll need them in the coming days. As they supported each other and left, the rain outside had lessened a bit. Standing at the doorway, Lin Xiaoyan glanced back at me with a complicated expression. I closed the door and returned to the stove. I opened my hand over the flickering firelight, the joints beneath my skin faintly protruding. Intervertebral discs don't just herniate out of nowhere, just like houses don't collapse without reason. It's always due to a tilted foundation or misaligned beam, with years of wear and tear manifesting in an instant. Western medicine looks at the images and judges that moment in time. But we, as bone practitioners, focus more on the deeper, long-standing causes behind the collapse. Outside the window, the stone slabs of the green alleyway reflected a faint light as distant sounds of cars and people echoed faintly. Lin Xiaoyan. I silently repeated her name. Rehabilitation medicine, interning at the city's first hospital. That tablet she held, it was probably recording the entire session. That's fine. Let more curious and insightful minds witness this and reflect. The rain grew heavier. I threw another piece of coal into the stove. Tomorrow, I suspect, she'll come back. Reflections on treatment. The golden mirror of medicine, essentials of bone setting techniques says, bones out of alignment, tendons out of place. Many people think back pain should be treated at the lower back. But forces move like water flow. When there's a blockage upstream, the downstream will inevitably suffer. The thoracic spine is the central axis of the spine. If it tilts out of alignment, the entire body sustains issues. Xiaoya's issue with the 7th thoracic vertebra actually stemmed from a fall 3 years ago, which sowed the seeds of trouble. Today's lumbar disc herniation is the result of that event. Western medicine observes the results through imaging, while we trace the cause through manual techniques. Tips from Bone Doctor. People who sit for long periods at desks can try this test for thoracic spine mobility. Sit up straight, cross your arms over your shoulders, and slowly rotate your torso. Take note of your thoracic spine's range of motion. If there is a noticeable difference in the smoothness or range of motion between turning to the left and right, or if you feel stiffness or pain at a particular spot, it could indicate that your thoracic spine is unstable. Performing gentle rotations a few times a day may help maintain thoracic cavity flexibility. March 7, Tuesday. The sky was overcast, and a fine drizzle was falling outside. A young man came today, his neck stiff like a rusted hinge. He said his hands were numb and that the pain would wake him in the middle of the night. A glance at the calluses on his fingers immediately revealed the source, pounding the enter key over and over again on a keyboard. Just as dawn broke, coughing sounds came from the end of the alley. It was old Zhao, the cobbler next door, tending his fire for the day. His shoe repair stand was diagonally across from mine, a canopy, a folding stool, and a box of tools. He has made a living this way for over 40 years. When I opened the door, he was fiddling with a lady's boot with a broken heel. The way his calloused, oil-stained hands handled the shoe was striking. He looked up and smiled at me, revealing teeth stained yellow from years of smoking. "Good morning, Dr. Chen." It's overcast today, how's that old leg of yours holding up? Still the same, I said as I hung the sign for the clinic, and you better be careful with those hands of yours. Ah, I'm just a rough laborer. It's a habit, he waved me off, continuing to hammer nails into the shoe. Yesterday, those two young girls, did you see the eyes on the one trailing behind, sharp like hooks? I knew he was talking about Lin Xiaoyan. Zhao always judged people not by their looks or attire but by their spirit and the way they walked. To him, this was a kind of soul-reading divination, but where patterns on a soul could tell more about a person than their face. She came to study medicine, I responded casually. Study? More like testing your skills. Zhao sneered, not even looking up. Your expertise in traditional Chinese medicine may be a treasure here in Bluestone Alley, but out there, people only trust test results over manual skills. Just as he finished speaking, someone appeared at the alley's mouth, a man in his 30s wearing a backpack. His gait was odd, his head jutted forward, his shoulders hunched up, as if ready to ram into something with his head at any moment. As he walked, he kept twisting his neck, pain etched across his face. Reaching my door, he stared at the sign for a while, then hesitated, looking inside. Come on in, I called to him. He stepped in, carrying the faint sense of cigarette smoke and coffee. His complexion was ashen, with deep under-eye circles. He could barely keep his eyes open when he looked at me. Dr. Chen? Take a seat. What feels off? My neck, he said, instinctively rubbing it as he spoke. It's stiff, it hurts, and my right shoulder and arm are also numb. At night, the numbness keeps me from sleeping well. How about tilting your head forward and backward? Looking up feels better. Looking down hurts, like there's a tendon pulling tight, he said, attempting the motion and wincing from the pain. What kind of numbness in your hands? The pinky, ring finger, and half the back of my hand. It feels numb and occasionally like tiny shocks of electricity, he explained, gesturing with his hands. I asked him to stretch out his right hand. His fingers were long and thin, but his joints were slightly pronounced. His nails were neatly trimmed, but his fingertips were slightly calloused, particularly along the outer edge of his right pinky. You type on a keyboard, don't you? I asked. Yeah, I'm a programmer, he replied, surprised. How did you know just by looking? I didn't answer, instead feeling his pulse. His pulse was thin and rough, indicating stagnation in the liver meridian. Do you often stay up late? Yeah, the project has been hectic. I haven't gone to bed before 2 in the morning for about 6 months now. Do you use a mouse more or a keyboard more? Both. But, he thought for a moment, I do use a mechanical keyboard when I code blue switches, very crisp tactile feedback. Which finger do you use for the enter key? He paused, instinctively wiggling his fingers. Probably my pinky? Enter's on the right side, so I naturally use my pinky. And do you press it hard? Sometimes, yeah. When there's a mistake in the code, I tend to hit it harder, he said, slightly sheepishly. I asked him to lie face down on the treatment bed. Feeling along the back of his neck, his skin was cool to the touch, and the muscles on the right side were so tense they felt like iron. From his C2 down to C7 vertebrae, I found that the spinous processes of C5 and C6 were misaligned, and the right facet joints protruded. When I pressed there, he let out a sharp inhale. You've reversed the natural curve of your cervical spine, I explained. The forward arch that's supposed to be there has been straightened, or even bent backward, from all the time you spend tilting your head down typing. The spaces between your vertebrae have narrowed, pinching the nerve roots. That's why your hand is going numb. That's exactly what the hospital said, he muttered gloomily. They told me to go for traction therapy, or a neck brace, stop looking down so much. But I can't stop working, the deadlines won't wait. It's not just from looking down, I added, pressing lightly under his right collarbone. Ah, he yelped, nearly jumping off the treatment bed. Here, your pectoralis minor muscle. Hunching your shoulders while hammering away at the keyboard has tightened this muscle until it's like a rock. Nerves pass through here too, and when this spot gets compressed, it can also cause numbness in your arm. His eyes widened. So, it's getting pinched in 2 places at once? It's like a river, narrow upstream, with a sluice in the middle. I pulled my hands back. Treat the neck but not loosen the chest, and the flow still won't go smoothly. Lin Xiaoyan walked in at this moment. She was wearing a light gray coat today, her bag still bulging, and carrying a tablet in her hand. As she stepped through the door, she first scanned the consultation room. She looked at the programmer lying face down on the treatment bed, then glanced at me. Finally, her gaze settled on the pair of old sneakers Zhao Laohan had tucked by the windowsill, the soles nearly worn through. She said nothing. Instead, she found herself a chair and sat down at a deliberate distance from the bed, neither too close nor too far. She rested the tablet on her knees, though the screen remained black. The programmer looked a bit embarrassed and tried to get up. I pressed his shoulder down. Don't move. Keep lying down. If you move, your muscles will tighten even more. Relax, breathe, don't hold it in. He gradually relaxed. I warmed up my hands again and resumed working on the iron block stiffness in his neck and shoulders, applying oil, kneading, pressing. Under my hands, the clenched muscles slowly softened, turning from stone to sticky rice cake, then to dough. At first, he gritted his teeth to endure it. Later, low muffled groans escaped, whether from pain or relief was hard to tell. Once the muscles had loosened somewhat, I cupped his chin with one hand, supporting the back of his head with the other, gently tugging to feel the stiffness between his cervical vertebrae joints. When he took a deep breath, I seized the moment to adjust him. Crack, crack. 2 clicks, sharper and clearer than yesterday. Ah! The programmer yelped softly, instinctively shifting his neck. Try it out. Slowly turn your head. He did just that, gingerly turning his head left and right. The more he moved, the wider his eyes grew. It doesn't hurt anymore? That pulling sensation in the tendon, it's gone. We're not finished yet. I motioned for him to sit up, back to me. Locating the hardened pectoralis minor under his right collarbone, I pressed down firmly with my thumb while raising his right arm outward and back. Take a deep breath. As you exhale, imagine your breath concentrating right under my thumb. He followed my directions, inhale, exhale. By the third exhalation, I increased the pressure, driving deeper into the taut muscle for a more thorough release. Hiss. He shuddered, his entire right arm jolting as though shocked, the numbness rippling down to his fingertips before dissipating. Now try raising your arm. Wiggle your fingers. Cautiously, he lifted his right arm, spreading his fingers, making a fist, and flexing them one by one. The expression on his face was as though he'd just witnessed a ghost. The numbness is so much better, only a tiny bit left at the fingertips. You're too congested, it's been building up for a long time. One session won't fix it all. You'll need 2 more treatments. I rubbed more medicinal oil into my hands. But the root cause of your problem lies in your daily habits. If you keep going like this, numbness in your hand will be the least of your worries. Dizziness, headaches, and forgetfulness will come after. Severe cervical kyphosis compresses the vertebral arteries, restricting blood flow to the brain. You'll be like a machine rusted shut. The programmer froze for a moment, rubbed his neck, and glanced at his hand, which had been severely numb earlier. Suddenly, he stood up and gave me a deep bow. Dr. Chen, thank you. Really, thank you. I'd been to 3 hospitals, had so many scans, and all they told me was to watch my posture and do physical therapy. Nobody did anything like this. He grew so agitated his words began to tumble over each other. It won't get better with just one treatment, I interrupted. For the next 3 days, you need to apply heat packs to your neck and shoulders each night. When typing, use a soft pad under your elbows so your wrists stay straight. Take a break every half hour, stand up, and look up at the ceiling for a minute. Can you do that? I can. Absolutely. After paying the bill, he left with profuse gratitude. His back was still slightly hunched, but his neck seemed a bit straighter. The consultation room fell quiet again. Only the crackling of the stove and the patter of rain against the window remained. Lin Xiaoyan continued sitting there, tapping her fingers against the edge of the tablet. After a while, she raised her head to look at me. Dr. Chen, her voice was a bit dry. Earlier you said he presses the return key with his pinky, so? So there are calluses on the outside of his pinky, and the metacarpophalangeal joint and carpal bones are slightly misaligned, pressing against the ulnar nerve, I interjected. You can tell what someone does by their hands. Coders have calluses on their fingertips, gamers' calluses are by the base of the thumb, painters at the webbing between their thumb and index finger, musicians along their finger pads. Life shapes the hands, illness follows. She fell silent for a moment, swiped her finger across the screen, and lit up the tablet. On the display was an anatomy chart of the cervical spine, densely annotated with nerves, blood vessels, muscles. You were right about the pectoralis minor compressing the brachial plexus. Medically, it's called thoracic outlet syndrome, she recited like a student reciting from a textbook, but it's usually confirmed through electromyography and imaging. You just rely on touch? Touch is faster, I replied, and just as accurate. Machines, there's queues, money, waiting for reports. Patients can't wait. But what if you get it wrong? If it's really an issue with the intervertebral discs, wouldn't twisting the neck like that be dangerous? So you have to first get a good feel for it, I said, staring into her eyes. A herniated disc and joint misalignment feel completely different to the touch. The former feels like a cushion bulging out, with a springy resistance, the latter is misaligned bone, sharp and intrusive. And then there's the tightness of the fascia, the temperature of the skin, the pulse of the blood vessels, each detail can be discerned. The more you feel, the more naturally you'll be able to differentiate between them. She looked at me directly, her eyes behind her glasses full of confusion and hesitation, along with a faint bewilderment shaken by surprise. Everything she had learned in anatomy, physiology, pathology, and imaging diagnostics in her classes seemed to clash in this small, herb-scented room with an inexplicable yet undeniably effective alternative method. Then, would you be willing to teach me? She suddenly asked, her voice light but firm. Teach me how to feel it? I gave her an extra glance. She was young, her mind flexible, her eyes still brimming with curiosity and determination. She used the most advanced tools, yet was beginning to take an interest in the oldest of crafts. Do you really want to learn? I do. She nodded, gripping her tablet tightly. At the very least, I want to understand how you do it. Is it coincidence, psychological suggestion, or some kind of body language beyond what our textbooks cover? I added another piece of coal to the hearth. The flames leapt higher, reflecting her serious and stubborn expression. If you want to learn, you'll first have to forget all those images on your tablet, I said slowly. Diagrams are fixed, humans are living beings. A living person's bones have warmth and sensation, their tendons can stiffen, their blood pulses. You have to use your hands to listen, not rely solely on your eyes. She nodded earnestly, even if not fully understanding. Outside, Jaleahan's hammer resumed its rhythmic tapping. He was fixing the heel of a woman's shoe, each strike steady and precise. He might not understand what we were discussing, but he knew this: to fix something broken, you first need to find the root cause and then painstakingly restore it to its original state with your hands. Many things in life are that simple, really. Reflections on diagnosis and treatment. The _Ling Shu Jingmai_ says, the meridians govern life and death, the root of diseases, and the source of all symptoms, thus, one must be well acquainted with balancing deficiency and excess. Nowadays, conditions like mouse wrist and tech neck are often the result of prolonged impeded blood circulation and pressure on the meridians. In reality, they don't just affect the neck but also involve the shoulders and thorax. When treating, you must identify the root cause and unblock the flow from top to bottom, rather than merely addressing surface symptoms like numb fingers or a headache. Brother Bones tips. For frequent computer users, you can self-test your thoracic outlet. Sit straight, tilt your head to one side, and extend the arm on the same side outward. If numbness or tingling occurs in your arm, this may indicate compression of the thoracic outlet on that side. Daily exercise suggestion: practice open chest and spread arms. Clasp your hands behind your back, straighten your chest, and slowly lift your arms upward and back while taking deep breaths 5 times. March 8, Wednesday. The rain had just stopped outside, but the sky was still overcast. A young woman came in, her face slightly askew. When she opened her mouth, a click sound could be heard. She said she was a live stream host and relied on her face for a living. I lightly palpated her right masseter muscle. It was as hard as a rock, the consequence of 3 years of forced, fake smiling. The blue stone alley and its slate-paved road still sparkled with last night's rain. I had just opened the door, and Zhao Laohan had already set up his stall. Today, he wasn't fixing shoes but carefully using a soft brush to clean a pair of muddy white sneakers. Hearing movement, he looked up and gestured toward the western end of the alley. "Dr. Chen, there's a visitor today." The tenant from Old Lou's on the west end, same girl who's always speaking by the window and playing on her phone. Just walked past, covering one side of her face, looked a bit unsteady. I thought for a moment, second floor, east-facing window of Old Lou's on the west. I'd seen her occasionally before, always wearing a mask, with big eyes and a habitual, standard-looking, pasted-on smile. "Understood," I said, hanging up my sign and heading back inside to retrieve the soothing tendon powder I had prepared the previous night. At around 9, she arrived. It was indeed her. Today, she wasn't wearing a mask, revealing a lovely but asymmetrical face. Her right cheek was fuller than her left, and her jawline slanted to the left. She wore a loose sweater, one hand still clutching her right cheek. Her brows furrowed deeply, and tears were brimming in her eyes. "Dr. Chen," she called softly. Her voice was muffled, as if something were stuffed in her mouth. "Come in," I said, letting her take a seat. "What's going on?" "It hurts." She sucked in a sharp breath, lowering her hand. The area near her right cheekbone, close to her ear, was swollen and shiny. "Here, and in front of my ear. I can't even open my mouth properly, it clicks and hurts when I try." "What about eating?" "That hurts too. I've been living on porridge. Anything that needs chewing is impossible." "How long has this been going on?" "On and off, for about 6 months. But it's been much worse over the past half month. I've even been waking up from the pain at night." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. It wasn't theatrical crying, it was genuine, brought on by the pain. "I've been to the hospital. They said it's temporomandibular joint disorder. Prescribed some medicine, told me to use warm compresses, talk less, and avoid hard foods." "But you need to talk for work?" I asked. She nodded, her tears flowing even more intensely. "I work as a live streamer, focusing on beauty and fashion. I have to talk for several hours every day, and I have to keep smiling all the time. Now it's not just hard to smile, talking itself hurts." So, she was a streamer. Continuously talking and smiling in front of the camera might look glamorous, but in reality, it strains the facial muscles and joints. "Open your mouth. Let me take a look." She struggled to open her mouth, creating only a tiny gap before a crisp sound came from in front of her ears. The pain made her tremble. "Open it a bit more." Another sharp click sound followed. Her jaw could only open to about 2 fingers width at most before it seemed stuck, trembling uncontrollably. The flesh near her right ear was noticeably swollen, a thick layer compared to the left side. I washed my hands and then warmed my palms. "Lie down, right cheek facing up." Once she settled in, I gently placed my hands on her swollen right cheek. Her skin was warm, and the swollen area felt soft when pressed, typical of edema. Pressing along the mandible upwards, I soon felt a step in front of her ear that was the articular eminence. Her mandible, which should be securely seated in the joint cavity, had shifted forward and to the side, twisted slightly. I then touched her masseter muscle. The right side was rock-hard like stone, whereas the left side, though tense, still retained some elasticity. "During your streams, do you tend to use your right side toward the main light source? Or tilt your head because you feel your right side looks better on camera?" Her body stiffened slightly. "How do you know that?" she asked in a muffled voice. "The windows in my unit face east, the morning light is the best. Most of my streaming happens in the mornings, sitting by the window, letting the light hit my right side. I do feel like my right side is easier to control, and the smiles look more polished." "That's from fake smiling," I said. She stayed silent. "A fake smile isn't genuine. You're only engaging a few specific facial muscles to create the illusion of a smile. You mainly rely on your right side's masseter, zygomaticus major, and orbicularis oculi muscles. After 3 years, several hours a day of this masseter, I pressed on the stone-hard muscle, has grown bulkier and shorter. When the masseter contracts, it pulls the mandible forward and to one side. Even the temporomandibular joint, this bearing, gets misaligned, and the disc inside gets worn down. That's why it clicks and hurts every time you move it. What should I do? Her voice quivered, verging on tears again. If I stop streaming, I'll lose my income. I didn't say you have to stop streaming. I pulled my hand back. You'll need to learn to smile differently. She looked confused. Genuine and fake smiles use different muscles and involve different ways of exerting force. A fake smile involves lifting the corners of your mouth. A real smile, however, starts with your eyes curving upwards, your breath coming from deep in your abdomen, engaging your entire face and body. Think of the happiest memory from your childhood and then smile. She lay there, staring blankly as she struggled to recall something. Her mouth barely twitched, her right facial muscles spasming slightly in the process. It's not this part, I pointed to the corner of her right eye. You need to engage your orbicularis oculi. Don't force yourself to smile. Just focus on that memory. She closed her eyes, her brows furrowed tightly. After a while, perhaps she truly remembered something. There was a subtle curve at the corner of her eye. Though her lips didn't move, the taut muscles on her right side did indeed relax slightly for a moment. Do you feel anything? I asked. She opened her eyes, her expression perplexed. It felt a little different. The heavy tension eased just a tiny bit. Remember this sensation? I rubbed my hands together. Now, I'll adjust your joint. It may feel a bit sore, so bear with it. Supporting her chin with one hand, I slipped my thumb into the muscle outside her rearmost molar. My other hand stabilized her head to one side. Relax and swallow gently. When swallowing, the jaw naturally shifts slightly backward. The moment she swallowed, as her muscles relaxed the most, I pushed inward and backward with my thumb while my other hand applied a stabilizing force. A deep thud sounded. It wasn't sharp but had weight to it, like a jammed gear being nudged back into place. She let out a muffled groan, then exhaled a long breath. Try opening your mouth slowly. She hesitated but opened her mouth. There was no more clicking. At 1 finger's width, there was none. At 2 fingers, only mild soreness but no pain. At 2.5 fingers, it stopped, but the restriction wasn't as severe anymore. It's so much better, she said, thrilled, her voice now free of that crying tone. It still feels a bit swollen but doesn't stick or hurt. This adjustment isn't final. I helped her sit back up. The disc damage and muscle spasms have been going on for years. You need to come back for 5 consecutive days so the joint stabilizes and the muscles gradually relax. But most importantly, I looked her in the eye. When you stream in the future, keep your head straight and let the light hit your face evenly. Don't always favor one angle. And when you smile, forget about controlling the corners of your mouth. Think about the funny parts of your content or the moments when your fans genuinely make you happy. Let your smile come from your heart, not force it. She touched her still slightly swollen face, her gaze flickering. This would be harder than treating her condition. Her smile was a tool, her selling point, her livelihood. Now, someone was telling her that this very tool was damaging her body. I'll give it a try, she murmured quietly. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyan walked in. She didn't knock but instead lifted the curtain, carrying 2 cups of soy milk. Seeing a patient in the room, she paused for a second, gave a small nod, and silently sat back in the same corner as yesterday. She placed the soy milk on the table, pulled out her tablet, and began to focus. The young anchorwoman settled her bill, took note of the follow-up appointment time and care instructions, thanked me, and left. At the doorway, she unconsciously flashed her signature right-sided smile, but just as the corner of her mouth lifted, she hesitated. She touched her face, then attempted a small nod. Her expression was slightly stiff, but it seemed more natural and composed as she gracefully exited. Temporomandibular joint disorder? Lin Xiaoyan spoke after the anchorwoman had left. Her tone was affirmative rather than questioning. She had clearly overheard parts of the conversation. Stress, chewing habits, or trauma can all contribute to it. For her, it sounds more like an issue caused by over-reliance on one side, Lin Xiaoyan said, nodding as she tapped on her tablet. We've had similar cases in the rehabilitation department. Usually, we use laser or shortwave treatments to reduce inflammation, combined with jaw-opening exercises and muscle relaxation techniques. Just now, were you using manual therapy to reposition her disc? It wasn't just the joint disc, I replied as I returned to the seat by the stove. I accepted the cup of soy milk she handed over. It was still warm. My main focus was adjusting the positions of her mandible and cranial bones. The temporomandibular joint moves in tandem, so if one side shifts, the other side is also affected. Her left side is actually a bit tight as well, although it hasn't shown clear symptoms yet. When addressing the right side, it's necessary to align the left side as well. As Lin Xiaoyan considered this, she made notes on her tablet. Suddenly, she looked up at me, her gaze fixed on my right ear. Dr. Chen, she said unexpectedly, is your hearing in your right ear not very good? I froze, the steam from the soy milk wafting into my face. What do you mean? Yesterday and just now, when you were listening to others, myself included, you seemed to instinctively tilt your head slightly, using your left ear to hear. It's subtle but noticeable. Is it an old injury? Her tone was gentle, yet her observation was sharp. I sipped the soy milk without elaborating further. She didn't press for details. Instead, she smoothly navigated the conversation to a new point. Yesterday, you mentioned that learning to palpate bones requires forgetting the anatomical diagrams on the tablet. I've been thinking about it since, but it still doesn't quite make sense. Without the diagrams, how do you know what you're feeling? And how do you determine if something's abnormal? Good question. I set down the cup. Have you ever studied calligraphy? I dabbled in brush calligraphy as a child. When you first started, you probably had to follow the copybook carefully, afraid of making a single mistake. Yes. But with experience, although the copybook remains a reference, your focus shifts from the form to the spirit, the energy, and your hand naturally follows that rhythm. Palpating bones works the same way. At first, you need to know how many vertebrae are in the neck or the distribution of the thoracic and lumbar vertebrae. But with enough practice, what you remember isn't how high the spinous process of the seventh thoracic vertebra is, but rather the flow, temperature, and elasticity of each segment. When something feels stuck or off, your hand can sense it, which is far more intuitive and holistic than simply relying on diagrams. Lin Xiaoyan furrowed her brows, concentrating as she tried to digest the analogy. For example, the woman just now, I continued, to look at her, her facial symmetry was off. To touch, her right masseter muscle was overdeveloped and lacked elasticity, while her left side showed clear compensatory tension. The joint capsule of her temporomandibular joint had a dryness to it. None of these details can be captured by a photograph. Images give you a static result, touch gives you the process, it's alive. Lin Xiaoyan glanced down at her own hands, fair and slender, perfectly suited for holding a pen or performing delicate procedures. Then, she looked at mine, broad, knuckly, rough-skinned, yet steady. Can I try it? She asked softly. Just to feel my own bones and see? I nodded. Of course. Start with your cervical vertebrae. Sit up straight and relax. Using 3 fingers of your right hand, press lightly along the bones in the middle of the back of your neck. She followed my instructions, her movements still clumsy, her expression serious yet tinged with confusion. Don't use too much force. Be as light as a feather. Focus only on the sensations at your fingertips, feel the changes in skin temperature, the firmness of muscles, the contours of the bones. She closed her eyes to concentrate. The consultation room fell silent, the only sounds being her slightly quick breaths and the crackling of the stove fire. After a while, she opened her eyes and said a little dejectedly, I can only feel one segment of bone after another. In some places, the flesh is softer, and in others, the bones stick out more. I don't feel much else. That's normal, I said, getting up and moving behind her. You've just started. Here, let me guide you. I placed my fingers over hers. Her fingers trembled slightly. Relax, I said quietly, leading her hand as we gently moved from the hollow beneath her skull downwards. This is the first vertebra, called the atlas. It connects with the skull, like a bull cradling a ball, notice its curve. Next is the second vertebra, the axis. It has a dens that acts like a pivot, many people feel tension here. Then there's the third, fourth, fifth vertebra. My voice was low as I guided her fingers, meticulously reading her youthful, unmarred cervical spine in the way one might read Braille. Beneath my fingertips, I discerned the contours of the bones, the tension in the fascia, and the subtle changes in the warmth of her chi and blood. Lin Xiaoyan gradually began to relax, her breathing growing steady and deep. At last, she started using her own fingertips to sense her body, carefully listening to the signals it sent out. Can you feel it? I asked her. Between the fifth and sixth vertebrae, doesn't it feel tighter compared to the ones above them? The skin there is slightly cooler too, isn't it? Holding her breath, she focused intently, then suddenly nodded with vigor. It really is different. If you hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have noticed at all. Have you been spending a lot of time with your head down, looking at books or a tablet? Yes, I've been rushing to finish a paper and doing research. I've spent long hours in front of screens every day recently. This is the compensation point, I explained. The fascia here is becoming tight. Make sure to look up more often. Rub your palms together to warm them up and press them gently over this area. As I spoke, I released her hand. She lowered her head, staring at her fingertips as though truly seeing them for the first time. Her expression was a mix of surprise and sudden clarity. So, bones can actually speak, she murmured softly. It's not just the bones, I said, walking back to the stove. The fascia, muscles, blood, and skin all express themselves. Modern people rely on their eyes and brains, but they've long forgotten this fundamental sense of bodily awareness. To learn how to palpate bones, the first step is to relearn how to listen to your own body, starting here. She clenched her fingers tightly and nodded resolutely. For the first time, her gaze grew firm with determination. Outside, Zhao Laohan seemed to have landed a large order. The rhythmic sounds of hammering carried a hint of joy. Down the alley, the ringing of bicycle bells mixed with the chatter of housewives carrying vegetable baskets as they walked. Inside the clinic, a young woman sat staring at her fingers in a daze, as if she'd just discovered a whole new silent world. The stove burned brightly. Healing insights. The Huangdi aging states, the liver governs the tendons, its brilliance is in the nails, and it opens into the eyes. If emotions are suppressed for too long, the liver qi may stagnate, depriving the tendons of nourishment, leaving them prone to tension or even illness. For professions like broadcasting, where there's not only physical strain but also a need to put on a happy face, prolonged stress can lead to liver qi stagnation. This can manifest as tightness in the tendons, often affecting the face and jaw. To truly address such issues, one must not only realign the bones but also release emotional tension. Only by smiling from the heart can the root cause truly be treated. Bone Brothers tip. If you frequently feel tightness in your face or find your jaw clenched, you might want to try the jaw relaxation exercise. Press the tip of your tongue gently against your palate, slightly part your upper and lower teeth, and imagine holding a warm egg inside your mouth. Let your facial muscles completely relax. Inhale deeply and exhale slowly for 1 minute. Practice this several times a day to relieve pressure in your jaw. March 9th, Thursday. Overcast to partly cloudy, with strong winds, ***. A young man came in today, his right knee swollen like a steamed bun. He said it was an occupational injury. I felt the bones of his knee and said, no, this is from slamming your right heel into the ground every time you stop a vehicle. Before dawn, the wind ripped through the alley, racing from one end to the other like it was headed for a marketplace. It stirred up dead leaves and carried a faint scent of coal smoke. The old ache in my knee began to throb faintly again, as if a shard of ice had lodged itself in the joint, refusing to thaw. When I opened the door to start the stove, Zhao Laohan had already set up his stall. Today, he wasn't fixing shoes but was carefully brushing the mud-streaked soles of a pair of sneakers with a soft bristle brush. He would brush twice, then lean in close to inspect, brush again, then inspect. His concentrated expression made him look as if he were appraising a rare antique. "Good morning, Dr. Chen," he greeted without lifting his head. "The wind is strong today, make sure to keep that old cold knee of yours warm." "And whose soulful saga are you deciphering this time?" I joked as I rubbed my knee. "Heh," Zhao Laohan replied, holding the clean sneakers up to the morning light. "See this? The wear on these soles tells a story." I leaned closer to look. It was an ordinary pair of black sneakers. The soles were worn smooth in places, but the wear pattern was uneven. The outer edge of the right heel was almost completely worn down, while the forefoot was relatively intact. On the left sole, the wear was more concentrated on the inner ball of the foot, with some texture still remaining on the heel. "This person walks with their weight landing heavily on the outer edge of their right heel first, pressing down hard without cushioning," Zhao Laohan explained, gesturing as he spoke. "The left foot relies more on the inner forefoot to push off and start the next step. Walking like this, the right leg, from the ankle to the knee, takes the brunt of the strain. If that keeps up, it's no wonder there's trouble over time." As he spoke, the buzzing drone of an engine grew louder from the direction of the alley's entrance. It stopped abruptly in front of the clinic's door. A bright yellow electric scooter pulled up, ridden by a delivery guy in a matching yellow vest. He balanced on one leg without turning off the engine, gazing inside. He wore a helmet, his face red from the wind, his brows furrowed, the corners of his mouth downturned, a mixture of exhaustion and irritation painted on his features. "Is Dr. Chen here?" His voice was hoarse but loud. "I'm here. Come on in," I called out as I returned to the clinic. He cut the motor and dismounted, his right leg hesitating to take his full weight. He didn't straighten his knee fully. It remained slightly bent as he gingerly locked his scooter. Hobbling inside, he instinctively pressed his right hand to the side of his knee. "Knee pain?" I asked. "Right knee." He removed his helmet, revealing an exhausted face, at most 25 or 26 years old. "Swollen, hurts, can't bend, can't straighten. I can't make deliveries like this." "How long has it been?" "Over a month." "It comes and goes, but it's been worse these past 2 days with the weather change." "Have you seen a doctor?" "I have. I got an X-ray." He pulled a crumpled report from his food delivery vest. "Right knee synovitis, with a fusion. The doctor told me to rest and move around less, gave me some medication. But if I don't deliver, how can I make money?" His tone was impatient. "If I don't work for a day, there's no income. What about rent? What about food?" I glanced at the report. The X-ray findings seemed consistent. "Lie down, turn your right side up." He struggled to lie on the examination bed, keeping his right leg stiff. I washed my hands, warmed them near the stove, and lightly placed them on his swollen right knee. The skin was hot, significantly swollen, and looked taut and shiny. As I pressed, he drew in a quick breath. Locating the head of the fibula, I pressed downward, and his whole body jerked. "Does it hurt here, or deeper inside the knee?" "Here. Right here. Feels like there's a nail pinned in," he gritted through clenched teeth. I carefully palpated the area. The head of the fibula here serves as an attachment for several ligaments and tendons and is also where the common fibular nerve passes through. Beneath my fingers, the slight displacement did not feel like simple swelling. Under repeated inflammation, the subtle step-off sensation and roughness were amplified. "When you park, do you always plant your right leg first? And do you habitually push off hard with the outer edge of your heel?" I asked while pressing. The delivery man froze for a moment, thought, and said, "I guess so. Our electric scooters are tall, so it's more convenient to dismount on the right side." "Do you get off quickly?" "Of course, I'm in a hurry. If the delivery is late, it's on me. Sometimes I see the doorway, and I want to jump off even before the scooter comes to a full stop," he justified, almost proudly. Without response, I traced down the outside of his right leg to locate Susanli, a specific acupuncture point. When I pressed there, he winced again. Further down, to the front lower area of his outer ankle, the reaction was just as pronounced. Does your right ankle also tend to twist easily, or feel weak? Ha! How did you know? He exclaimed in surprise. It does, but I didn't think much of it. Your entire right leg, from the hip to the foot, is misaligned. I withdrew my hand. When you dismount, the strain on your right leg creates a force that impacts the outer ankle, travels upward along the fibula, and hits the fibular head on the knee's outer side. Once or twice isn't a problem, but doing this dozens, even hundreds of times daily for years has pushed this little bone slightly forward. When the bone gets displaced, the tendons attached to it are pulled, destabilizing the outer knee. An unstable joint with uneven pressure leads to synovial inflammation, swelling, and pain. If you only treat the knee inflammation without repositioning the bone and changing your habits, the problem won't go away. It'll improve temporarily but then come back again. He partially understood, but the term bone displacement clearly resonated with him more than synovitis. Can it be put back into place? Can I still work? Repositioning it once is easy. But if you don't change your habits, it'll go out of place again. I asked him to relax. Locating the head of the fibula, I used one hand to steady his lower leg, while my other thumb pressed against the small bone. Waiting for him to exhale fully and relax, I pushed steadily downward and backward with my thumb. There was a faint click sensation, like a grain of sand snapping back into a groove. Ah, he cried out. It wasn't pain, but a sharp, aching numbness radiating from the outer knee all the way down to his foot. Move your knee slowly. He carefully tried extending and bending his right leg, his eyes widening. Ha! The stabbing pain is a lot better. It's still swollen, but it doesn't feel like there's a nail in it anymore. The tendons were strained for too long. Though the bone's back in place now, it'll take some time to adjust. Don't overstrain it before the swelling subsides. I applied medicinal alcohol around his knee, especially on the outer side, massaging it in with my warm palms. In the next few days, try not to deliver if you can. If you must, get on and off the scooter with your left leg leading. Make sure the scooter is fully stopped, step down slowly, and land with your whole foot, not just your heel. Can you manage that? I can. He nodded repeatedly, his face finally showing a bit of vitality. Dr. Chen, does this mean I won't need surgery? The synovitis isn't severe. Now that the bone is back in place and the tendons are loosened, the inflammation will gradually subside. With heat compresses and the external medicine I've prescribed, the key is still rest and changing your habits. I wrapped up the medication and explained how to use it. When he paid, his movements were noticeably smoother. Just as he reached the doorway, he turned back, a serious look on his face. Dr. Chen, thank you so much. You were right, when I used to get off, I'd slam down to save time. I'll be careful from now on. He rode away on his scooter, his departing figure visibly more spirited. At this point, Lin Xiaoyan, who had been quietly sitting in a corner, stood up. She was dressed casually today, her face bare of makeup. Compared to a few days ago, there was less restraint and scrutiny in her demeanor, replaced with a thoughtful seriousness. Fibular head subluxation, she asked as she walked over to the examination bed, seemingly pondering the treatment position from earlier. You could think of it that way. A slight misalignment, I said. This kind of misaligned X-ray is hard to diagnose, especially when there's swelling or fluid accumulation, she mused thoughtfully. But how did you know he lands on the outer edge of his heel? Just from Zhao Bo's look at the shoe sole? The wear on the sole is the result, a clue. What truly confirms it is the sense you get from handling the case. I sat back by the stove and poured myself a glass of water. The muscles on the outer side of his knee, particularly the peroneus longus muscle, are tense and misaligned. This isn't ordinary wear and tear, it feels like they've been pulled upward and forward for some time. Considering his occupational habits, it all checks out. The human body is like interlinked loops, when one loop fails, it causes a cascade of issues down the line. To treat it, you have to find the first loop that came loose. Lin Xiaoyan nodded, and her gaze shifted to Zhao Liahan's stall outside the window. Zhao Laohan was holding a soft cloth, carefully wiping the already clean shoe sole bit by bit, lifting it to the light as he muttered to himself. Can Xiaobo really discern that many details? She asked me doubtfully. He's been looking at shoe soles for 40 years, I explained. Over so many years, he's seen all kinds of feet and all kinds of walking patterns. He's familiar with every possible wear pattern on a shoe sole. This isn't some mystical art, it's all experience, like data analysis, but his data is engraved on the shoe soles, holding the traces of everyone's life. Lin Xiaoyan walked out and crouched in front of Zhao Liahan's stall, staring curiously at the pair of shoes. Interested? Zhao Laohan squinted and smiled, passing her the shoe. Here, take a look for yourself. She took the shoe and mimicked Zhao Liahan's posture, examining the sole. After a moment, she raised her head, a bit embarrassed. I can only see that the wear isn't even, but I can't tell the reasons behind it. No rush, Zhao Laohan said, lighting his cigarette and talking slowly. When looking at a shoe sole, start by distinguishing left from right, then check whether the forefoot or heel is more worn, and whether the inner or outer edge took the damage. For example, with this pair, the outer right heel is flattened, which means when standing and walking, the weight is always pressing on the outer back of the right heel, maybe the pelvis tilts to the left. The wear on the forefoot of the left shoe is also unusual, showing the left foot is twisting inward with effort while walking. Walking like this strains the knees and ankles, it will definitely cause trouble down the line. Lin Xiaoyan listened intently, as if watching a dynamic report of biomechanics. Then what if there's a deep circular pit in the center of the forefoot sole? She suddenly asked. Zhao Laohan exhaled smoke thoughtfully. That's usually from wearing high heels often. The toes habitually grip the ground, putting excessive pressure on the forefoot. It can make the feet, calves, and spine all feel uncomfortable. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded eagerly. Exactly. We've seen a lot of patients like that in our department. Plantar fasciitis, tight calves, anterior pelvic tilt, it all matches. Zhao Laohan chuckled. What you write in your books and what I see on shoe soles are basically the same thing. You rely on machines, I rely on vision and decades of experience with feet. Lin Xiaoyan stood up and gave Zhao Laohan a deep bow. Uncle Zhao, thank you. I've learned so much today. When she came back inside, she looked both inspired and emotional. Dr. Chen, I used to think medicine was just cold, hard data from the lab. But now, through you and Uncle Zhao, I've realized that life itself is a medical record. Shoe soles, habits, expressions, they're the real diagnostic tools. I said, instruments are important, they reveal what hands can't touch. But a doctor's hands and eyes are just as indispensable, they capture the life details that instruments can't. A truly good doctor must be able to read both machines and life itself. She took a deep breath and looked at me earnestly. Dr. Chen, would it be okay if I come here to help out when I have time? I wouldn't disrupt your practice, I just want to observe more, learn more about reading life. The firelight reflected warmly on her face. The wind blew in through the door crack, causing the flames to flicker, but the core of the fire burned steadily. Sure, I nodded. The sky outside had brightened. The stone-paved alley began to bustle. The ringing of bicycle bells, the sound of footsteps, and vendors' calls grew louder. The herb shop mixed the aroma of medicine with the smell of tobacco. A new morning had begun, and a new cycle of inheritance was quietly unfolding. Diagnostic Insights. The golden mirror of medicine says, bones off their seams, tendons off their tracks. The delivery worker's knee pain is actually rooted in the fibular head and the lateral tendon of his knee. The root cause lies in frequently dismounting from his bike with a single downward push. Landing on the outer edge of the heel sends shockwaves up his tendons and bones, affecting the knee. Treating the knee without addressing the foot is like blocking water without clearing the source. Treating the tendons without changing habits is like repairing a house without laying a strong foundation. Doctors must understand that many illnesses are hidden in the details of daily habits. Bone tips. For those who often support themselves on one leg or frequently get on and off bikes, such as delivery workers and couriers, try this knee-ankle coordination exercise. Stand on one leg, slightly bending the knee. Focus on pressing the inner forefoot, outer forefoot, and heel firmly into the ground. Hold this position for 30 seconds, then switch to the other leg. Repeating this exercise daily can help you develop proper force habits, reduce knee strain, and protect your joints. March 10th, Friday. Clear skies, the wind had died down. A young mother came in today, bent over, unable to straighten her back. She said it was from carrying her child every day. I felt her pelvis, her right side was tilted 5 degrees higher than the left, a mark left by the weight of love on her body. With the sun out, its rays slanted into the green stone alleyway, making the damp flagstones gleam. When I opened the door, old Zhao was arranging repaired shoes at his stall, lining them up like treasured pieces of art. Squinting, he turned to me at the sound and said, "Dr. Chen, I just saw Joe's wife carrying her baby heading past the east side, bent over like a shrimp. Bet she's coming to see you." I knew Joe's wife. Her last name was Wu Yu. Last year, she gave birth to a chubby baby boy. Every time I saw her, she always had that little ball of flesh with her, holding, carrying, or strapped to her waist. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Wu Yu arrived. She looked about 28 or 29 but appeared much older due to the exhaustion etched on her face. Wearing loose home clothes, her hair was simply tied up, a few strands sticking to her forehead with sweat. She held the baby wrapped in a sling, he was sound asleep, cheeks puffed up. One hand supported the child's bottom, the other braced her lower back, and with every step, her brows furrowed deeper. "Dr. Chen." Her voice was hoarse and frail. "My back feels like it's breaking. Come, sit down. Let me hold the baby." I reached out to take him. She hesitated briefly but carefully handed him over. The little one was soft and smelled faintly of milk. He squirmed slightly in my arms but didn't wake. I laid him down on the examination table, covering him with a light blanket. Wu Yu slowly sat, still holding her waist for support. "Where does it hurt?" "Here, my right lower back. Even my hip and the back of my thigh ache." She pressed near the area of her sacroiliac joint and said, "It's been hurting for half a year. It started 4 months after childbirth. Lately, it's gotten so bad I can't hold the baby for more than 10 minutes, and even turning over at night is tough." "Have you been to the hospital?" "I have. They did some imaging and said lumbar spine curvature has straightened, but everything else was fine. They suggested physical therapy and rest." She gave a bitter laugh. "I tried a few therapy sessions. Just as it started to help, I'd come home, carry the baby again, and it'd revert." "Rest? Who's going to take care of the baby at home?" "My mother-in-law isn't well, and my husband is working. Night feeds, changing diapers, getting him to sleep, all on me." As she spoke, her eyes reddened not just from exhaustion, but also from feeling overwhelmed. "How do you usually carry the baby?" I asked. "Like this." She mimicked, right hand supports his bottom, left hand cradles his back, with his head resting on my right shoulder. He's comfortable that way, and I have a free hand to do things. "Always on the right side?" "It's a habit. He's used to leaning right too." I warmed my hands and said, "Lie on your side, right up." She slowly adjusted herself, bending her right leg. My hand rested on her back first, the muscles on her right were rigid, the left side somewhat looser. Fingers traced from her spine to her pelvis, and her right ilium was elevated by about a finger's width. When I pressed on the right sacroiliac joint, she winced and sharply inhaled in pain. "Your pelvis is misaligned," I said. "The right side has rotated upward by about 5 degrees. That's why your right lower back is under tension, and there's more stress on the joints." "Misaligned pelvis?" She was confused. "How could that happen?" "All from carrying the baby," I explained. "You always use your right hip to support him, and he's around 10 pounds now. Adding it all up daily, your right side bears hundreds of pounds. To balance, your body lifts the right pelvis upward, causing your spine to curve left into a C shape. Over time, both your pelvis and muscles adapt to this posture. Even if you're not holding the baby, it still hurts because your structure is already misaligned." She stared blankly, instinctively touching her right hip, as if there truly was an invisible weight hanging there. "Can it be corrected?" she asked. "It can. But after correction, you need to change how you hold the baby. Otherwise, it'll just shift again tomorrow. I told her to relax. One hand stabilized her left shoulder, the other found her right ilium, feeling her breathing. When she exhaled into her most relaxed state, my hand leveraged a light push and turn. Clunk. A deep, muffled sound, heavier than the usual joint cracks, as though a misplaced cornerstone had been set back into alignment. Wu Yu exhaled sharply, her body visibly relaxing. The tension and pulling sensation lessened significantly. She experimented with gentle movements of her waist, disbelief written across her face. The tightness is gone. It really feels much better. Even that sharp pain is gone. Stand up slowly, try walking around. She carefully sat up, straightened, and walked a few steps through the clinic. Her gait was noticeably quicker, though slightly stiff, but she no longer limped. Dr. Chen, this is amazing. Emotional, she glanced at her still sleeping child and lowered her voice to ask, "What should I do when carrying him in the future? I can't just stop using my right side, right? It's not about not using it, it's about alternating sides." I took out paper and pen and made a sketch. When holding the baby, switch sides alternately. Change sides every 10 minutes, or use a baby sling to keep the child close to your chest, distributing the weight. For nursing and sleeping sideways, make sure not to always lean on one side. Moreover, I pointed to her abdomen. After childbirth, your abdominal muscles are loosened and weaker, which also contributes to back pain. You need to practice diaphragmatic breathing to gradually regain core strength. Only by doing so will your pelvis achieve stability. I showed her some simple postpartum breathing and stretching exercises. She took careful notes, her eyes filled with a hint of hope, the kind of hope that shines through when someone tortured by pain suddenly finds a way out. At checkout, she insisted on paying extra, saying I had saved her life. Back pain may not be an illness, but when it flares up, it feels unbearable. These past 6 months, I've almost slid into depression, she said, her eyes reddened. I only accepted the regular fee and pushed the excess money back toward her. Keep it and buy something nice for your child. Only when a mother feels well can her baby thrive. She left with her child in her arms, her posture much straighter than when she came in. At the alley's entrance, she purposefully tried shifting the baby to her left shoulder. Her movements were clumsy but full of determination. Lin Xiaoyan, who had been quietly observing, looked up, her expression thoughtful. Postpartum pelvic tilt, we encounter it often in the rehabilitation department. Usually, we treat it with pelvic belts, core training, and manual adjustments. But, she paused, when you said, the weight of love leaves marks on the bones, it struck me as both poignant and profound. Life itself is the most precise carving tool, I said, feeding more coal into the stove. Profession, habits, emotions, love, even. All these slowly etch themselves into bones. The role of a mother has no off-duty hours, no vacations, so the marks run the deepest. Lin Xiaoyan pondered for a moment before asking quietly, Dr. Chen, is it really possible for emotions to leave marks on the bones? What do you think? I countered. She thought for a moment. For example, there was that streamer who fake smiled every day, and eventually ended up with temporomandibular joint issues. Would that count as emotions causing skeletal dislocation? Yes. Emotions cause prolonged muscle tension, and muscles pull on the bones, gradually leading to misalignment. Staring into the flames of the stove, I continued, in traditional Chinese medicine, it's said, anger harms the liver governs the tendons, which is why your neck muscles tighten on both sides when you're angry. Excessive worry harms the spleen governs the muscles, which is why anxiety leads to tight shoulders and back. Sadness harms the lungs govern the skin and hair, which is why grief makes your breathing shallow, your chest collapse. These are age-old summaries, not idle talk. It's just that people today trust the numbers on instruments more than they trust the sensations of their own bodies. Lin Xiaoyan seemed to grasp something, scribbling furiously on her tablet. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right. Zhao Laohan was humming a tune as he repaired shoes, and the alley was filled with the aroma of stewed meat. The scent of medicinal herbs wafted through Xuan Hufeng. A story about love and pain had just been soothed. Outside the door, another story about hands and time was waiting to unfold. Reflections on diagnosis. The Huangding Aging says, the waist is the house of the kidneys. If turning and twisting become difficult, the kidneys must be exhausted. After childbirth, the depletion of kidney energy and the weakness of qi in blood, combined with long-term one-sided baby holding, easily lead to pelvic tilts and imbalanced force lines. This isn't just due to kidney deficiency but also muscle tension. Treatment involves correcting bone misalignments but, more importantly, rectifying bad habits and strengthening the core for long-term improvement. The impressions left by maternal love are not on the bones but in the heart. Love yourself first so you can care properly for your child. Tips from Bone Bro. New moms can check their pelvic balance while holding their babies. Stand against a wall, with your heels, buttocks, and shoulders touching the surface. Reach behind and feel if the distance between your lower back and the wall is the same on both sides. If one side is closer, it might mean your pelvis is misaligned. Standing against a wall for 5 minutes daily helps maintain posture and correct issues. Saturday, March 11th, sunny, with afternoon breezes. Today, a veteran barber visited. His right thumb and index finger hurt so much he couldn't cut hair anymore. I examined his hand, saying, "Your second index finger joint has a small dent from the scissors. This is something honed over 30 years." The Bluestone Alley was livelier than usual on this Saturday. Children were running and chasing each other, neighbors greeted warmly, and from a distance, the sound of opera floated from a radio. At Zhao Laohan's booth, 2 elderly ladies held shoes for him to examine. Wearing his reading glasses, Zhao Laohan spoke earnestly, and the women nodded continuously. I was sun-drying herbs by the doorway when I noticed someone standing hesitantly nearby. The man appeared to be in his 50s, short, thin, and spry, his hair neatly combed, dressed in an old gray jacket. His right hand was curled up, with the thumb and index finger loosely wrapped in gauze. "Dr. Chen?" His hoarse voice was slow and deliberate, bearing the composed demeanor of a seasoned craftsman. "Come on in," I said, setting down the sieve. He entered, glanced around the clinic, and then also at my hands. With a mix of appraisal and anticipation, he said, "Old Lou at the vegetable stall told me you're good with bones." "My hand's no good anymore." "What's wrong with it?" He unwrapped the gauze. His right-hand thumb joint was red and swollen, the second joint of his index finger was glossy and swollen tight, the skin was taut, and the joints were deformed. Despite his efforts, the thumb and index finger couldn't come together due to the pain. "Pain, swelling, numbness," he said briefly, gesturing with his left hand to mimic cutting hair. "There's just no strength when gripping the scissors, and when I try harder, the pain is unbearable. At night, it often wakes me up." "How many years have you been cutting hair?" 30 years. He smiled, a mix of bitterness and self-mockery. "Never thought my own hands would give out first." "Are the scissors heavy?" "The old-fashioned kind, pretty heavy. But I'm used to them, and they're convenient." He paused. "Each day, I cut hair for over 10 people. These 2 fingers have to open and close hundreds of times a day." I washed my hands and gently held his right hand. The temperature was high, the swelling severe, and any pressure left a deep indentation, clear signs of edema. The joint at the base of his thumb was stiff, extremely painful to the touch. The second joint of his index finger, near the metacarpal joint, had a slight depression toward the palm, as if a pit had been worn out over the years. The tendons beside it were thickened and tight, resembling a rope frayed and worn by long-term use. "When you gripped the scissors," I pointed to the indentation, "does this spot press against the scissor ring?" He recalled and nodded. "Yes. I always let the second joint of my index finger catch on the ring for stability. 30 years, hundreds of movements every day. The metal ring presses the same spot every time, and even bone can develop a dent." I spoke slowly. "Bones can change, too. Under constant pressure, small indentations form. Tendons inflamed from prolonged friction thicken, which is why there's redness, swelling, pain, and restricted movement." The master barber stared at his deformed fingers in silence. It was more than just an ailment, it was 30 years of hard work, a mark of his profession, a source of pride but also a heavy burden. "Can it be treated?" he asked, his voice low, as if afraid of breaking the stillness. "It can be alleviated and improved. But the deformed bones won't revert. The fascia can be loosened, I told him honestly. After the treatment, you'll need to change how you hold the scissors, ideally switch to lighter scissors with larger rings. Otherwise, it will recur. He nodded. Let's start the treatment. As long as I can keep using scissors, that'll do. I applied a medicinal oil to promote blood circulation and relieve swelling, gently loosening the fascia that tightened from his forearm to his palm. From Tsuchi along the arm to Yangshi, Yangqi, and then Higu, I massaged, pressed, and smoothed inch by inch. The tendons felt like stones, rigid and firm, but gradually softened under the combination of manual therapy and the oil. I then focused on the indented and adhered tendons. Using the pad of my thumb, I moved vertically, untangling them as if undoing a knotted thread. The master barber gritted his teeth, enduring without a single complaint, though beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Once the fascia loosened a little, I stabilized his palm with one hand while gently holding the proximal phalanges of his index finger with the other. Slowly, I rotated it, trying to detect the subtle misalignment and tension within the joint. Finally, at a certain angle, I felt the joint resist. Taking advantage of his distraction, I gave my wrist a quick flick, realigning the joint. A light click was heard. The master barber's hand trembled sharply, then he exhaled deeply, as though a weight pressing on his chest had been lifted. Try moving your thumb and index finger now, grip something. Hesitant, he slowly flexed his thumb and index finger. His eyes widened. The swelling and pain were still there, but the stiffness that felt like being locked in place had clearly lessened. He could now close his thumb and index finger, though he was cautious not to apply too much force. It's loosened, really loosened. He exclaimed in excitement, using his left hand to feel his right index finger joint. It was like lead, but now it's alive again. This is just the beginning, I said, continuing to apply more ointment and wrapping his hand with gauze. 5 more days of this. Each day, soak your hand in warm water and gently move your fingers while soaking. Most importantly, think about whether you should adjust how you hold the scissors or cut fewer heads of hair each day. He gave a bitter smile and shook his head. The shop rent and my family. I can't stop. But there was a trace of reflection in his eyes. Though, you're right, I really need to think of something. I can't wait until my hand is completely useless. He paid and expressed his gratitude, walking to the door before turning back to glance at his bandaged hand. Then he looked at the wall adorned with pennants in my clinic. Suddenly, he gave a solemn nod and left. Lin Xiaoyan arrived late today and coincidentally caught sight of the barber's retreating figure and his bandaged but visibly lighter hand. Was that Master Wang? The barber from Springtime Hair Salon at the alley entrance, she asked. You know him? I've had my hair cut there. He's exceptionally skilled but doesn't talk much, Lin Xiaoyan said as she set down her backpack and walked in. Is it tendon sheath inflammation? Or arthritis? Both. It's a comprehensive issue caused by chronic overuse. As I cleaned up, I replied, the key problem lies in his tools and technique. Without addressing the root cause, treatment will only be a temporary fix and won't completely solve the problem. Lin Xiaoyan nodded, pulling out her tablet to examine diagrams of hand anatomy. The thumb carpometacarpal joint, the small joints of the index finger, these areas are indeed the most prone to injuries from meticulous repetitive tasks. For instance, programmers, hairstylists, performers. She suddenly looked up. Dr. Chen, you mentioned earlier that his bone had a dent. Can this be seen on an X-ray? It's a very subtle change, usually undetectable on an X-ray. But you can feel it with your hand. That hollow or step texture is different from soft tissue swelling. I gestured toward her hand. Try feeling your own index finger there, and get a sense of the normal shape of a bone. Now imagine if it were pressed against something hard for 30 years, what would it turn into? Lin Xiaoyan obediently lowered her head and carefully felt her index finger joint, a serious expression on her face. Does traditional Chinese medicine describe this kind of occupational illness in any way? She asked. It does. I leaned back by the stove and took a sip of tea. The Spiritual Pivot chapter on sinews goes into detail about the sinews and related conditions. For example, the passage on the sinew of the Han-Taiyang channel discusses sinew injuries causing pain. It doesn't specifically mention scissors hands, but the principle is the same wherever is used with great force. The sinews there are prone to knots, cramps, or even impacting the bones and qi blood flow. Lin Xiaoyan quickly took notes, her eyes shining. She was becoming increasingly fascinated by the process of comparing ancient texts with modern conditions, creating new interpretations through their intersection. Outside, old Zhaohan escorted an elderly lady out, then lit his tobacco pipe and crouched down to study another shoe. Sunlight spilled over his white hair and slightly hunched back. "Xiaoyan," I suddenly said, "if you're free tomorrow, come with me to old Zhao's house." She looked up. "Watch how he reads the soles of shoes," I said. "That's a form of bone feeling too, except it's feeling the passages of time engraved by the bones." Her eyes lit up, and she immediately nodded. The crackling of the firewood came alive, and the fragrant scent of medicinal herbs filled the room. The chapter on hands drew to a temporary close, while a new tale about feet and journeys began, unfurling slowly alongside the sunlight. #Reflections on diagnosis. The spiritual pivot, in its 9 needles and 12 sources section, states, "Only those with dexterous hands and meticulous hearts are suited for acupuncture and moxibustion. Hairstylists, too, require agile hands." But over decades of repetitive work, even such skilled hands can fall prey to chronic conditions. This is damage from long-term exertion, one of the 5 overuses causing injury. Sinews adhere to bones, bones provide support. Over time, the sinews stiffen, and the bones follow in deterioration. To heal, both sinews and bones must be regulated, and the root cause must be identified, habits must be changed. A good tool can aid people, but it can also harm them. Everything depends on how it is used. #Bone Masters Tips. If your job requires constant delicate manual work, like hairstyling, weaving, or repairing, you can regularly do hand sinew stretching exercises. Face your palms toward each other and stretch your 5 fingers as wide as you can. Hold for 5 seconds. Then firmly clench your fists and stretch your fingers open again. Repeat 10 times. Doing a few sets daily may help prevent adhesions in your hand tendons. March 12, Sunday. Clear skies, gentle breeze. No patients today. I took Xiaoyan to watch old Zhaohan mend shoes. He chuckled as we approached. "Young lady, would you believe me if I said I could tell which part of someone's bones has problems just by looking at their shoe soles?" The cobblestone alley on this Sunday was lazy, like an old cat napping in the sun. Sunlight blanketed the slate road, and the air carried hints of smoke, the scent of flowers, and a touch of meals cooking. The laughter of children rang clear and bright. Old Zhaohan's shoe mending stall was livelier than usual. A few old neighbors sat on little stools, chatting as they watched him repair shoes. On the ground lay several pairs of shoes waiting to be treated, like patients in line. When Xiaoyan and I walked over, old Zhaohan was holding the heel of a black leather shoe and examining it closely under the light. He wore thick reading glasses taped at the edges, his brows furrowed in concentration as he mumbled softly. "Uncle Zhao," I greeted him. "Ah, Dr. Chen, Miss Lin." Old Zhaohan looked up with a wide grin, blending a touch of both simplicity and sharpness. "Got some free time today?" "Brought Xiaoyan to witness your skills firsthand," I said, sitting down on a small stool. Xiaoyan greeted him as well, her gaze curious, taking in the shoes and tools on the table. "Skills, eh?" "Just making a living," old Zhaohan replied humbly, handing me the leather shoe. "Dr. Chen, take a look too?" I took the shoe, with Xiaoyan peering in as well. It was an ordinary lace-up leather shoe, its sole heavily worn. What stood out was how uneven the wear was. On the left sole, the forefoot's inner side was nearly worn through, and the heel's outer side was also thin. The right sole was the opposite, the forefoot's outer side showed serious wear, while the heel's inner side remained almost untouched. "What do you make of this?" Old Zhaohan squinted at us. Xiaoyan examined it carefully. "The person has an unusual gait, perhaps? The weight distribution between their left and right feet is very uneven." "It's more than just uneven weight distribution," old Zhaohan said, pointing at the worn areas with his fingers. "Look at this left foot. The forefoot's inner side is heavily worn, which means the left foot always pushes inward when stepping forward, likely due to an everted ankle. The heel's outer side is also worn, meaning the heel slams down hard when landing. He picked up the right shoe again. The outer side of the forefoot is worn. This shows that the right foot tends to turn outward with force when walking. The inner side of the heel is almost untouched, which means he mainly lands on the front part of his foot when walking. This would mean. He shook his head, set the shoe down, and glanced at me and Shayan. This person's left leg, from the ankle to the knee and even the hip, moves in a very odd manner. I'd bet his left ankle is prone to twisting, his left knee probably feels sore on the outer side, and his left waist is often uncomfortable as well. As for the right foot, although it looks relaxed on the surface, the calf and plantar fascia are likely extremely tight. Since he uses the forefoot to support his weight and never lets his heel touch the ground, over time, his right calf might cramp easily and he's at risk of developing bone spurs. Lin Shayan was listening intently, her eyes darting between the shoe and Zhao Laohan as if she were observing some kind of master. "Uncle Zhao, you can deduce all of this just by looking at the wear on shoes?" she asked, her face full of disbelief. "Kiddo, don't underestimate shoe soles." Zhao Laohan lit his pipe, exhaled a wisp of smoke slowly, and added, "The human body has over 200 bones. How they connect, how they move, it all transfers down to the feet. How feet make contact with the ground dictates how the force travels upward, to the knees, the waist, the back, and the neck. The sole of a shoe reflects those forces, acting like the roadmap of pressure, a kind of dialogue between bones and the earth. If you can understand a shoe's wear patterns, you can more or less understand how someone uses their body." He pointed to a vacant little stool beside him. "Take Auntie Lou, who often sits here, for example. The forefoot of her cloth shoes is heavily worn on the inner sides, both feet. Why? She walks pigeon-toed, turning her feet inward. This puts extra pressure on the inner sides of her knees, and as she ages, the insides are the first to ache. And then there's old Zhang from the East End who sells sundries. His rubber shoes? The outer side of his right heel is so worn it's practically a crater. Why? He injured his right leg in his youth, leaving him with residual issues. His weight always shifts backward and to the right while walking, so now when it's damp and rainy, his right hip and waist ache." Lin Shayan typed quickly on her tablet, her eyes growing brighter by the second. Suddenly, she looked up and asked, "Uncle Zhao, what if the entire forefoot of someone's shoe is worn down evenly while the heels seem almost untouched?" Zhao Laohan thought for a moment before replying, "That person probably walks while stomping or wears shoes with soles that are thin and hard, with no use of their heels to absorb impact. This kind of walking forces the energy straight into the knees and spine, making it very likely for discomfort to manifest in the heels, knees, or lower back. There's also another possibility: they're a hasty personality, always walking fast and recklessly, never grounding their steps properly." "And what if the wear is very even throughout the sole with just a bit more abrasion on the heels?" "That's what you'd call a normal walking posture," Zhao Laohan chuckled. "The heel touches the ground first to absorb the initial impact, then the weight transitions gradually to the forefoot to propel forward. Such people usually have aligned skeletons, flexible tendons, and an efficient gait, with very few physical issues." Lin Shayan inhaled deeply and turned to me with amazement in her eyes. "Dr. Chen, isn't this just like your bone diagnostics?" I nodded. "It's all about interpreting the body's signals. Uncle Zhao observes the shoe soles, the long-term tracks someone has left. I examine the bones, the current state of the body. One looks at traces of the past, the other assesses the present, and together, they help us trace the root of physical issues more effectively." Zhao Laohan tapped his pipe lightly to clear the ash, then smiled. "Dr. Chen is spot on. What I do is just an old-school method. It gives a rough idea at best. For real treatment, it's all up to you. But sometimes, even a rough insight can remind people to pay attention to how they use their bodies." Just then, a middle-aged man hurried over, carrying a pair of sneakers. "Master Zhao, can you see if these shoes can be repaired? I need to wear them for basketball this afternoon." Zhao Laohan took the shoes, glanced at the soles, and immediately frowned. "Lou, your right knee's been bothering you again, hasn't it?" The man froze in surprise. "How did you know?" "It's true, too much basketball and it flares up. Zhao Laohan turned the sole around to show him. See how the outer edge of your right heel is almost worn through? When you start or land, is it always the outer side of your right heel that absorbs the impact? The man scratched his head sheepishly. Sort of. Feels like I get better speed that way. Faster maybe, but you're ruining your knee, Zhao Laohan scolded lightly. If you keep this up, the outer tendon around your knee and the little bone there won't hold up anymore. Here's my advice: repairing the shoes is minor, but you've got to change your posture. Every time you jump and land, try landing on the ball of your foot first, bend your knees a little to absorb the shock. Otherwise, it's only a matter of time before your knees give out, and you'll end up needing Dr. Chen. The man, thoroughly convinced, nodded repeatedly. Got it, I'll work on it. And the shoes? Leave them here. Come back in an hour, Zhao Laohan waved him off. The man gave me an appreciative glance before rushing away. Lin Xiaoyan, who had watched the entire scene unfold, whispered excitedly, Dr. Chen, wasn't that like a live demo of gait analysis and bone health 101? Knowledge is everywhere in life, I said with a smile. The key is in observing it and having the curiosity to understand. The warm sunlight bathed the quiet, elongated alley. Zhao Laohan picked up his hammer and nails and resumed repairing shoes. The rhythmic sound of his hammering was steady and measured, as if he were silently mending every walking story that crossed his path. Lin Xiaoyan propped her chin up with her hand as she sat on a small stool, watching old Zhao the cobbler mend shoes while also studying the various shapes and wear patterns of the soles. She drifted into thought. The serious constructs of her medical world, those textbooks, anatomical diagrams, and instrument data were being quietly opened to a new perspective by the vivid and direct soul reading of this alley. Outside this window was a lively and colorful human experience. Reflections on diagnosis. As the inner canon of the Yellow Emperor states, gait is the essence of sinews. This emphasizes the relationship between gait and tendons. Old Zhao's shoe sole reading essentially observes a person's gait to assess issues with their tendons and bones. Feet are the root, and shoes are the imprint. Abnormal gait often results from imbalances in bones and tendons. The wear patterns on soles can also reflect problems with the body's energy and blood flow. This is a vivid application of deducing the internal from the external. A healer who understands this has an additional pathway for diagnostic observation. Brother Bones tip. Do you want to check if there's a problem with how you walk? Find a pair of well-worn sneakers and examine the soles. The ideal wear zones are the outer edges of the heel and the center of the forefoot. If the wear is overly concentrated in a small area, such as the outer edge of the heel or the inner side of the forefoot, it suggests that your walking posture or force habits might be problematic, and you should adjust promptly or consult a professional. March 13th, Monday, sunny to partly cloudy. Today, a performer specializing in Laoshang, elder male roles in traditional Chinese opera, came in. He's had headaches for 10 years and has visited countless hospitals without finding the cause. I touched the topmost 2 cervical vertebrae in his neck and said, when you bind your head, the strap always pulls up from your forehead. This has been yanking your atlas forward for 10 years. In the early morning, the blue flagstone alley was still shrouded in light mist, but the clanging of old Zhao's hammer on iron had already sounded, like the rhythm of the alley itself. I had just hung the wooden sign of Hanging Gourd Clinic outside when I noticed someone slowly making their way out of the deeper part of the alley. The man was in his 50s, slim but with a straight posture. His steps were small but steady, carrying a particular rhythm. He wore an old Zhongshan suit, his hair neatly combed, and carried a black faux leather bag. However, his brows were furrowed, and from time to time, he used his fingers to press and rub his nape or temples. When he reached the doorway, he stopped, looked up at the wooden sign, then glanced inside. His expression showed a mix of hesitation, expectation, and fatigue. Please, come in. I invited him. He stepped inside, nodding slightly at me, his gaze scanning the flags and the medicine cabinet on the wall, before lingering on the green pothose plant by the window. He stared at it for a while, as if easing his nerves. Dr. Chen? I am. Please, have a seat. Where are you feeling unwell? He sat down, placed his bag on his lap, and clasped his hands together. I have a headache, mainly at the back of my head. It radiates into my neck and shoulders, feeling stiff and heavy. Sometimes the pain spreads to my forehead and eye sockets. My vision blurs, and I feel nauseous. How long has this been going on? It's been 10 years. He sighed, his tone full of helplessness. Since I was 43, it's gotten worse and worse. What did the hospital say? They've run every test imaginable. He pulled out a large stack of medical records and imaging scans. CT scans, MRIs, EEGs, vascular ultrasounds. I've done them all. No major issues were found. The doctors said it's tension headaches or cervical headaches. I've taken various medications and tried acupuncture, physical therapy, and traction, but it keeps coming back. I took the materials and flipped through them casually. The most recent cervical MRI reported straightening of the physiological cervical curve, mild disc protrusion at C5/6, no nerve compression. None of it seemed too severe. What's your occupation? I asked. Surprised by the question, he paused before answering. I'm an actor in the provincial opera troupe. I perform Laoshang roles. Ah, no wonder that unique upright posture and deliberate gait, it came from years of training. Do you have to bind your head for the performance? I pursued. Yes, especially for Laoshang roles. The binding is extremely tight. The strap pulls up the brows and eyes to give an energetic appearance. It loops from the forehead, tied tightly at the back of the head, then layers of nets and gauze are wrapped over it before the headpiece is fixed on. After a performance, I often feel dizzy and faint from how tightly it's bound. Do your headaches worsen after binding your head, say, after performances or rehearsals? His eyes widened as he thought about it. Now that you mention it, yes. It hurts all the time, but it becomes much worse any time I bind my head tightly, or for an extended period. The following days, the back of my head feels like it's about to explode. I nodded and washed my hands. Lie down, please. Face up, don't place anything under your neck. He obeyed, his body was somewhat tense. Standing at the side of the bed, I cradled the back of his head with both hands. My thumbs rested against the lower edge of his occipital bone, while my index and middle fingers gently slid down along either side of his spine. The muscles at the back of his neck felt as hard as iron. The small patch beneath the occipital bone was stiff like it was encased in metal armor. While his skin temperature was normal, the flow of energy and blood felt sluggish. My fingers continued downward, reaching the topmost two cervical vertebrae, the atlas, C1, and axis, C2. This area, the connection between the head and the spine, was especially intricate yet fragile. Here is the translation. I could feel a slight forward shift sensation on either side of his atlas. Normally, the atlas resembles a large ring sitting around the axis, supporting the skull. Now, this ring seemed to have been pulled slightly forward and upward. Though it might only be by a millimeter or two, for this critical area, the impact was already considerable. When you tighten your headpiece, I explained slowly while gently pressing with my hands, the strap loops around your forehead, primarily pulling upward and backward, lifting your eyebrows and eyes. This force travels through the scalp and fascia, eventually reaching the skull and concentrating at the point of your atlas. Every time you're on stage, every time you tighten that headpiece, this upward and forward pull is acting on you. After 10 years, it's as if this invisible strap has slowly been pulling your atlas slightly forward. He lay there, staring at the ceiling, his breathing hastening. The root of his decade-long headaches was being addressed for the first time with such specificity, even in a way that seemed almost cruel. The atlas, I continued, my hands moving as gently as if I were touching stone, gradually loosening the stiff muscles at the back of his neck, is sometimes called the jade pillow pass in Chinese medicine. It's the vital pathway for the ascent of clear yang energy to the brain. Although the Huangdi Neijing doesn't specifically mention it, the principle is similar. The atlas is like a pivot. If the mechanism is hindered, clear yang cannot rise. When this critical point is blocked, the flow of qi and blood is obstructed, leading to headaches, dizziness, blurry vision, and nausea. Western medicine says it's due to the stimulation of the vertebral artery and nerves, but at its core, it aligns with this understanding. Under the effects of my gentle massage and medicated oil, the hardness of the muscles beneath his skull slowly melted away. I synchronized with his breathing, patiently waiting for his body to completely relax. Alright, take a deep breath, good, and exhale slowly, let it all out. When his body relaxed entirely, and his breathing steadied, I supported his head, gently lifting it in an upward and slightly backward direction. At the same time, my thumb applied a subtle, downward pressure just to one side of the atlas. Click! Accompanied by an almost imperceptible sound, it was like a stuck cog being nudged into place. His entire body suddenly released the tension it had been holding, and he let out a long, slightly trembling sigh. Now, slowly get up and give it a try. He cautiously sat up and gently turned his neck. His expression shifted from confusion to disbelief, and then to a mix of excitement and relief. It's free now, that heavy stone at the back of my head feels like it's been lifted all at once. He pinched the back of his neck and pressed on his temples. The pressure is gone. Though there's still a bit of tingling, that exploding pain is completely gone. He stood up, taking a few steps around the consultation room, then lightly tilted his head upward. My neck feels so much clearer. Dr. Chen, is that all? One adjustment session releases the joint misalignment and muscle spasm, I replied, sitting back in my chair. But after 10 years of tension, your tendons and bones have developed memory. You'll need to come every day this week for reinforcement and complete relaxation. And something even more important. I looked at him and said, in the future, can you discuss with your makeup artist about loosening the headpiece slightly? Or perhaps adding a soft pad to your forehead to distribute the pressure? After performances, you could also use a warm towel and gently stretch your neck. He nodded seriously, I'll definitely bring this up. I've suffered through this headache for so many years, and I never thought the root cause was here. He grabbed his bag. Even his hands were trembling as he made the payment. Dr. Chen, thank you. After 10 years, today feels like the first time this head truly belongs to me. He laughed. His posture remained upright, but it was as if an invisible shackle had been lifted, and his entire demeanor seemed much lighter. Lin Xiaoyan had been standing silently at the door without me noticing, watching the whole process intently. Today, she wasn't holding her tablet, only carrying a bulging bag, her expression focused. Atlantoaxial joint subluxation leading to cervicogenic headache. She approached, her tone assured. There's such a diagnosis in Western medicine. But confirming it requires very detailed imaging, like an open-mouth X-ray, and the manual technique has high requirements with significant risks. Many doctors dare not perform it. Which is why there are many patients like him, with a 10-year headache that takes a decade to diagnose, I replied. Machines are important, but they're inanimate. Hands are alive, they can detect subtle problems that machines cannot, especially for chronic, minor misalignments like this. Lin Xiaoyan was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, Dr. Chen, is Clear Yang cannot ascend a direct quote from the Neijing? It's not a direct quote but rather an adaptation of the principle from the text. The plain question states, Clear Yang exits the upper orifices, and headache, tinnitus, and obstruction of the 9 orifices originate in the stomach and intestines. The essence lies in understanding how qi moves up and down throughout the body. I connected the concept of pivot to the specific location of the atlas. Chinese medicine emphasizes flexible application and understanding, not rigid memorization. A look of realization dawned on her, and her eyes sparkled. I think I understand what you mean by body language. That actor's headache was actually his body warning him that his headpiece was too tight and the pivot was stuck. You picked up on that signal and adjusted it for him. The fire crackled softly, sending sparks into the air. The thin mist outside the window dissipated, and sunlight poured into the narrow alley. In the stone-paved lane, life flowed on as usual. Within a young mind thirsting for knowledge, there emerged a sense of novelty and excitement sparked by the ancient principles of medicine. Reflections on treatment. The Huangdi Neijing states, the head is the residence of clarity and intelligence. It also says, pure yang rises through the upper orifices. The atlas, connecting the skull and the spine, if misaligned, can prevent the pure yang energy from ascending, leading to issues such as headaches or dizziness. Opera performers, who frequently bind their heads tightly, are prone to strain the atlas, causing obstruction to the vital pivot. Through manual realignment, the aim is to restore smooth functioning of this pivot, allowing pure yang to rise. This is not merely about bone treatment but harmonizing the flow of energy. This embodies the exquisite logic of addressing upper maladies by treating below and external disorders by adjusting within. Tips from Dr. Gu's notebook. If wearing helmets, hats, or headpieces for long periods causes discomfort in your head and neck, you can try the Atlas loosening exercise. Sit upright, clasp your hands, and hold the back of your head tightly. Gently pull your head downward and forward, feeling a stretch at the upper back of your neck. Hold the position for 15 seconds before relaxing. Perform this a few times daily to relieve pressure in the upper cervical spine. Asterisk note: if you suffer from severe cervical issues or dizziness, be sure to consult a professional first. Asterisk. March 14, Tuesday. Overcast, humid. Today, Xiaoyan did what she felt was necessary. She secretly took that programmer to the city hospital to get an X-ray of his cervical spine after the realignment. The radiology doctor scrutinized the film and, in disbelief, asked, "What did you do?" Xiaoyan held the tablet tightly in her hand as her palms began to sweat. Outside, the sky was a deep gray. Thick clouds hung low over the roofs of the stone-paved lane. The air felt stifling and oppressive, like a damp, unwrung rag. This kind of weather made Dr. Chen Gu's knees ache worse than usual, but he still opened the clinic early, sitting by the stove and slowly massaging his sore spots with medicinal wine. That day, Lin Xiaoyan arrived later than usual, sweat beading on her forehead, her expression a bit evasive. Unlike her usual habit of jumping straight into work, she first poured herself a glass of water, sipping it slowly while glancing toward the door every now and then. "What's on your mind?" Chen Gu, head lowered, kept rubbing his knees without looking up. "No, nothing," Xiaoyan replied, putting down the cup. She walked to the medicine cabinet, pretending to organize herbs, her hands unconsciously rubbing some licorice. "Dr. Chen, do you think, after manual realignment, changes in the position of the bones can be directly seen on imaging?" Chen Gu paused briefly, looked up at her back, and said, "It depends. Significant misalignments or rotations can be identified by an experienced doctor, but subtle adjustments, especially the overall improvement in force lines after balancing the tendons and aligning the bones, might not be fully reflected in an X-ray. After all, an X-ray captures only a moment. A person, however, is alive." "Oh," Xiaoyan responded softly and didn't say more. Her mind wandered as she idly arranged the herbs. Not many patients came that morning, someone with a stiff neck, another with a sprained ankle. Chen Gu treated them quickly and skillfully. Lin Xiaoyan observed and recorded as usual, but her distraction was obvious. At midday, Chen Gu took his customary nap. Xiaoyan claimed she needed to visit the library to gather research and hurriedly left suspended Earn Clinic. In reality, she didn't go to the library. She went to the city hospital entrance to meet the programmer, Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu was surprised to receive her call, but when he heard it was for a cervical checkup, he asked for leave from work. Recently, he had indeed felt much better, his neck felt lighter, and the numbness in his hands had basically disappeared. He had been meaning to thank Dr. Chen and Dr. Lin. "Dr. Lin, do we really need another X-ray? Didn't Dr. Chen say it wasn't necessary for now?" Xiao Lu asked. Just for comparison, to scientifically verify," Xiaoyan tried to keep her voice calm and professional. "This will help us understand your situation better." Xiao Lu didn't overthink it and cooperated fully. They quickly completed the registration, ordered the test, and paid the fees. The radiology department was crowded, and they waited almost an hour. When Xiao Lu entered the X-ray room, Xiaoyan stood alone in the hallway, her back against the cold wall, clutching the tablet tightly. Her heart raced, and her palms were sweaty. She wasn't sure what she was more apprehensive about, that the film showed no changes or that it showed such significant alterations it challenged everything she had ever learned in her medical training. She tried to calm herself, reminding herself that science required bold hypotheses and cautious verification. She was here to test, not to refute. The film came out quickly. Holding the X-ray, Xiaoyan and Xiao Lu walked to the diagnostic room in the radiology department. The doctor who reviewed their images was an elderly man with gray hair and a stern expression, glasses perched on his nose. "What's the complaint?" the doctor asked, pulling out two films, one from 2 weeks ago, the other taken just now. "Cervical discomfort, hand numbness, there was treatment, so now it's a follow-up," Cheyenne answered on behalf of her patient, her voice dry and stiff. The doctor placed both films under the viewing light. Starting with the old one, he nodded and commented, "Cervical curvature reversed, some narrowing at the C5/6 disc space." Then he moved on to examine the new one. At first, he glanced casually, but immediately his eyes sharpened. He leaned forward, adjusted his glasses, and scrutinized the two images more closely, paying particular attention to the C5/6 segment. The consultation room was immersed in silence, with only the faint electric hum of the lights audible. After a while, the elderly doctor lifted his head to glance at Xiaolu, then at Lin Xiaoyan, his eyes behind the lenses filled with confusion and disbelief. "How long between these two X-rays?" the old doctor asked. Two weeks, Xiaolu replied. 2 weeks? The doctor raised his voice, pointing at the newer image. "Did you undergo any special treatment in these 2 weeks? Or, switch hospitals, and the imaging angle was different?" "Treatment? Well, I went to an old bone setter in Qingshi Alley for a few sessions of adjustments," Xiaolu answered honestly. "Bone setting? Manipulations?" The old doctor frowned, repeatedly analyzing the X-rays, his fingers gesturing along the cervical curvature on the new image. "This reversal angle has significantly improved. While it hasn't returned to normal, such changes in a short period, absent continuous traction or specific interventions, are rare." He looked up sharply at Lin Xiaoyan and asked, "Who are you to him? Are you a doctor as well? What techniques did you use?" Lin Xiaoyan's face reddened slightly, but she remained composed and said, "I'm a graduate student in rehabilitation sciences, just accompanying him. Specifically, it was traditional bone setting adjustments and facial release." "Traditional bone setting," the old doctor repeated, staring at the image. He shook his head, then nodded, as though wrestling with his own expertise. "It's truly unbelievable. Judging from the images, the alignment and curvature have markedly improved. This progress would qualify as exemplary in a classroom setting. Young man, you've been lucky. But you'll still need to pay more attention to your posture and stay consistent in consolidating this improvement." Xiaolu quickly expressed his gratitude. Outside the consultation room, Xiaolu excitedly said to Lin Xiaoyan, "Dr. Lin, did you hear that? Even the expert says Dr. Chen is amazing. I told you, he's truly skilled." Lin Xiaoyan forced a smile, but her mind churned with a complex mix of emotions. While the result was positive, the shock she felt far exceeded her expectations. This wasn't just a simple effective. It was authoritative proof, medical instruments, black and white evidence validating a craft she had once deeply doubted, a skill guided solely by tactile experience. The impact of such validation was overwhelming. Bidding goodbye to Xiaolu, she walked slowly toward Qingshi Alley alone. The sky remained stiflingly overcast, the wind clinging damply to her face. In her mind, she replayed the old doctor's astonished and puzzled expression, as well as those starkly contrasted X-rays under the fluorescent light. An 8-degree improvement. Perhaps insignificant in the context of life or the course of an illness, yet to achieve that with a few manual adjustments over 2 weeks, this far exceeded textbook expectations for cervical rehabilitation. She thought of Dr. Chen's rough, steady hands and the concentrated, almost listening expression he wore as he treated patients. He wasn't pretending to be mystical, he was genuinely reading the bones, the flow of blood and energy, the life imprints within the body. As for herself, she had been trying to rationalize and verify this reading through anatomical diagrams on her tablet and scientific data in literature. But now it seemed she might have been misguided from the start. Instruments could measure changes, but Dr. Chen's hands interpreted biomechanics in a living context. A ruler could measure length, but it couldn't gauge the nuanced awareness embedded in gentle manipulations. By the time she returned to the apothecary house, it was already evening. Dr. Chen was cupping a local resident for their ailment, he merely nodded his acknowledgement when she stepped in. Lin Xiaoyan quietly walked to her usual corner. She did not pull out her tablet, only stared at the furnace fire absent-mindedly. When Zhao Laohan came by with freshly baked flatbreads after closing his stall, she accepted them, chewing slowly without tasting a thing. Late into the night, she returned to her small room. She didn't turn on the light, using only the dim glow from the street lamp to open her weighty notebook. Flipping to a recent page filled with notes from prior observations, she hesitated for a long while, pen suspended above the blank space. Finally, she wrote. Observation Notes, Addendum. Date * March 14th. Event * conducted follow-up imaging for Case 2, cervical reversed curvature in a programmer. Result * radiologist at City First Hospital's imaging department confirmed significant cervical improvement, approximately 8 degrees, over 2 weeks, for manual adjustment sessions. Doctor was highly surprised and inquired about specific intervention methods. Reflections * 1. Manual techniques can induce functional changes in skeletal structures, which can be directly or quickly evidenced through imaging. 2. Tactile feedback and experience are perhaps not mystical, they may correspond to biomechanical regulation mechanisms not yet fully quantified by modern medicine but which nonetheless exist. 3. Traditional bone setting in modern rehabilitation medicine might not be oppositional but complementary. The former emphasizes holistic observation, dynamic understanding, and experience, the latter values detail, data, and evidence. For, I need to reassess my own knowledge framework, true learning may only now be beginning. Upon finishing, she closed the notebook with trembling hands and walked to the window. The night pressed heavily over Qingshi Alley, the lane was quiet, with only a few scattered lights flickering faintly. Suddenly, she recalled something Dr. Chen had said that day: bones remember, people remember. Perhaps it wasn't just bones remembering. It was also all those instincts rooted in the body, simple yet often overlooked by modern living. And she, this outsider from the world of modern medicine, now stood at the entrance of this memory, cautiously knocking on the door. That night, the light in Lin Xiaoyan's room stayed on until very late. Reflections on medical practice. This section centers primarily around Lin Xiaoyan's perspective, making these reflections feel more like her personal journal of thoughts. Xiaoyan's introspection, the evidence presented by radiology, felt like a heavy hammer, shattering my former pride. Dr. Chen's technique, paired with the results of the X-ray, offered mutual validation. One relied on meticulous tactile skill, the other revealed tangible changes. Science demands evidence, but today, the craftsmanship of tradition also passed the test of modern scientific inquiry. This simultaneously filled me with tension and anticipation. The boundaries of medicine may be far broader and deeper than what the textbooks describe. Now I stand at a crossroads in life. On one side lies the modern medicine I am familiar with, despite its occasional limitations. On the other is an ancient yet vibrant approach rooted in lived experiences. Which path should I take? March 15th, Wednesday. Overcast, with thunderstorms expected in the afternoon. By midday, an announcement bearing a red seal was posted. The notice was affixed to the bulletin board at the alley's entrance, the bark of the old pagoda tree, and the brick wall beside the door of Xuanhufeng. The paper read, "The Qingshi Alley Old Town Redevelopment Project is officially underway. Xuanhufeng is included within the designated demolition scope." The afternoon storm began to gather. A gust of hot, earthy-smelling wind swept through, swirling scraps of paper and fallen leaves in the alley. The sky darkened abruptly, and the oppressive clouds loomed like blocks of ink weighing on one's chest. The first muffled rumble of thunder sounded in the distance as Zhao Laohan hurriedly packed up his cobbler's stall. He shoved his hammer, nails, glue, and a few unclaimed shoes into a battered wooden box in one hasty motion. "Heavy rain's coming," he called toward Xuanhufeng. Chen Gushing stood at the doorway, looking up at the sky. His knees were always sensitive to changes in weather, but at this moment, the faint ache in his joints was overshadowed by an even heavier emotion. His gaze drifted to the freshly posted notice on the wall by the door. The red seal was jarring, resembling a bloodstain. Lin Xiaoyan ran back from the other end of the alley, holding a notebook over her head to shield herself from the rain. Despite her efforts, her shoulders were dampened by the heavy raindrops. She spotted the notice immediately and came to an abrupt stop. "Shifu." She approached the door, her voice tight with unease. Chen Gushing said nothing and turned back into the house. The changing air pressure made the flames in the stove inside flicker and jump. He picked up a small herb slicing knife and slowly cut the medicinal ingredients on the chopping board. Dangue, Chuan Xiong, Honghua. The room was thick with the aroma of herbs, as though dueling with the dampness outside and the ink smell of the notice paper. Lin Xiaoyan followed him into the house and shut the door, sealing off the thunderstorm outside. She looked at Chen Gushing's calm profile, then glanced once more at the glaring notice by the door. Anxiety and frustration churned within her. Shifu, that notice, did you see it? She couldn't help but ask. I saw it, Chen Gusheng replied steadily. His hand remained firm as the slicing knife cut through the herbs with precision. It says, Xuanhu Fong is within the demolition scope. It has to be vacated by the 15th of next month. Lin Xiaoyan repeated the notice's words, her throat tightening. They're really going to tear this place down? What's destined to come will come, Chen Gushing said in a calm tone, as if commenting on the weather. Xingshi Alley has aged, it can't keep up with the high-rises outside. Demolishing it to build something new isn't necessarily a bad thing. But what about Xuanhu Feng? Lin Xiaoyan's voice grew more agitated. All the herbs, the tools, and these. She gestured at the rows of banners lining the wall, the red fabric faded by time. Each one represented a story, a piece of history. And Uncle Zhao, and the elderly in the alley, what about them? Everyone has their own path. Chen Gushing put down the knife and emptied the chopped herbs into a bamboo winnowing tray. Trees don't survive being uprooted, but people live by moving forward. Xuanhu Fang is a place, but it's also more than just a place. Lin Xiaoyan didn't understand. She only felt her chest growing tighter and heavier. These past 10 days, she had spent countless hours in this old house filled with the scent of herbs and stories. From doubt, to acceptance, to engagement, each object in the house, every brick and tile, had gained warmth and meaning. But now, someone was telling her that all of this might soon disappear, flattened by bulldozers, reduced to a symbol on a blueprint, giving rise to unfamiliar new buildings and leaving her utterly unrelated to it all. If this place is truly gone, her voice grew quieter, tinged with a trace of panic, where will you go? What about all the medical skills, the case records, and all these memories, what will happen to them? Chen Gushing straightened up and dusted the herbal residue from his hands. He walked over to the wall of banners. His rough fingertips grazed a faded banner that bore the words "Healing Hands Bring the Spring," dated 1985. The bones remember, so the people will remember. His voice was exceptionally clear during the pauses between thunderclaps. Once the illness is cured, once the pain is gone, and the body feels light, this kind of healing stays with them, in their bodies, in their memories. The Xuanhu Fang can be torn down, Xingshi Xiang may disappear, but the bones that have been set straight, the qi and blood that have been soothed by these remedies, will accompany them as they continue their lives. That's enough. He turned around, looking sullenly at Lin Xiaoyan, speaking earnestly. Medical skills don't reside on walls, nor inside cabinets. They're up here. He gestured at his head and then at his hands. As long as these hands can still feel, and this mind can still think, wherever I go is Xuanhu Feng. Outside, the uninterrupted rumble of thunder grew louder as lightning pierced the sky. A torrential downpour began, the rain pattering on the tiles, sending up a fine mist. The sound of rainfall dominated the world, chaotic and noisy. Inside, however, the room remained very quiet. The fire in the furnace burned warmly, filling the air with the heavy fragrance of medicinal herbs. Chen Gusheng returned to the stove, picked up an old book, and began to read silently in the flickering firelight. Lin Xiaoyan stood still, watching Chen Gusheng's back before shifting her gaze toward the door. Outside, the notice plastered on the wall had been drenched by rain, its ink now blurred and illegible. The raging thunderstorm outside stood in stark contrast to the peace inside. She slowly walked back to her corner and picked up a thick notebook. Flipping it open, the pages in the front were densely filled with case records, theories, and questions. The latest page bore a single line she had written 2 days prior. Perhaps there's some truth to this? Beneath it lay a vast expanse of blankness. She raised her pen but hesitated for a long time. The storm raging outside thundered with deafening force. Finally, she pressed her pen onto the blank space and wrote heavily, "Day 10, this place cannot be lost." When she finished, she closed the notebook, holding it tightly to her chest, and turned her gaze toward the window and the storm outside. Her confusion was gradually replaced by clarity and determination. The first clap of thunder over Qingshan startled many dozing residents and stirred thoughts of whether to stay or leave. Certain changes seemed to happen quietly amidst the storm. March 16, Thursday. After the rain ceased, it was a clear day, the air exceptionally fresh. Today's patient was a piano teacher. Her left pinky and ring fingers had no strength, making it impossible for her to play fast-paced pieces. After palpating the small bones between her wrist and palm, I half-jokingly said, "It seems like there's a fragment of revolutionary etude stuck between your hamate and fifth metacarpal." Last night's downpour had washed Qingshan to a bright sheen. Moist moss peeked between the cobblestones, mingling with the earthy and woody scents in the air. Sunlight slanted in, glinting off Zhao Liahan's polished cobbler tools. At Xuanhufeng, the stove had been lit early to dispel the chill left by the rain. Lin Xiaoyan arrived even earlier than usual today and was diligently wiping down the medicine cabinet. Her movements were meticulous, but her eyes kept straying toward the door, as if she was waiting for something or verifying that the storm hadn't washed anything away. The door creaked open as a cool breeze swept in. A woman in her 30s stepped inside. She was dressed plainly, her long hair loosely tied back, revealing a slender neck. Her left hand gripped a black bag of sheet music, while her right hand hung naturally at her side. The pinky and ring fingers on that hand were slightly curled, looking stiff. "Is Dr. Chen here?" Her voice was soft, with the characteristic warmth of a music teacher. "Come in," I said, setting down my copy of The Golden Mirror of Medicine. For a moment, she was captivated by the room's walls adorned with banners and its antique furnishings. Then her gaze turned toward Lin Xiaoyan, and she gave a slight nod. Lin Xiaoyan nodded back and quietly returned to her corner, setting her tablet on her lap but not beginning to take notes right away. "What seems to be the problem?" I motioned for her to sit. "My hand. My left hand." She placed the bag of sheet music on a side table and extended her left hand. It was the hand of a professional pianist, with long, well-maintained fingers, though her pinky and ring fingers were visibly swollen, their joints glinting faintly. "Can you be more specific?" "My pinky and ring fingers are weak and numb. When I try to play fast scales or octaves, I can't control them properly, they slip and miss notes." Her brow furrowed with worry, her voice tinged with anxiety. "I'm a piano teacher. These past few weeks, I can't even play basic practice pieces properly, and the parents are starting to complain." "Have you been to the hospital?" "I have." She pulled out an electromyogram. "The doctor said I have ulnar nerve entrapment, possibly at the elbow or wrist. I've done physical therapy and taken nerve supplements, but they haven't helped. They're suggesting surgery if it doesn't improve." "How long have you been playing piano?" "Since I was 5, for over 20 years, she replied. "Have you been practicing a particularly difficult piece lately? One that requires extensive use of the fourth and fifth fingers on your left hand for rapid movements?" She looked at me in surprise. "How did you know?" "Yes, I've been preparing for a competition recently. I'm working on Chopin's Revolutionary Etude. The left-hand section is extremely fast and demanding, requiring a lot of strength and independence from the fourth and fifth fingers. I've been practicing it for hours every day." I washed my hands and asked her to rest her left hand on the wrist pillow. First, I checked her pulse, thin and wiry, especially on the left wrist, with a tension in the chi position. This indicated a deficiency of kidney energy and depleted blood essence, consistent with decades of piano playing and overexertion. Next, I placed my hand on the back of hers and her palm. The muscle on the hypothenar eminence of her left hand was noticeably tense, and its temperature was slightly lower. I focused on kneading the metacarpal bone of her little finger and the hook of hamate in her wrist. At the junction of these two bones, there was a subtle misalignment feeling and a certain stiffness, as if they weren't properly aligned and something was stuck between them. The surrounding fascia was taut, with little elasticity. When you play the more intense passages of Revolution, I explained as I gently pressed her fingers, your pinky and ring fingers demand significant strength and stability, especially the pinky. You unconsciously engage your wrist and even forearm power to strike the keys, and all that force eventually centers on this bearing joint where the pinky's metacarpal meets the hamate. Over time, along with the intensity of practicing Revolution recently, this joint has finally reached its limit. It's twisted slightly out of place, and the surrounding fascia is stuck. That's why your pinky and ring fingers feel weak and numb. This key central point is the root of the issue. She listened attentively, her eyes unwavering, as though someone was revealing the secrets of her body. I can tell you play Chopin often, I said with a half-joking tone. And you're particularly drawn to pieces brimming with struggle and passion. That tension is always embedded in your fascia. In the corner, Lin Xiaoyan rolled her eyes lightly but couldn't suppress a smile at the corners of her mouth. She seemed accustomed to Chen Gushing's mysterious yet oddly accurate way of describing things. The piano teacher chuckled, a mix of resignation and relief. Dr. Chen, you're absolutely right. Every time I practice Revolution, my entire body tenses up, and my left hand feels like it's fighting the piano. Now let's relax a bit. I instructed her to loosen her left arm, holding her palm in one hand while placing the thumb of my other hand against a specific joint in her wrist. Take a deep breath. Inhale, good, now exhale slowly, yes, imagine the breath flowing all the way to your fingertips. By the third long exhale, as her entire body reached its most relaxed state, I gave her palm a steady pull. Suddenly, with a swift push of my thumb toward the palm and ulnar side. Click. A crisp little sound, like a piano key being gently struck and then springing back. Ah, she gasped softly, but it wasn't out of pain, it was a surge of soreness that spread from the base of her little finger all the way to the tip, and then, almost all at once, everything felt unblocked. Try moving your fingers, slowly, I reminded her. She hesitantly began to move her pinky and ring finger, her eyes gradually widening. It's more flexible now. That awkward, unresponsive feeling is much better. She tried mimicking the motion of playing the piano. While there was still slight weakness, the stiffness had evidently reduced. Here, she touched the base of her pinky, it always felt stuck before, but now it feels like it's opened up. Once isn't enough, I said, applying medicated oil to the hypothenar eminence and wrist of her left hand, gently massaging to release the tightened fascia. Do this for 3 consecutive days to stabilize the joint and fully relax the fascia. More importantly, I looked at her, you must learn to relax when playing, especially with your left hand. Don't rely solely on brute force to hammer the keys. Imagine your strength flowing down from your shoulder, through your arm, and into your fingertips, like a stream of water. The harder it gets, the more you need to relax. And remember, after practicing for an hour, take a break. Move your wrist and fingers, and soak them in warm water. She nodded earnestly, mentally taking note. I'll make changes when I get back. Thank you, Dr. Chen. You've not only treated my hand but also taught me so much. After paying her consultation fee, she quickly grabbed her sheet music bag and headed for the door. Then she turned back with a solemn expression. Once my hand is better, I'll play Revolution for you, all of it. I nodded and smiled. By the time she left, even her steps had grown lighter. Finally, Lin Xiaoyan picked up the tablet, taking notes as she asked, ulnar tunnel syndrome? Or hamate hook syndrome? Was it the compression of the deep branch of the ulnar nerve that caused the weakness and numbness in her ring and pinky fingers? Did you just realign the 4th and 5th carpometacarpal joints? Yes. The key is to adjust the position of the hamate and metacarpal bones. The tension in the fascia, though, stems from the inner side of the forearm, so the release process has to follow that pathway. You said there's a tension in the fascia. Can you really feel it? Lin Xiaoyan asked curiously. Long-term repetitive movements with emotional intensity leave a unique tension pattern in the fascia. It's like a piece of fabric that's always twisted in one direction, even the warp and weft threads become deformed, I explained, rubbing the medicated oil off my hands. Playing Chopin with all its intensity leaves a completely different fascia memory compared to playing Mozart's lightness. I can feel these differing patterns under my hands. It's not mysticism, It's the body's way of recording its lived experiences. Lin Xiaoyan glanced down at her own hands, lost in thought. The sunlight outside was warm, and a few people had gathered again at Zhao Liahan's stall, probably still discussing yesterday's notice with tones of concern and complaints. But for now, the herbal clinic remained tranquil, filled with the sense of medicine, the warmth of the stove, and the notes that had just been unblocked. Reflections on treatment. From the Lingshu Jingjin, it is written, the sinews of the hand lesserine originate from the inside of the little finger. The piano teacher's issue is in his fourth and fifth fingers, with its root at the pivot of the wrist and palm. Years of strain and intense emotions, practicing pieces like Revolutionary Etude, caused spasms and misalignment of sinews and bones. In addition to bone adjustment, learning to relax both mind and body is essential. This is the epitome of harmonizing form and spirit. Playing the piano and healing are actually the same, emphasizing relaxation, grounding, and flow. With relaxation, energy flows smoothly, with grounding, power follows, and with flow, music becomes fluent and hand injuries recover more quickly. Tip from Bone Master. If you regularly engage in precise hand movements such as playing the piano, typing, or embroidery, try practicing the wrist and palm relaxation exercise. The steps are simple. Place your palms together with fingers interlocked, gently push forward until you feel a stretch in your wrists, and hold for 15 seconds. Next, reverse the position so your hands' backs are together, interlock your fingers again, and gently push backward to stretch the wrists in the opposite direction. Perform this exercise several times a day to keep your wrists and palms more flexible and reduce strain. March 17, Friday. Cloudy, with a slight chill in the wind. Early in the morning, sanitation worker Sisterly paid a visit. Her right shoulder hurt more and more, she couldn't even lift a broom. I felt the depression at the front of her shoulder and said, the broom handle is pressed on this spot for so many years that it's worn a groove into it after a decade. Dawn had just broken, and the flagstone alley still carried a trace of last night's dampness. As I opened the door, old Zhao was already sitting behind his cobbler's stall. Rather than busying himself with shoe repairs as usual, he furrowed his brows and stared toward the entrance of the alley. Good morning, Dr. Chen, he greeted in a low voice. I just saw old son's daughter-in-law pass by. Her right shoulder was slumped, her face didn't look right, probably in pain again. I knew the person he referred to as old son's daughter-in-law was Sisterly, everyone habitually called her that. She swept the flagstone alley and nearby streets diligently and always had the streets cleaned up before dawn. In the past few months, though, she had frequently been seen rubbing her shoulder. Her shoulder must be hurting again, I replied casually, already anticipating her visit as I went back to prepare. Sure enough, not long later, Sisterly showed up. Dressed in her orange vest, her frame appeared frail. She carried a bamboo broom in her left hand, while her right arm hung naturally by her side, shoulders stooped forward. Pain was etched all over her face. Dr. Chen, she lingered at the doorway, looking hesitant, unsure if she should come in. Sisterly, please, come in and sit down, I beckoned to her. She carefully propped the broom against the wall and perched herself on the edge of a small stool. As soon as her right shoulder moved slightly, she drew in a sharp breath from the pain. Avoiding the examination couch, she sat sideways. Is your shoulder hurting again? I asked. The right one, yes, it's been hurting for more than half a year now, she croaked, her voice hoarse with exhaustion. It's been worse in recent months. The pain keeps me up at night, and during the day, I have no strength to sweep. What kind of pain are you experiencing exactly? She used her left hand to point to the spot below her collarbone on her right shoulder. It feels like a tendon is being pulled tight, with a piercing pain. I can't reach the back with my hand. Raising my arm is difficult, even putting on clothes is a struggle. Have you been to the hospital? The community clinic said it's frozen shoulder. They gave me patches and painkillers, but when I work, the pain comes right back, she sighed. But work has to be done. I had her move to the examination couch and sit properly for a checkup. Her right shoulder was noticeably lower than her left, with a prominent collarbone and muscle soreness upon touch. There was an obvious depression and knot in the tendon at the front of her shoulder, as if years of pressure had caused an indentation in the tissue. Do you usually sweep the floor like this? I imitated her sweeping motion with the broom, right hand forward, left hand back, leaning forward, with her right hand constantly exerting force. Sister Lee nodded. Yes, that's exactly how I do it. My right hand has to press against the end of the broom handle. That movement, done thousands of times a day, has caused the broom handle to continuously press on the muscle and tendons at the front of your shoulder for 10 years. It's worn down your tissues, shortened and stiffened the tendon, which pulled your shoulder blade out of alignment. The entire movement of your shoulder is now disrupted, which is why it hurts so much and why you can barely lift your arm. Sisterly stood in place, staring blankly as she touched the spot on her shoulder, seemingly struggling to believe that her condition was so directly tied to the broom. At this point, old Zhao commented from the doorway, "Every day, she sweeps the section in front of my shop. Over 3 years, the broom's bristles have even worn shallow grooves into the tiled paving. I measured it myself. It matches exactly with one step of hers." Lin Xiaoyan, standing nearby, looked up at Sisterly, then down at the bamboo broom on the floor, visibly struck by the reality of the details. "Lie down, with your right side facing up," I instructed Sisterly. She followed my direction carefully but remained visibly tense. I began by applying medicated oil to massage the surrounding area of her right shoulder, focusing on the stiff muscles at the chest and shoulder blade. Her fascia and muscle adhesions were severe, and circulation was clearly poor. Then, I concentrated on addressing the groove in her shoulder blade and the misalignment. Placing one hand over her shoulder crest, I used my thumb with the other hand to extend under her armpit, feeling for the inner edge of her scapula, the side close to the spine, and checking its position. As expected, her right shoulder blade had significantly tilted forward and rotated downward, almost adhered to the lower ribs, severely restricting its mobility. "Relax, exhale deeply," as if sighing, I guided her gently. She tried her best, letting out a weary sigh as she struggled to relax. Taking advantage of the moment she exhaled completely, I pressed my thumb against the inner edge of her scapula, fixing the acromion in place, and gently performed an upward, outward, slightly posterior rotational movement. Glug! A muffled sound emerged from deep within the scapula, the sound of tendons sliding. "Ah!" Sisterly cried out, and then her right shoulder, even half of her body, relaxed. Her tightly furrowed brow finally eased. "Slowly get up and move your shoulder a bit." She carefully sat upright, tentatively rotating her right shoulder before gradually lifting her right arm. At first, it still hurt a little, but as she lifted her arm to a certain height, her eyes suddenly brightened. "I can lift it now. It still hurts a bit, but it's not stuck anymore." She worked hard to raise her hand near her ear, her face revealing a long-lost smile tinged with a trace of pain. "I'll teach you a posture called sweeping with a broom without hurting your shoulder." I picked up a broom and adjusted its grip. "Hold it here with your right hand, and don't push forward with your shoulder. Use your waist and legs to generate power. Your arm is just a conduit, like flicking a whip, not pushing. Your left hand helps maintain balance. Try it." I let her swing the broom, practicing a few times inside the clinic as I corrected her movements. Though she was initially unaccustomed to it, she gradually found the rhythm. When you go home, apply a hot compress on your shoulder every day. While doing chores, remind yourself to stick to this posture. At first, it might feel awkward or weak, but keep at it for a while, and your shoulder will feel much better. Sweeping will also become less labor-intensive. I handed her a few medicinal plasters for promoting circulation and easing cold. Sisterly thanked me repeatedly and paid the bill. When she picked up the broom, she deliberately adjusted her grip again. Although it still wasn't quite natural, there was a touch of earnestness and hope in her eyes. As she neared the door, old Zhao called out to her, "Sisterly, take it easy. Your floor tiles already have enough medals of honor on them." Sisterly turned her head and smiled without saying a word. Lifting the broom, she walked away. Her figure was still thin, but her right shoulder no longer drooped so heavily. Lin Xiaoyan came over, staring at Sister Li's departing figure before murmuring, "Occupational injuries are the most common yet the easiest to overlook. They only come for treatment when they really can't endure anymore." Yeah. I watched as the alley gradually became busier. Many illnesses are stressed out of people by the pressures of life. Sometimes, healing also means teaching them to live differently. About what old Zhao said, the indentations on the floor tiles, was he serious? Lin Xiaoyan asked old Zhao with curiosity. Old Zhao returned to his stall, pointing at the bluestone slab in front of him with his toe. Here, take a closer look. Lin Xiaoyan crouched down to inspect it carefully. Sure enough, along the edge of the smooth stone slab, there were several tiny, shallow, circular indentations, nearly imperceptible but neatly lined up. Those were left by the broom's end hitting the ground, old Zhao said, puffing on his cigarette. It's not the work of a day or two, 3 to 5 years of it, and even stone bears marks. How could human bones be harder than stone? Lin Xiaoyan stood up, gazing at those marks, silent for a long while. These tiny imprints now seemed to her like silent, enduring verses about perseverance and wear. The sun climbed higher, the morning mist gradually dissipating. The alley of blue stones came alive, bustling with a symphony of sounds. Among these noises, those grooves worn by brooms, the smoothed-out patterns of soles, and the imprints of life etched onto bones continued to silently narrate untold stories. In the clinic, the stove burned brightly, ready for the next body in need of being heard. Reflections on treatment. The inner canon states, the liver governs the tendons. Overuse of the tendons often traces back to the liver. For sanitation workers, shoulder pain stems from repetitive, prolonged movements that stiffen and knot the tendons, which in turn pull the bones slightly out of place. The problem lies in the tendons, but its root is in habitual patterns. Releasing the tendons and resetting the bones addresses the symptoms, correcting movement habits is treating the cause. A doctor must empathize with the struggles of the laboring class. Beyond treating their ailments, we must guide them in using their bodies differently. Tips from Bone Brother. For those who frequently use one arm for tasks like sweeping or carrying, try doing the scapular realignment exercise. Stand against a wall, extend the arm of the affected shoulder outward, with the back of your hand against the wall. Slowly slide the hand upward along the wall, raising it as high as possible while feeling your scapula move upward and inward. Practice this several times a day. It helps the scapula return to its proper position and reduces stress on the shoulder joint. Saturday, March 18th, sunny, with a touch of heat in the afternoon. Another programmer arrived today, complaining of hand numbness so intense he couldn't sleep at night. Even though his cervical x-rays showed nothing abnormal, the moment I pressed the muscle above his chest, he jolted as if electrocuted. I told him, the problem lies here, the pectoralis minor. This muscle is misfiring nerve signals to your arm. On Saturdays, the clinic is livelier than usual. Some come during their day off to tend to old injuries, others, new visitors, having heard of the place, come seeking help. Sunlight streams through the windows, scattering patches of light and shadow across the floor. Lin Xiaoyan was wearing a simple shirt paired with jeans today, her hair tied in a ponytail, helping me organize the freshly sun-dried medicinal herbs. She had become much more skilled now, occasionally even picking up the herbs to smell them and cross-check their properties on a tablet. 10 days ago, she was still anxious and cautious, but now she was slowly fitting in. The door opened as a young man walked in. He looked like a stereotypical IT guy, plaid shirt, jeans, carrying a laptop bag, with a pale face and prominent dark circles under his eyes. As soon as he entered, he scanned the room, his gaze settling on Lin Xiaoyan, likely because she didn't resemble the traditional apprentice, before turning to me. Dr. Chen, he asked, sounding a bit urgent. My hand's been going numb, really badly. I read online that it might be cervical spondylosis, but my scans didn't show any issues. Take a seat, no rush, I said, motioning for him to sit. What kind of numbness? How long has it been happening? Just my right hand, from the shoulder to the fingers. It feels like electric shocks in waves, especially bad at night, it even wakes me up. He spoke rapidly. It's been 2 months already. Lately, while coding, I can barely hold a mouse properly. Have you had your cervical spine checked? I did. X-rays and an MRI, the whole works. He pulled a folder with images out of his bag. The reports say my cervical curve is a bit straightened, but there's no obvious herniation or nerve compression. The doctor said the cause is unclear. They just told me to rest more and prescribed some methylcobalamin. I held the images up to the light and examined them carefully. Indeed, there didn't appear to be any glaring issues. However, the absence of obvious compression doesn't always mean everything is fine, particularly since nerves can be compressed not just at the spine, but also where they pass through muscular and facial structures. Lie down, I'll check. He lay on the examination table, his body slightly stiff, especially around his right shoulder and neck area. I began by testing his cervical spine movements, flexion, extension, rotation to both sides, and lateral tilts. None of these actions caused his arm numbness to worsen, which largely ruled out any significant issues with the cervical spine itself. Next, I moved my hands to his right chest area. Deep beneath the pectoral muscle, under the collarbone, lies a smaller muscle called the pectoralis minor. It originates from the 3rd to 5th ribs and inserts into the coracoid process of the scapula. Both the brachial plexus, which feeds the nerves of the upper limb, and the axillary artery and vein pass through the triangular space formed by the pectoralis minor, the first rib, and the collarbone. With my fingers, I gently pressed on the approximate location of his pectoralis minor. Ah! He jolted and sharply inhaled, wincing in pain. Right there! It's sore intense here, and pressing on it makes the numbness worse. Under pressure, his pectoralis minor felt incredibly tight, as taut as a stretched rubber band with no elasticity. Sustained pressure even intensified the numb sensation in his arm. There's the problem, I said, withdrawing my hand. It's not your cervical vertebrae compressing a nerve, it's your chest muscle, the pectoralis minor, that's too tight. It's like a cord squeezing on the nerves and blood vessels going to your arm. When you raise your arm or hunch, the space narrows further, squeezing tighter, hence the numbness. At night, if you sleep in the same position or your arm rests poorly, the compression worsens, causing the severe numbness. The programmer seemed to understand. The pectoralis minor? I think I've heard of it during workouts, but I never thought. You've been hunching over the keyboard for so long that this muscle has been perpetually contracted and tense. Over time, it forgot how to relax, becoming shortened and stiff. This affects the nerves and blood vessels passing beneath it, I explained. In Western medicine, this condition is called thoracic outlet syndrome. Lin Xiaoyan, who had been quietly listening on the side, suddenly lit up. She immediately typed some keywords into her tablet and quickly found relevant material. She softly read aloud, thoracic outlet syndrome refers to a range of symptoms caused by compression of the brachial plexus and or subclavian vessels at the thoracic outlet. Common causes include cervical ribs, abnormalities of the first rib, tension in the scalene muscles, or the pectoralis minor. She looked up at me with a flash of understanding and a hint of excitement in her eyes. Dr. Chen, this condition already has a name in modern medicine. They typically diagnose it using physical exams, electromyography, and vascular ultrasounds. Treatments mainly involve physical therapy, muscle stretching, and posture correction. Surgery is only considered when necessary. I nodded. That's right. In reality, it's not about whether Chinese or Western medicine is right, it's about the level at which the problem is being examined. Western medicine labels it a syndrome, focusing on the outcome, nerve and vascular compression. We in Chinese medicine focus on which specific muscle is tight or which bone is misaligned, leading to the compression. Our method involves manually relaxing the muscles and adjusting the bones. The underlying principle is essentially the same. The programmer listened with an expression that was half understanding, but he grasped the key point. So, Dr. Chen, can you help loosen this muscle for me? This numbness makes it impossible for me to sleep. Of course. We just need to relax it. I had him sit upright, back facing me. Using kneading and tendon relieving techniques, I focused on loosening his right pectoral major and minor muscles, as well as the scalene muscles. As I pressed, I could feel pronounced tightness in the musculature, with clear blockages beneath. The pectoralis minor, in particular, required extra effort. I used the pad of my thumb, pressing just below his collarbone at the insertion point of the pectoralis minor. I instructed him to extend his right arm outward and backward, synchronizing the movement with deep breaths. With each exhalation, I applied deeper pressure, targeting the taut deep layers of the muscle. Ah, he cried out in pain, his right arm tingling with an electric-like numbness and swelling pain that extended all the way to his fingertips. Beads of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. Hold on, this is the tightest spot. I maintained the pressure, waiting for the knot in the muscle to gradually loosen. After several seconds, I released my hands. He gasped for air as if drained, then started moving his right hand. His face lit up with joy. The numbness feels so much lighter. There's still a bit of stiffness, but it's nowhere near as uncomfortable as before. He opened and closed his fist repeatedly, visibly excited. Really, Dr. Chen, you're amazing. This is just initial relief. After all, this muscle's been tight for too long. We'll need to do a few more sessions. At the same time, you'll have to work on stretching it yourself. I demonstrated a few stretching exercises for the pectoralis minor and reminded him to stand up every hour, straighten his back, open his shoulders, and avoid maintaining a slouched posture. I also specifically advised him to adjust his workstation, raise his monitor, adjust his chair height, provide elbow support, and keep his wrists straight, avoiding a perpetually curled up body position. He diligently jotted down the advice, thanking me repeatedly. When it came time to pay, he hesitated and asked, Dr. Chen, can I use my insurance card here? Not yet, I replied truthfully. Oh. He nodded, asking no further questions, and paid via his phone. At the doorway, he turned back and said, Dr. Chen, I'll definitely recommend my colleagues to come see you. Out of the 10 of us, 8 are dealing with neck and shoulder discomfort. After he left, the clinic returned to its usual stillness. Lin Xiaoyan approached with a tablet in hand, displaying anatomical diagrams and guidelines for thoracic outlet syndrome. She spoke earnestly, Dr. Chen, many of the issues you diagnose actually have names and mechanisms in modern medicine. Like thoracic outlet syndrome, cubital tunnel syndrome, and temporomandibular joint disorders? But it's hard for hospital procedures to pinpoint the exact compression points. Even when they do, conventional treatments often yield slow results. Your techniques seem to directly locate the switch to instantly relieve the blocked points. Reflecting on her words, I smiled. Switch, that's an interesting way to put it. Indeed, the human body has many switches. Muscle knots, bone misalignments, blood and energy stagnation, they're all like switches. Find the right method, flip it on or off, and that's when the symptoms fade. But this requires experience, tactile sensitivity, and structural knowledge. One can't just poke around blindly. Lin Xiaoyan nodded, her eyes sparkling. I think this is worth investigating further. I plan to systematically analyze and compare the cases we encounter here with modern medical concepts. Maybe I'll even write something about it. That's indeed a worthwhile endeavor, I agreed. Old practices should be viewed through the lens of new knowledge, while new advancements need the supplementation of traditional wisdom. You're the perfect bridge for the two. At that moment, sunlight poured brightly through the window. By Zhao Laohan's cobbler's stall, people were still quietly discussing the demolition plans. That chatter lingered like an ever-present background noise. Yet within Xuan Hufang, because of our shared discovery, an unspoken understanding grew between the elder and the younger, a gentle medicine that temporarily dispelled the unease of the day. Muscles and bones, in truth, can speak. They narrate the story of injury and provide clues for healing. Those who understand this language strive to create a true dialogue between traditional craftsmanship and modern knowledge. Reflections on treatment. The text Zheng Ti Lei Yao states, muscles and bones are interconnected, blood and energy flow through them. A programmer's numb hands, though symptomatic in the arm, often originate from issues in the thoracic outlet. A tight pectoralis minor compresses the brachial plexus, causing contracted muscles and poor blood flow, conditions Western medicine identifies as thoracic outlet syndrome. The underlying principles are similar. By manually relaxing stiff muscles and unblocking channels, energy and blood circulation can resume, alleviating numbness. Cases like these have become increasingly common, often associated with habitual slouching and head-dropping postures. Treatment requires not only physical adjustments but also guiding people to change their lifestyle habits. Tips from Dr. Bone. For those whose hands frequently feel numb or whose arms, particularly their ulnar sides, often feel cold, try this self-test for pectoralis minor tightness. Stand with your back against a wall, and raise the affected arm outward to touch the wall. If you feel intense pulling pain under your collarbone or find it hard to keep your arm against the wall, your pectoralis minor might be tight. Try performing the corner stretch daily. Face a corner, press both forearms against the walls, and lean your body forward to stretch the chest muscles. Hold for 30 seconds each time. It was Sunday, March 19th, clear skies with a south wind rising. An old fisherman came in today, his back bending like a bow on the verge of snapping. He said the sea wind had burrowed into his bones. I felt his left lumbar vertebrae and corrected him. It's not the sea wind, it's 30 years of battling against it using your left side that's twisted your disc out of place. The south wind carried with it the damp tang of saltwater, an early herald of spring. The Bluestone Alley was noisier than usual this morning as everyone chattered about last night's demolition compensation plans. Some were happy, others worried. Around Zhao Lao Han's cobbler's stall, a cluster of people debated animatedly, their voices rising and falling in waves. The door to Xuan Hufang creaked open, releasing a rush of mixed-sense fishiness, sea salt, and the weathered frost of many decades. In walked a man in his 60s, his skin dark and coarse, as if it had been baked and cracked by the sun. The wrinkles on his face were deep like chiseled lines, yet his gaze was as sharp as ever, bearing the hollow stare of an old sailor who had spent his life gazing at the distant horizon. He walked in an odd manner, his body noticeably leaning to the left, his lumbar spine arching forward like a bow about to snap. With every step he took, pain made his brow twitch involuntarily. "Doctor. Dr. Chen?" His voice was hoarse, like the rasp of sandpaper. "Brother, have a seat." I stood up to help him, his muscles stiff and cold under my hand. He carefully sat down, keeping his hand on his left lower back. "This waist won't straighten, like there's a stick wedged inside, and it's just getting worse." "How long has this been going on?" "I've had it since I was young, but it's gotten serious these past few years, especially after coming ashore. I can't sleep on hard beds, and I can't walk far." He gave a wry smile. "Everyone says it's sea wind seeping in, old man's knees, old man's back." "How many years were you at sea?" 35 years. 2 years ago, I just couldn't keep it up anymore, so I came ashore to guard the docks with my son." As he spoke, a trace of melancholy flickered in his eyes. "Never imagined I'd be even more useless after coming ashore." I had him lie down for an examination. Under my hands, the muscles in his lower back were as hard as an iron plate, the left side especially stiff and icy cold. Around the second and third lumbar vertebrae, there was obvious misalignment, the bone on his left jutted out more than on the right, and it hurt to press on it. His pelvis was also tilted to the left. "Brother, were you always manning the left side on the boat?" I asked as I examined him. He froze. "How'd you know?" "I was always steering from the left side. When the waves were strong, I'd brace myself with my left side. When the ship swayed badly, did you always rely on your left waist and abdomen to brace yourself and keep from falling?" "Yeah, if I didn't, I'd fall. Whenever there were big waves, my left side would tense up completely." He reminisced, his mind seemingly back on the deck. "That's where your problem lies." I withdrew my hand and explained, "The rocking of a ship in waves is unpredictable. You had to constantly use one side of your body to adjust and counteract it. This force was rotational and shearing in nature. After decades of being twisted this way, your lumbar spine gradually deformed. The intervertebral discs got twisted up like a pretzel, rupturing and pressing on your nerves, or even the bones misaligned and got stuck, which is why you can't straighten your back. It's not the sea wind, it's that you fought the waves so hard, your waist got twisted out of shape." The old man lay there quietly, gazing at the wooden beams of the ceiling, saying nothing for a long time. The saying about sea wind seeping into the bones was romantic yet powerless, the reality of twisting like a pretzel was stark and cruel. The treatise on the origins and symptoms of diseases says that prolonged sitting in damp places harms the kidneys and the waist, I added. The dampness of the sea already injures the kidneys, and prolonged improper exertion has damaged your muscles and bones. Even though you've left the damp environment ashore, the damage remains. "Can it be untwisted?" he asked, a glimmer of hope in his voice. "Let's give it a try. Relax as much as you can." I used medicated oil to help dissolve the stasis and dispel the cold, broadly loosening the taut muscles in his lower back. I could feel the cold stagnation and severely obstructed qi and blood flow. Once the muscles softened slightly, I focused on adjusting the misaligned lumbar vertebrae. I had him lie on his side, his left side facing up, with his right leg bent and his left leg straightened. One of my hands pressed on his left shoulder while the thumb of my other hand pressed against the protruding lumbar joint. I gave it a firm twist, timing the move with the moment when he exhaled, and his waist was at its most relaxed. I rotated the joint back into place. Crack, la! A deep, extended sound came from within his lower back, like a rusted door hinge forcibly opening. Ugh! The old man's entire body jolted. A wave of soreness, numbness, and swelling pain radiated from deep within his lumbar spine, and cold sweat broke out across his forehead. But within seconds, the pain abruptly subsided, and a sense of looseness and warmth began to spread through his waist. Slowly get up and give it a try. He carefully turned over, supporting himself with his hands as he sat up, then slowly tried to stand straight. His movements were still slow, but far smoother than before. As he attempted to fully straighten his back, although there was still stiffness and some pain, the original sense of being stuck or locked had lightened significantly. Loosened. It's loosened. He touched his lower back and exclaimed with delight, that feeling like being wedged is mostly gone. Dr. Chen, you're amazing. A single adjustment is just the beginning. I helped him back into his seat. Your back is severely injured and affected by cold. It'll require continuous therapy, medication, and plasters to nourish your meridians and expel the cold and dampness. Most importantly, after coming ashore, you need to change how you exert yourself. Don't keep letting your left side take all the strain. Learn to use your whole body cooperatively. I prescribed him herbal medicine to dispel wind and dampness and strengthen his muscles and bones, along with a few plasters for warming the channels and promoting circulation. The old man thanked me profusely, pulling out a small handkerchief full of loose change, carefully counting out the money to pay. Brother, when your back gets better, come visit Qingshi Alley often, I said as I walked him to the door. He glanced back at the plaque of the Xianquan Clinic and at the bustle of the alley, a genuine smile spreading across his weathered, ruddy face. When my back is better, I'd like to go out to sea with my son again, even just to have a look. He walked off into the distance, his steps still somewhat unsteady, but his posture looked a bit straighter than before. Lin Xiaoyan had been quietly observing from the side. She spoke softly, a rotational misalignment of the lumbar spine, combined with disc issues. This kind of damage, caused by long-term unilateral strain, often shows degeneration and scoliosis on scans, but for precise joint misalignments, it has to be felt by hand to confirm. Exactly. Western medicine can handle surgeries for issues like herniated or narrowed discs, but for these smaller functional misalignments and muscle spasms, manual therapy is often more effective. Incorporating traditional Chinese medicine's warming techniques can help drive out deep-seated cold and dampness, yielding better results, I said while tidying up my tools. In fact, many illnesses stem from environmental factors and lifestyle habits. To truly heal, we need to address those as well. Outside the window, a southern breeze rustled past, and a distant whistle from a ship drifted faintly into the room. The bustling bluestone alley was alive as always. Here, in this small clinic, the old injuries of a fisherman who had battled the sea for 30 years were gently eased, even if only slightly. Reflections on treatment. As the treatise on the origins and symptoms of diseases states, overwork damages kidney energy, leading to weakened meridians, or wind damp invading due to vulnerability. When wind damp enters and clashes with kidney meridians and qi blood, pain arises. The fisherman's lumbar issue resulted from kidney energy weakened by the cold and dampness of years at sea, further compounded by long-term unilateral torsional strain, disrupting muscles and bones, and impeding qi and blood flow. Rotational repositioning techniques are like undoing knotted ropes. Medicinal warming dispels accumulated dampness, akin to banishing entrenched moisture. Ultimately, the solution lies in changing the habit of wrestling forcefully against the waves. Aligning the body with nature allows for long-term health. Dr. Bones tips. If your work often requires an unstable posture or unilateral exertion, e.g., sailors, drivers, regularly practicing lumbar spiral stability exercises can help. Sit firmly, feet flat on the floor, and cross arms over the chest. slowly rotate your upper body to one side until its limit is reached. Feel the twisting in your lumbar spine, hold for 5 seconds, then slowly return to the starting position and repeat on the other side. Doing this a few times daily can help maintain lumbar vitality and prevent joint misalignment. March 20th, Monday. The spring equinox, with bright and pleasant sunshine. Today's patient was a skilled artisan in Suzhou embroidery. She complained of blurred vision and chronic neck pain that hospitals couldn't diagnose. I palpated the area where her neck and head connected and said, "When you embroider, is your head often tilted to the left? After 10 years, your cervical spine has become deformed. On the spring equinox, day and night are of equal length, and the temperature feels comfortable." The tender leaves of plane trees lining the alley shimmered like jade under the sunlight. Today, Zhao Laohan didn't set up his stall, as he'd been called by the demolition office for talks. The alley felt quieter than usual but carried a peculiar tension, with more private discussions swirling beneath the surface. Inside Xuanhufang Clinic, sunlight poured through the lattice windows, scattering flickering light patterns across the floor. Lin Xiaoyan was organizing case files from recent days, her brow furrowed, seemingly troubled by something. Just then, a soft knock came at the door, 3 polite taps. "Come in." The door opened, revealing first a pair of delicate feet clad in green embroidered cloth shoes. A modest white qipao flowed down gracefully. In walked a woman around 40 years old. Her hair was styled in a low bun, her features were gentle, her complexion fair, but her expression bore fatigue and worry. Her eyes, which should have shone brightly, seemed dim and would occasionally squint. "Dr. Chen?" Her soft voice resembled the lilt of kunku opera. "That's me. Please, have a seat." She sat down gracefully, but her neck appeared stiff, and as she lowered herself, she instinctively supported the back of her neck. "What seems to be the trouble?" "My eyes and neck," she replied softly. "My eyes feel dry, they're blurry, and looking at fine details causes an aching pain. Over the past few years, my vision's deteriorated significantly. My neck is constantly sore, stiff when I move it, and sometimes I even get headaches." "Have you been to the hospital?" "I have. The ophthalmologist said there's nothing major, just dry eyes and minor astigmatism, but the symptoms seem too severe for that. I've tried physical therapy and medications, but they only provide temporary relief. I'm worried this will affect my work." "What do you do for a living?" "Embroidery, traditional Suzhou embroidery, a family craft," she said. Her eyes briefly lit up only to be overshadowed by her concerns again. "When I work on intricate details, the threads blur into overlapping images, and my stiff neck makes it difficult to handle the needle. If this continues..." She trailed off, her face fraught with worry. As she spoke, I noticed that her head habitually tilted slightly to the left, as though it were her natural posture. "Do you often position your embroidery frame to the left? Does the light also come in from that side?" I asked. She thought for a moment and nodded. "The frame is under the left side window where the morning light is best. I've always worked like this." "That explains it," I said, gesturing towards the treatment bed. "Let me examine you." I had her sit upright as I stood behind her, gently pressing on the back of her head and chin to guide her next movement. Her range of motion was passable, but she struggled to turn left beyond a certain angle, and any pressure on her muscles caused noticeable soreness. Placing my hands on the key connection points between her head and neck, the occipito-atlantal joint and the atlantoaxial joint, I felt something unusual. The base of her skull, just slightly leftward, had a slight step-like contour revealed by touch, as though the bones weren't perfectly aligned but shifted subtly to the left. Despite being a small misalignment, it affected the entire upper cervical spine's pressure distribution and stability. When you embroider, your head always tilts to the left, and your eyes focus on the embroidery hoop in your left hand, I said as I examined her. This posture, maintained for 5 to 6 hours a day, year after year, has caused your cervical spine to lock into this crooked position. The atlanto-occipital joint is a crucial passage for the brain's blood vessels, the vertebral artery, and nerves, such as the greater occipital nerve. If this joint becomes misaligned, the flow of blood and energy to the head and face, especially the eyes, becomes obstructed. The nerves can also be irritated or stretched. That's why you feel dizzy, experience headaches, and find your neck stiff. The issue doesn't lie with your eyes themselves but with the pipeline that delivers nutrients and signals. It's slightly kinked at the source. She listened quietly, her breathing gradually steadied. My explanation, like a thread, strung her scattered symptoms together into a clear picture. Can this joint return to its original position? She asked cautiously. We can try. But this area is very delicate, the adjustment must be done with great care. You need to completely relax and trust me. I had her lie on her back, her head and neck extended just beyond the edge of the bed, while I supported her head with both hands. This position allowed the atlanto-occipital joint to relax relatively. Using the pads of my thumbs, I lightly pressed on the slightly misaligned edge of her occipital bone, while my other fingers securely steadied her jaw and head. Now, imagine your head as a cloud, soft and lightweight. Let your eyes relax, gaze at the tip of your nose. Yes, take deep, steady breaths. I attuned myself to her breaths and the gradual relaxation of her neck. Time seemed to slow down, the room was filled only with the faint crackle of the hearth and the sound of her deep breathing. In the most profound moment of her breath, when her entire body reached maximum relaxation, I firmly supported her head, making a very subtle, upward and slightly rightward arch traction, while applying an equally gentle rightward force with my thumb. There was no crack sound. Only the faintest swoosh, like a dewdrop sliding away. Immediately after, I distinctly felt her occipital and cervical area, and even her entire head, softly shift, then settle into a newfound stillness. She let out a long sigh, as if finally unburdening herself. All right, slowly get up now. I helped her sit upright. She opened her eyes, blinking in mild confusion at first. Then she gently turned her neck from side to side, her movements noticeably smoother, the previous stiffness and pulling sensation significantly alleviated. She rubbed her eyes and glanced at the patterns on the wooden window frame. Huh, she exclaimed, pleasantly surprised, things seem clearer now? It's not my vision changing, but that fuzzy and shaky feeling has lessened. She turned to look at me, her eyes lighting up with an authentic sparkle for the first time. And the back of my neck feels looser too, like some unseen tight band has been removed. This is just the first adjustment, a preliminary realignment. The surrounding soft tissues will need time to adapt, and your circulation will need time to fully restore itself, I advised her. Come back daily this week for consolidation treatments, and remember to adjust your embroidery posture. Try modifying the position of your embroidery frame, alternate directions, and take breaks to move your neck. Look into the distance or close your eyes to rest, instead of remaining in a fixed pose for too long. She nodded repeatedly, expressing her gratitude. Dr. Chen, thank you. Not only did you cure my condition, but you also saved my craft. After a pause, she added softly, I've threaded needles and yarns for 30 years, never realizing that this thread could pull my own bones out of alignment. Looking at her poised and resilient demeanor, I felt something stir within me. I said, you haven when you do embroidery, your head always tilts to the left, and your eyes focus on the embroidery hoop on your left hand, I said while examining her. This posture might be maintained for 5 to 6 hours a day. Over the years, your cervical spine has become fixed in this tilted state. The atlanto-occipital joint is a critical passage for blood vessels, like the vertebral artery, and nerves, such as the greater occipital nerve. If this joint is misaligned, it obstructs the flow of blood and energy to the head and face, especially to the eyes, and also causes the nerves to be strained or stimulated. That's why you feel dizzy, experience headaches, and have a stiff neck. This isn't an issue with your eyes per se, it's that the pipeline responsible for nourishing and signaling your eyes has been slightly kinked at the source. She listened quietly, her breathing gradually steadying. My explanation, like a thread in my hand, connected her scattered symptoms into a clear and coherent picture. Can this joint be restored to its original position? She asked cautiously. We can try. However, this area is very delicate, and the adjustment must be handled with utmost care. Relax completely and trust me. I had her lie on her back with her head and neck extending slightly beyond the edge of the bed. Supporting her head with both hands, I ensured her atlanto-occipital joint was as relaxed as possible in this position. Gently, I used the pads of my thumbs to press lightly on the slightly tilted edge of her occipital bone, while the rest of my fingers steadied her chin and head. Now, imagine your head as a floating cloud, light and weightless. Relax your eyes, focus on the tip of your nose. Yes, that's it. Breathe as deeply and steadily as you can. I attuned myself to her breathing and the subtle changes in the relaxation of her neck. Time seemed to slow down, the only sounds in the room were the soft crackling of the stove fire and her deep, calming breaths. At the moment when her breathing was deepest and her entire body was most relaxed, I steadily supported her head, performing a carefully controlled, barely perceptible upward and slightly rightward arc. My thumbs provided a slight supplementary pressure to the right. There was no click. Only a faint, almost imperceptible swish, resembling a dewdrop gliding off a leaf. Following that, I could distinctly feel her occipital and cervical region, and even her entire head, shift gently, finally settling into a state of unprecedented stability. She exhaled a long sigh, as though she had finally let go of a heavy burden. "All right, slowly sit up," I said, helping her into an upright position. She opened her eyes, blinking a bit in slight confusion at first, and then gently turned her neck from side to side. Her motions were far smoother than before, the stiffness and tension noticeably diminished. She rubbed her eyes and glanced at the delicate patterns on the window lattice. "Huh," she said with a hint of surprise, "things seem clearer now?" Not that my vision has actually changed, but the hazy, shaky feeling has lightened. She turned to look at me, a genuine spark of brightness in her eyes for the first time. My neck also feels looser, like an invisible shackle has been removed. An initial adjustment is only the beginning of realignment. The surrounding soft tissues still need some time to adapt, and the blood and energy flow will gradually restore, I explained. Come by every day this week for follow-up sessions. Also, make sure to adjust your embroidery posture. You can reposition the embroidery frame, change directions, or take breaks to stretch your neck. Look into the distance, close your eyes to rest your mind, don't stay in one static posture for too long. She nodded repeatedly, her gratitude evident. "Thank you, Dr. Chen. You haven't just healed my ailment, you've saved my craft as well." After a pause, she added softly, "I've been threading needles for 30 years, but I never imagined that this thread could twist my own bones out of shape." Looking at her gentle yet resolute expression, I felt a quiet stirring inside me. What you've been threading aren't just threads, they're 30 years of mornings and evenings, stitched into every needle you've moved. Over time, even the bones carrying this weight couldn't avoid being imprinted by it. As for what I've done, it's merely helping your bones return to their natural state, so that the flow of time leaves no trace of pain as it passes. She froze, her eyes welling up with tears, and then broke into a warm, relieved smile. She paid her consultation fee and left me 2 hand-stitched plain silk kerchiefs as a token of appreciation. Adorned with orchids, they bore a sparse and elegant design, the stitches subtle and intricate, exuding a vibrant aura of life. After she left, Lin Xiaoyan came over, picked up the kerchiefs, and admired them for a long time. "So beautiful. This is what they call craftsmanship. But sometimes, even craftsmanship can harm its maker." "Any pursuit of extremes often leads to imbalance," I replied, gazing at the spring light through the window. The responsibility of a healer is to help people find that balance within the extremes. At that moment, a coarse, raspy voice of argument from Zhao Laohan echoed from deep within the alley. The spring breeze remained gentle, yet above the flagstone alley, the lingering dispute over staying or leaving seemed to grow more intense. Reflections on treatment. The Huangdi aging states, the eyes rely on blood nourishment to see, and the brain is the sea of marrow, connecting upwards to the crown and downwards to the cervical region. The embroiderer's blurry vision and neck pain didn't stem from a problem with her eyes but rather from an insufficiency of clear yang rising to her brain marrow for nourishment. The atlanto-occipital joint serves as the passage for clear yang to ascend. A prolonged tilted head position is akin to a misaligned door hinge, making it difficult for the flow of energy and nourishment to ascend and revive the head and face. Using gentle manual techniques to adjust the atlanto-occipital joint is like straightening the door hinge. The passage opens, clear yang rises, the eyes brighten, and the neck relaxes. However, the fundamental solution lies in adjusting one's work posture, keeping the body upright so that energy and blood flow smoothly. Tips from Dr. Gu. For those who need to work with their heads lowered for long periods, like embroidery, reading, or microcarving, consider doing the atlanto-occipital relaxation method regularly. Sit upright, look straight ahead, press the area near the posterior hairline, the Fengqi acupoint, using the fleshy part of your palm. Tilt your head backward and resist gently against your palm to feel the stretch at the back of your neck. Hold for 15 seconds before relaxing. Doing this exercise several times a day can help alleviate cervical spine pressure and improve blood supply to the head and face. March 21st, Tuesday. Overcast, with light rain in the afternoon. Today, a high-altitude worker came in. He said his right ribs hurt terribly, even breathing was painful. I felt around his right side chest and ribs and said, the safety harness must have been digging into the spot, causing the bones to rub against each other when you breathe. The weather grew more oppressive, the sky heavy and stifling. In Bluestone Alley, the issue of demolition seemed momentarily stalled by the foul weather, with everyone walking quickly and brooding over their own thoughts. Suddenly, the door of Hanging Gourd Clinic burst open with a loud clang that echoed against the wall. A stocky, dark-skinned middle-aged man stormed in, his work uniform smeared with dust, his safety helmet held in hand, and his face grimaced in visible agony. He clutched his right ribs tightly, wincing with every breath, sweat rolling down his forehead. "Doctor! Please, check this out." His voice was deep and strained with pain. "My ribs on the right side are killing me." "Don't worry, take a seat and explain slowly." I called Lin Xiaoyan over to help support him. She quickly went to assist, guiding him to sit down slowly on the examination table. "How does it hurt? How long has it been like this?" I asked while observing his breathing patterns. "It feels like a knife slicing between my ribs. Just taking a breath makes it worse." He gritted his teeth. "Yesterday, I was strapped into a safety harness working on steel beams at the construction site for 2 hours. When I got down, my right ribs fell off. By night, the pain started. Now I don't even dare to cough or sneeze." "Where exactly was the harness pressing?" He gestured, pointing to the side of his right chest towards the back. "Right here, from the armpit backward, pressing right along one row of ribs." I had him lie on his side gently, with his right side facing upwards. Lifting his work uniform, I saw a distinct red mark on the side of his right chest, roughly around the 6th and 7th ribs. The muscles around the mark were tense and slightly swollen. When I carefully palpated the area, I could feel an unusual tenderness where the 6th and 7th ribs connected to the spine, along with slight abnormal movements. When asked to take a deep breath, it was evident that these two ribs did not move smoothly, as if the bones were indeed grinding against each other, and their movement was out of sync with the surrounding ribs. "The issue is here," I explained, pointing to the joint area for him to see. "Yesterday, your safety harness was pressing on your right chest, specifically on the 6th and 7th ribs. As you moved while working at height, the harness kept pressing and rubbing against these ribs and the tiny joints where they connect to the spine. Over time, these joints could have slightly shifted out of place, and the ligaments may be strained." I paused to clarify further. Ribs work like umbrella spokes, their joints on both ends allow them to open and close with every inhale and exhale. The joints here, where these two ribs connect to your spine, have become stuck. With every breath, the ribs grind and collide against each other, causing intense pain. Even just one misaligned rib can disrupt your entire breathing process, making it hard to breathe deeply or exert any effort to exhale. He half understood what I was saying, but when he heard bones are stuck and bones grinding against each other with every breath, he nodded vigorously. Exactly. That's the feeling. Like something is stuck, and every movement hurts." "Doctor, what can I do to fix this? I have work again tomorrow." "We can adjust it back, but you need to rest for a few days to let the ligaments recover. Otherwise, if you go back to work too soon, it's easy for it to dislocate again or even worsen," I cautioned him, seriously. He hesitated, looking troubled. But with the pain so unbearable, he reluctantly agreed. "All right, go ahead. Please, just fix it. It's excruciating." I instructed him to keep lying on his side and relax. I started by rubbing medicinal liquor onto the affected area along his right chest and ribs, gently massaging to release the tension in the spasming muscles and fascia. Once the area softened and the pain eased slightly, I proceeded with the joint adjustment. Placing the heel of one hand against the most problematic joint at the 7th rib where it met the spine, I supported his right elbow with my other hand. Guiding his arm up slowly over his head, I let the rib move naturally with the motion, loosening up the joint. All right, take a deep breath. Hold it. Now use your breath to push against the spot where my hand is pressing. He followed my instructions, inhaling deeply, holding his breath, and exerting force. When his chest cavity was about to reach its limit, when his rib seemed about to open up, I pressed firmly with the heel of my hand, pushing towards the spine in one swift motion. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. A crisp sound echoed, a noise even clearer and sharper than adjusting the neck or lower back. Ah! He yelled out in pain but paused midway, his voice suddenly filled with surprise. Ha! That knife-like pain, it's almost gone just like that. I continued to use the same method to treat the connection point of the sixth rib and the spine. With another crack, it adjusted. Once finished, I had him sit up and try taking deep breaths. At first, he was still cautious, taking shallow breaths for a couple of tries. Slowly, he dared to breathe deeper, the tension on his face transforming into surprise, and finally, joy. It's clear. It's really clear now. He took several deep breaths in succession. Though there was still some soreness, the sharp pain and the stuck feeling he'd experienced while breathing had mostly disappeared. I can finally breathe. I was really suffocating earlier. While I prepared his medication, I gave instructions: you still have an intercostal bruise. It'll hurt for the next few days. I'll prescribe a topical medication for you. It'll reduce swelling, relieve pain, and promote blood circulation. Use it as directed every day. For the next week, absolutely no heavy work while wearing a safety harness. Lie flat as much as possible, and when you sleep, lie on your left side, don't put pressure on your right side. This time, the man listened carefully. He thanked me repeatedly while paying. Dr. Chen, you saved me. I was actually about to call an ambulance because of the pain earlier. Holding the medicine, he left the clinic. His movements were still slow, but the helplessness and agony he had upon arriving were no longer visible. After he left, Lin Xiaoyan immediately pulled up the anatomical diagrams of the thorax and rib vertebral joints on her tablet. She carefully studied them, reflecting on the method we'd just used. A subluxation of the costovertebral joint. This type of injury is fairly common in acute chest and rib pain cases, especially after twisting or impact injuries. Prolonged compression from a safety harness can lead to chronic damage, and when it's pulled suddenly, it easily gets misaligned. That explanation makes a lot of sense, she muttered to herself, nodding along. Dr. Chen, your metaphor comparing it to an umbrella just now was really vivid. Western medicine also sees the ribcage as a single unit of motion. When one rib's movement is obstructed, it really does affect overall breathing. The body as a whole, a problem in one part always causes chain reactions, I replied, washing my hands. For people like construction workers, electricians, or cleaners who often use safety harnesses or tool belts, long-term use can easily cause rib misalignment. Tools are meant to protect us, but when used incorrectly, they cause harm instead. Just relying on scans isn't as good as asking, how did you injure yourself? Sometimes, the cause becomes obvious right away. Outside, the rain had begun to fall, the drops pattering against the eaves. The murmurs of idle conversations in the alley were drowned out by the sound of the rain. Gazing at the rain through the window, Lin Xiaoyan said softly, Dr. Chen, have you noticed? Many of the patients coming in these past few days have injuries related to working or using tools. Fishermen have fishing boats, embroiderers have frames, construction workers have safety harnesses, and programmers' tools are their keyboards and computers. Adding another piece of coal to the stove, I said, Xingshi Alley may be off the beaten path, but the people who come here are from all walks of life. They bring not only illnesses but also their lives. While treating their diseases, we also have to understand their stories. The mingled sense of medicine and rain filled the room, and the crackling of the stove fire added to the atmosphere. Yet another page was added to the medical records. This page told the story of ribs bruised by a safety harness, of an umbrella that once couldn't let someone breathe freely, and of those resilient yet fragile figures working high above, sustaining the lines and structures of the city. Clinical reflection. The Essential Orthopedic Methods in Golden Mirror of Medicine describes chest and rib injuries typically arising from twists or impacts, which lead to blockages of qi and blood. Today, we saw a case caused by long-term compression from a safety harness, resulting in musculoskeletal damage, misalignment at the rib vertebral juncture, and pain during breathing. Ribs are like rafters. The rib vertebral joint is like a socket. When the socket shifts, the rafter gets stuck. Using manual adjustment to restore alignment and straighten the energy channels allows the rafter to return to its socket, which restores normal breathing. This patient serves as a reminder: protective gear must be used properly. Overuse or improper usage can hurt rather than help. Tips from Dr. Bone. For those who frequently wear safety harnesses or belts. 1. Don't wear your belt too tightly, and avoid placing consistent pressure on the same spot. Use soft pads to distribute pressure if needed. 2. Take breaks during work to loosen your belt and perform chest expansions, deep breathing exercises, or twisting movements. 3. If you experience rib pain or have difficulty breathing, rest immediately and seek a medical checkup. Don't let minor issues grow into major ones. March 22, Wednesday. It was drizzling outside, ***. Today, Xiaoyan finally mustered up the courage to borrow a portable musculoskeletal ultrasound machine from her school's lab. When the screen clearly displayed one side's pectoralis minor thickened and with restricted facial movement, her hand holding the probe trembled slightly. The rain continued unabated throughout the night, its rhythmic patter on the tiles persisting into the dawn. It cast a tenser atmosphere over Qingsher Alley. News of the area's impending demolition seeped into every corner like the rain. Inside the Xianyuan clinic, the fire from the stove expelled the dampness, and the medicinal fragrance grew thicker. Lin Xiaoyan had arrived early today, carrying a black, square-shaped instrument case in her arms, carefully wrapped in a rainproof cloth. Her face revealed anxiety but couldn't conceal a hint of excitement. "Good morning, Dr. Chen," she said, her voice higher than usual. I borrowed a portable musculoskeletal ultrasound machine from school. I'd like to conduct an experiment." I glanced at the case in her arms, then at her. I gave a slight nod. "What do you want to test?" "Verify your feel. Lin Xiaoyan took a deep breath and carefully placed the instrument kit on the table. The last programmer, his pectoralis minor was tense, which caused numbness in his hand. "As soon as you touched him, you identified it." "I want to use ultrasound for comparison to see the difference between tense and normal pectoralis minor muscles on imaging. And I also want to observe the changes before and after manual release." As she spoke, she swiftly opened the kit and connected the equipment to a power source. Her movements were fluid, clearly indicating she was no stranger to such tasks in the lab. "Good idea," I said, sitting by the stove. "How do you plan to proceed?" "Start with a few normal people for comparison and establish baseline data." Lin Xiaoyan pulled up a record form on her tablet. "When symptomatic patients arrive, we'll do ultrasounds before and after your palpation to quantify metrics like muscle thickness, echo intensity, and facial gliding." As she was speaking, the door swung open, and it was Sister Wang from the corner convenience store. She had a stiff neck from sleeping poorly. "Dr. Chen, my neck feels awful." Sister Wang tilted her head, her face full of discomfort. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. After obtaining Sister Wang's consent, she performed an ultrasound on her neck and shoulders to collect images of her baseline state. Sister Wang looked a bit puzzled at first, but upon hearing that it won't hurt or itch, she cooperated readily. Throughout the morning, a few more patients wandered in sporadically, giving Lin Xiaoyan more opportunities to gather baseline data. She focused intently on the black and white images on the screen, as though deciphering the secrets of the body. Approaching noon, a young programmer walked in, clutching his neck. His symptoms were similar to those of the last case: numb hands, with no issue observable on his cervical X-rays. Lin Xiaoyan shot me an inquiring glance. I nodded and addressed the young man. "Brother, would you mind having an ultrasound check first? It might help pinpoint the cause, and we won't charge you extra for it." The programmer looked mildly surprised but agreed. "Sure, just be thorough." Lin Xiaoyan promptly had him sit down, exposing the right side of his neck and chest. After applying coupling gel, she pressed the high-frequency probe against his skin, immediately revealing the layered structures of skin, fat, and muscle. She began by scanning his cervical spine, which appeared normal on both sides. Then, shifting the probe to the right thoracic outlet, she focused on the pectoralis minor. "Look here," she said, eyes fixed on the screen, her voice tense. Compared to the left side, the right pectoralis minor is significantly thicker, and its echo is more intense, indicating tension and hypertrophy. Now watch this poor facial gliding. When I press the probe down, the fascia barely moves. Freezing the frame, she switched to measurement mode and quickly recorded the data. The right pectoralis minor was nearly 40% thicker than the left, with facial gliding reduced by 60%. "This must be the hard as a rock and fascia entrapment you felt earlier, right?" She looked up at me, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "The image confirms it," I nodded. "All right, let me handle this." I had the programmer lie down and used the same method as before to release the right pectoralis minor and scalenes. The young man groaned softly in pain but sighed deeply in relief once I was done. After the treatment, Lin Xiaoyan immediately conducted another ultrasound examination. The images on the screen had visibly changed. While the muscle thickness couldn't decrease immediately, she observed that the internal echoes of the muscle had become more uniform, less densely bright than before. More importantly, when she lightly pressed the probe again, the deeper fascia of the pectoralis minor exhibited subtle but real gliding. "The gliding has improved by about 20%. Lin Xiaoyan calculated rapidly, unable to hide her excitement. "It's not back to normal yet, but the improvement is obvious. This proves that manual release can immediately alter the mechanical state of the fascia, alleviating nerve and vascular compression." The programmer tried moving his arm and exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, the numbness is so much better. This machine is amazing." After sending off the repeatedly grateful programmer, only Lin Xiaoyan and I remained in the consultation room, along with the frozen comparison images. The sound of rain pattered softly outside the window, blending with the hum of the equipment and the crackle of the stove fire inside. Lin Xiaoyan slowly set the probe down, turned off the equipment, and returned to her seat. She opened her thick notebook, paused for a long moment on a fresh page, then solemnly wrote. "Experimental record, March 22nd. Subject, patient with thoracic outlet syndrome, programmer. Equipment, portable musculoskeletal ultrasound. Results. 1. The affected side's pectoralis minor was 38.5% thicker than the healthy side, with increased echo suggesting tension and hypertrophy. 2. Facial gliding on the affected side was 61.2% lower than the healthy side, indicating adhesion and compression. 3. Post-manual release recheck, facial gliding partially restored, plus 22.7%, and the patient's numbness was significantly alleviated. Conclusion. Dr. Chen's tactile diagnosis of pectoralis minor entrapment was validated by ultrasound imaging. Manual therapy directly improved the mechanical state of the fascia. Supplementary reflection. Tactile feel is not mystical, it corresponds to tangible tissue changes observable via modern imaging. Traditional experience and contemporary technology can indeed corroborate one another. After finishing her writing, she closed the notebook and held it tightly against her chest, gazing out the window into the drizzling rain. She exhaled deeply. At this moment, there was a sense of relief, the shock of refreshed understanding, and a newfound firmness. "Scientific instruments have proven it," she murmured under her breath, as if confirming an important conclusion. His judgment was right. The rain continued to fall, the stone alleyway glistening wet underfoot. But within the Xuanhu workshop, the success of this experiment was quietly transforming a young heart and a spark of scientific curiosity, subtly altering an ancient land of traditional practices and nurturing new possibilities. Clinical reflections. This chapter centers on experimentation and thought. No additional clinical reflections are added, only the conclusion of the experiment is noted. Xiaoyan's experimental conclusion: palpation is subjective, imaging is objective. Although they may seem different, their ultimate goals are the same. The purpose of verifying this is not to determine which is superior, but to build a bridge of communication. The subtleties of tactile sensations can be manifested through technology. The accuracy of imaging equally requires experience to interpret. Medicine in its pursuit of truth must integrate different methodologies, rather than cling to fixed beliefs. For me, this is not a conclusion but a new beginning to re-recognize the value of traditional craftsmanship from a scientific perspective. March 23, Thursday. The rain had stopped, but the clouds had yet to scatter. No critical patients were scheduled for today. Chen Gushing said to Xiaoyan, "Come, today I'll officially begin teaching you bone palpation. Start by familiarizing yourself with every bone in your own body." The rain had ceased, but the sky remained overcast, its heaviness pressing on one's mood. Puddles gathered along the stone alley, reflecting fractured bits of sky. Old Zhao's shoe repair stall was vacant today. It was said his son had called him away for a discussion. Inside the Xuanhu workshop, an unusual quiet lingered. The stove's fire burned just right, the faint scent of herbal medicine wafting through the air. Lin Xiaoyan finished cleaning the last of the medicinal grinders and looked toward Chen Gusheng, who was absorbed in reading an old book. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Dr. Chen, you said that in order to learn bone palpation, I need to forget the images on the tablet, but now I'm even more confused. Looking at the ultrasound images, I feel like I can see the shape of bones and muscles more clearly, but I also feel farther from the tactile sense." Chen Gusheng closed his book, fixed his calm gaze on her, and said, "Looking at images tells you what it's supposed to look like. Palpating bones tells you what it's like right now, and captures the real sensations under your fingers. The two are entirely different. Come now," he said, standing up, "we've got time today. I'll officially start teaching you." Lin Xiaoyan's spirits lifted at his words. She immediately set down what was in her hands, washed them carefully, and positioned herself beside the examination bed. "Start by putting your tablet aside," Chen Gusheng reminded her. Lin Xiaoyan complied, flipping her tablet screen down onto the table. "Relax, stand straight, and close your eyes," Chen Gusheng instructed as he moved behind her. "Now, use the index and middle fingers of your right hand to find the bone at the very top of your left shoulder." Following his guidance, Lin Xiaoyan let her fingers wander over her left shoulder. Is it this one? The part that sticks out?" she asked as her fingers located the acromion. "That's the acromion. Now move forward and downward slightly, close to the base of your neck, and feel for the outer end of your clavicle. There's a bone there shaped like a bird's beak." Shifting her fingers forward, Lin Xiaoyan focused intently. "It feels like there's a pointy bit?" "That's the coracoid process, part of the scapula," Chen Gusheng explained further. "Feel its shape, size, and direction. Memorize this sensation. Now, try feeling the coracoid process on your right side." Switching hands, Lin Xiaoyan began to probe her right shoulder. She hesitated, then said, "I think the one on the right side feels a bit lower than the one on the left, or am I getting it wrong?" "Not necessarily wrong," Chen Gusheng replied, his tone carrying a hint of commendation. "Many people's scapulas have slight differences in position due to habitual use of one hand more than the other. You need to establish a sense of what is normal for your own body. Now, lie down." A little nervous, Lin Xiaoyan reclined onto the examination bed. After washing his hands and warming them by rubbing them together, Chen Gusheng stood at the head of the bed. Bone palpation has its principles. It's done in 3 steps. His fingers first rested lightly on Lin Xiaoyan's forehead. The first step is palpating skin temperature. Let your hand rest against the skin like a feather, feeling where it's unusually cool or warm. Areas of coolness often suggest deficiency or blockage of qi in blood. Warm areas might indicate inflammation, congestion, or stagnation of qi in blood. The skin temperature is like the body's weather map. His fingers moved gently along her hairline, then to her temples, the area in front of her ears, and the sides of her neck. Lin Xiaoyan held her breath, concentrating hard to discern the subtle differences in temperature. The second step is palpating muscle tension, Chen Gusheng continued, applying slightly firmer pressure to her skin, touching the fascia and muscles beneath. You don't press hard, use your finger pads to listen. Normal muscles are flexible and springy, like vines soaked in water. Tense muscles feel like dried hemp ropes, and knots in the muscles are like tightened loops. Muscle tension or relaxation directly affects the circulation of qi and blood as well as the stability of the bones. He gently kneaded the areas along her neck and shoulders. Lin Xiaoyan could distinctly sense certain spots were achy and resistant to touch. The third step is to finally feel the positioning of the bones. Chen Guxing's fingers moved to the back of her cervical spine, starting from the base of the skull, moving downward section by section. The bones are the pillars, and the joints are the hinges. Normal joint gaps are smooth, like two pieces of glass fitting together. A misaligned joint feels like displaced roof tiles, edges irregular, with a step-like difference, stiffness, or a hollow sensation when pressed. Feeling the positioning of the bones is about seeking out those irregularities. He guided her perception, his fingers gliding over her cervical spine. At the fourth and fifth cervical vertebrae, where she often felt soreness, his hand lingered briefly. The tendons here are a bit tight, and the skin temperature is also slightly lower, but the bone alignment is still acceptable. However, the blood and energy flow seem a bit blocked. Have you been spending too much time with your head down lately? Lin Xiaoyan felt a bit embarrassed. Writing lab reports. Remember this sensation. This is a warning sign of subhealth. Your tendons and bones are already starting to remind you. Chen Gusheng withdrew his hand. Alright, now it's your turn to feel mine. Lin Xiaoyan sat up, surprised to see Chen Gusheng extend his right arm. Start by feeling the ulna and radius, observing the skin temperature first. Then, touch the muscles to assess their tension, and finally identify the position, thickness, and relationship between these two bones. Chen Gusheng positioned his arm properly. Lin Xiaoyan took a deep breath and then, with slightly trembling fingers, gently touched his skin, sensing its temperature and texture. Then she applied a bit more pressure to feel the elasticity of the muscles. Lastly, she traced along his forearm, distinguishing the inner, thicker ulna and the outer, slimmer radius. She was meticulous in her touch, the two bones ran parallel, clearly aligned. Very good, Chen Gusheng nodded in approval. Next, let's try some actual practice. Do you remember a few days ago when the delivery man had a shifted fibular head? Yes. He had pain on the outer side of his right knee. You said it happened when he stepped off his bike and landed awkwardly, Lin Xiaoyan immediately responded. Let's imagine a similar patient now, pain and swelling on the outer side of the right knee. You'll use the three-step method I just taught to examine the outer side of the right knee, focusing on the fibular head. Then, compare it with the healthy side and identify any discrepancies. Chen Gusheng spoke, pulling out a skeletal model and pointing to the location of the fibular head. Lin Xiaoyan began to recall the steps, simulating them in her mind, first checking the skin temperature. Would it be warmer, then feeling the muscles, are they tight? Any lumps, and finally meticulously examining the fibular head, noting its spacing and alignment with the tibia. She closed her eyes, her hands gesturing between the model and her own leg, her expression deeply focused. Time slowly passed as the fire in the stove burned quietly. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyan's eyes opened, clarity shining in her gaze. I think I understand. If the fibular head shifts forward, it feels more anterior than on the healthy side. The gap between it and the tibia becomes narrower or rougher, and there's tenderness when pressed. Because it pulls on the tendons, the surrounding muscles will feel particularly tight, and you can even touch rope-like knots. She grew increasingly excited. If there's inflammation, the skin temperature might also rise. The three-step method is like building a chain of evidence. Chen Gusheng looked at her, revealing a comforting smile for the first time. Well said. You've grasped the theory well. But the real sense of touch requires countless practice sessions. Starting tomorrow, when we have suitable patients, you can try examining them first, and we'll compare results together. Lin Xiaoyan nodded firmly, her cheeks slightly flushed. She felt as if she had opened the door to a whole new world, one filled with temperature, texture, tension, and subtle changes, not just the diagrams and data in textbooks. Oh, right, Chen Gusheng suddenly remembered something. He opened a drawer and took out an object wrapped in soft cloth, handing it to Lin Xiaoyan. Take this to practice. Lin Xiaoyan received it, unwrapping it to find a small, intricately carved wooden human skeletal model. Every single bone was detailed and clear. This is what I used to learn feeling bones when I was a child, Chen Gushing said. Familiarize yourself with the shape, orientation, and positioning of each bone until you can mentally map them out with your eyes closed. These are dead bones. Once you master these, move on to feeling live ones. Lin Xiaoyan held the model as if it were a treasure, the smooth warmth of the wood seeming to carry the imprints of countless days gone by. Outside the window, a sliver of sunlight broke through the thick clouds, reflecting brightly off puddles in the narrow alley. Within the Xuankue clinic, the legacy of a sense of touch began anew. From skeletal models and the three-step method to the light of epiphany in a young person's eyes. Reflections on diagnosis and technique. This chapter focuses on teaching, with an emphasis on the transmission of methodology and insight. The method of feeling bones can be broken down into 3 steps. First, sensing temperature, primarily to assess the hot and cold aspects of energy and blood flow, much like observing the weather. The second step is to discern the tendons, perceiving the tension, relaxation, and arrangement of the musculature akin to feeling the tautness of strings when playing an instrument. The third step is to identify the positioning of bones, examining whether the joints are aligned and smooth, much like checking if the interlocking parts of a wooden structure fit perfectly. These 3 steps progress layer by layer, from the surface to the core, from soft tissue to hard bone, providing a comprehensive understanding of the situation. Improving tactile sensation requires prolonged practice, starting with standardized routines, progressing to fluidity, and ultimately growing through countless actual touch experiences. One must maintain a calm mind, steady hands, and concentrated attention, with none to be neglected. Bone Brothers tip. Want to know if your body is symmetrical? Try the bilateral comparison touch method. Sit down or stand in front of a mirror, place both hands on corresponding parts of your body, such as both shoulders, knees, or ankles, and carefully feel differences in skin temperature, muscle tension, and bone protrusions. With regular practice, this can help detect early signs of bodily imbalances. March 24, Friday. Cloudy skies turning overcast, and the wind is picking up. In the afternoon, 2 men in suits entered Bluestone Alley, heading directly to the door of the Hanging Gourd Clinic. The one leading the way pulled out a business card, wearing a standard professional smile. "Dr. Chen, this old property isn't valuable, we're offering 3 times its price." The wind at the entrance swept in, mixed with dust and the metallic tang of iron. Newly sprouted sycamore leaves shivered in the breeze. The shoe repair stall belonging to Old Zhao remained vacant, its big umbrella skewed, revealing an empty folding stool and toolbox beneath. Inside the Hanging Gourd Clinic, Lin Xiaoyan was silently reciting the names of spinal parts, fingers gently tracing a model vertebra. Chen Gusheng, busy preparing ointment, worked amidst rich scents of medicinal herbs and beeswax. Outside the door, steady and purposeful footsteps halted, the kind that didn't belong to average patients but carried an oppressive sense of purposeful intent. There were 3 knocks at the door, spaced evenly, unhurried but deliberate. "Come in," Chen Gusheng called without raising his head. The door opened. Inside walked 2 men, both dressed in dark suits, their polished leather shoes gleaming. The older man, in his 40s, had neatly combed hair and a professional smile that didn't reach his sharp eyes. The younger man carried a briefcase, face stern and expressionless. "May I ask, are you Dr. Chen Gusheng?" the older man inquired, his voice resonant and assertive. "That's me." Chen Gusheng put down the ointment spatula and wiped his hands with a cloth. "Dr. Chen, good afternoon." The man stepped forward, retrieving a gold-embossed business card from his jacket pocket and handing it over with both hands. "I'm Zhang Genoa, project manager with New City Development Group. This is my colleague, Xiao Li." Chen Gusheng glanced at the card and set it aside on the table. "Manager Shang, what can I do for you?" "Well," Zhang Genoa replied, maintaining his smile while his eyes subtly assessed the dingy walls, worn cabinets, and faded banners in the clinic like inspecting a pile of objects scheduled for disposal. "Our group is engaged in old city redevelopment projects, and Hanging Gourd Clinic happens to fall within the scope of the demolition area." He paused, studying Chen Gusheng's expression. But the older doctor simply sipped his tea, calm and unflustered. Zhang continued, "We understand that this clinic has been passed down through generations and holds significant meaning to you. Our group respects that and is offering maximum compensation." He signaled toward Xiao Li. Xiaoli quickly opened his briefcase, producing a document and handing it over. Dr. Chen, this is the initial compensation plan. Based on the current appraisal, the combined value of the storefront and the residence at the rear is listed here. He pointed to the figures on the document. Considering this is a heritage site with historical significance, we've decided to offer triple the compensation. It's the highest standard across the entire area. Lin Xiaoyan had moved nervously to the medicine cabinet. Her eyes darted toward the numbers on the document, impressive figures, no doubt, but her attention was firmly glued on Chen Gusheng. Looking composed, he merely glanced at the paperwork before placing it back down, face unreadable. Manager Zhang, Chen Gusheng finally spoke, his voice not loud but piercing through the air louder than the wind outside. You may determine how much this property is worth. But I am the one who truly understands its value. Zhang Genoa's smile stiffened. Dr. Chen, what do you mean by that? We've calculated everything based on market conditions. The real value doesn't lie in a few rooms or some roof tiles. Chen Gusheng stepped over to the window, gesturing toward Bluestone Alley. It's in these flagstone paths. From the entrance of my clinic to the ends of the alley, every single stone slab has been tread on by patients who came here hobbling, bent over, or supported by others. Each step imprinted footprints filled with pain yet left behind hope and the joy of recovery. Turning to Zhang Genoa, his gaze was steady. These stones carry the scent of medicine and the warmth of humanity. Your threefold compensation might buy gleaming new buildings, but can it carry forward these stories of the past? The smile on Zhang Genoa's face vanished, replaced by a cold, bureaucratic demeanor. Dr. Chen, I understand your attachment to this place. But cities must progress. Old houses are decrepit, wiring is chaotic, and safety is compromised. Demolishing and rebuilding apartment complexes, shopping centers, and parks will lead to better lives for everyone. This is for the greater good. Surely, you cannot stubbornly cling to your small corner without considering the bigger picture. The bigger picture? Chen Gusheng echoed softly, turning back toward the furnace. He picked up the ointment spatula again and resumed his work. In my view, the bigger picture is easing the pain of every person who walks through my doors. When they lead better lives, that's the real bigger picture. An uneasy silence hung in the room. Zhang Genoa's face darkened. He hadn't expected the elderly physician to be this obstinate and out of sync with reality. In the shadows by the doorway, Zhao Laohan, who had returned unnoticed, suddenly coughed deeply, drawing everyone's attention. In his hand, he held an old muddy shoe and was tapping a small hammer against its heel, muttering softly without lifting his head. The ground where feet have walked carries human traces. No matter how clean and smooth the new roads are, they won't remember who passed by. Though his voice was quiet, it was like a stone thrown into the surface of a calm lake, shattering the stalemate. Manager Zhang frowned, glancing briefly at the old man covered in shoe polish, but chose to ignore him. Turning back to Chen Gusheng, he said, Dr. Chen, please consider carefully. This compensation offer is time-sensitive. If you miss it, then... I understand, Chen Gusheng interrupted plainly before he could finish. Leave the document here. I have other matters. The meaning was clear, his presence was no longer welcome. Manager Zhang took a deep breath, maintaining a semblance of politeness with effort, and said, All right, Dr. Chen. Please think it over. We'll return in a couple of days. Let's go, Xiaoli. The two turned and left. The sound of their leather shoes striking the stone slabs outside was cold and grating, utterly different from the dragging or light-hearted footsteps of past visiting patients. The door shut, taking their figures away while letting in a rush of cold wind. Lin Xiaoyan walked to the window, gazing at the two figures quickly disappearing at the alley's entrance, her heart heavy. She turned back to look at Chen Gusheng, who was still focused on stirring a medicinal paste, as though nothing had just happened. After finishing with the shoe, Zhao Laohan slowly stood up, patted the dust from his clothes, and walked to the doorway to peer out at the alley. He murmured, The ones meant to come have finally come, but the smell isn't quite right. The fragrant scent of medicine still lingered in the air of Xuanhufang, and the stove fire continued burning warmly, but the atmosphere grew heavier bit by bit, like the accumulating dark clouds outside. March 25, Saturday. The wind was strong, and the weather had turned cold suddenly. Chen Gushing brought out a ladder, climbing it slowly to retrieve an iron box covered in dust from the beams above. Inside were yellowed handwritten sheets of Xian paper. The first page read, Living Bones Misalignment Illustrated Guide. Lin Xiaoyan glimpsed it and froze. Within it were drawings titled Weaver's Neck and Driver's Waist, which were eerily similar to the smartphone neck and driver's back she had documented in her notes. The strong winds howled throughout the day, carrying both dust and cold into the stone-lined alley, battering every door and window. The abrupt drop in temperature had triggered a dull ache in Chen Gushing's knees since morning, but he still opened his practice early, stoking the fire until it blazed high. Zhao Laohan also ventured out today, though he mostly remained silent. Rarely did he take on work. Instead, he sat gazing blankly toward the alley entrance, his hands subconsciously fiddling with his shoe repair tools. The once bustling alley had few passers-by that day. Everyone hurried along their way, hardly stopping to chat, and oppressive stillness settling over the scene. Bundled in a thick coat, Lin Xiaoyan stepped inside, carrying a newly purchased knee brace for Chen Gushing. She noticed him cleaning an old ladder and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Dr. Chen, what are you?" "With the wind this strong today, I doubt many people will come," Chen Gushing replied while putting down his cleaning cloth. He glanced up at the beams. "A good chance to show you something." He moved the ladder beneath the crossbeam in the middle of the room. Through his movements, it was obvious that his aching knees had slowed him down. Lin Xiaoyan tried to step forward to help, but he waved her off. Chen Gushing climbed carefully, groping around the shadows between the beams and rafters. Dust cascaded down. After some effort, he managed to pull out a rusted rectangular metal box. The box wasn't large, but it was notably heavy. Clutching it with care, he slowly descended one step at a time. He placed the box on the table, first blowing off the dust. On its lid, faint cloud patterns could just be discerned. The box wasn't locked, secured only by an old bronze clasp that had rusted shut. Chen Gushing found a small tool and gently pried it open. With a faint click, the clasp popped loose. As the lid was lifted, a distinct scent wafted out, a combination of aged paper, ink, and medicinal herbs. Inside the box was a bundle wrapped in dark blue homespun cloth. When unwrapped, it revealed thread-bound booklets. The Xian paper inside had yellowed with age, the edges slightly damaged, yet the collection had been well preserved. The topmost booklet had a light brown Xian paper cover. Written on it were the words, Living Bones Misalignment Illustrated Guide. Volume 1. Compiled by Chen's Shende Hall. The script was in traditional characters, the ink simple and unpretentious, exuding the aura of the Republic of China period. Lin Xiaoyan nearly held her breath, her wide-open eyes fixated on the booklet. It felt as though an entirely new realm of medical understanding was about to reveal itself before her. Washing his hands thoroughly, Chen Gushing carefully wiped them dry with a soft cloth before ceremonially picking up the top booklet and gently opening it. The paper emitted a faint brittle crackle. On the first page was a table of contents: weaver's neck illustration, driver's waist illustration, porter's shoulder illustration, cook's wrist illustration, accountant's finger illustration. Lin Xiaoyan felt a jolt in her heart. These ancient titles were essentially equivalent to modern occupational diseases. Chen Gushing turned to the weaver's neck illustration. On the Xian paper was a drawing of a woman sitting next to a loom in profile. Annotations marked specific posture points alongside simplified skeletal diagrams, clearly demonstrating how prolonged bowing caused the cervical spine to tilt forward, curve backward, and the thoracic spine to arch outward, with the scapulae also shifting forward. Next to the diagram was a column of vertically aligned text, offering explanations of the condition's etiology and mechanisms. Ancient terms such as strained liver tendons and stagnant qi and blood in the neck were used. Lin Xiaoyan was stunned. The illustrations and annotations were almost identical to the modern medical analyses of text neck and computer neck stored on her tablet. Despite the differences in artistic style and theories, the essence revealed and the changes in the body were remarkably similar. Chen Gushing turned to the section labeled Coachman's Waist. The illustration depicted the seated posture of a coachman, with a skeletal diagram showing spinal twists and pelvic tilts caused by prolonged jolting and uneven exertion. Beside it, an annotation stated, "The waist is the residence of the kidneys." Prolonged sitting damages the kidneys, and with continuous jolting, the bones dislocate and the tendons separate. It was essentially the ancient anatomical version of driver's waist or chronic lumbar strain from prolonged sitting. Lin Xiaoyan's hands trembled as she pointed at the illustrations, stammering, This is 100 years old? So early? They had already detailed the physical changes caused by labor so precisely? Chen Gusheng nodded slowly, his fingers gently brushing over the meticulous lines. This is the work of my great-grandfather, Chen Shende, an orthopedic physician in the Imperial Medical Academy during the late Qing dynasty. It's one of the manuscripts he brought with him while fleeing during troubled times. With years of experience, he documented the common injuries from various professions and compiled this illustrated compendium of lifestyle-induced skeletal disorders. The idea was that life leaves its traces in the crevices of the bones. He flipped through more pages, revealing sections like porter's shoulder, chef's wrist, illustrating wrist strain and tendon sheath inflammation from prolonged chopping and cooking, accountant's fingers, essentially modern mouse hand or keyboard wrist, and even storyteller's throat, annotated as bone abnormalities in the throat caused by prolonged voice use. Each drawing specifically identified the physical changes in bones and muscles corresponding to a particular type of labor. Although the terminology was antiquated, the keen observations and precise summaries greatly impressed Lin Xiaoyan, a modern medical student. This is almost like another Heavenly Creations, but focused on labor-induced disorders, a kind of encyclopedia for occupational illnesses. Lin Xiaoyan exclaimed in amazement. I always thought occupational diseases were concepts that emerged in the industrial age, but I never expected traditional medicine to have such detailed, intuitive records from so long ago. Life has always been like this, Chen Gusheng said with a faint smile. Weaving cloth, driving vehicles, carrying loads, cooking, writing, which of these doesn't harm the body? In the past, the damage was more direct, and the symptoms simpler. Today, our tools have become more complex, our postures more varied, but the principles of injury remain unchanged. Closing the book, Chen Gusheng carefully placed it back into its iron box. This volume focuses on physical injury, meaning damage to muscles and bones caused directly by external labor. The later sections cover emotional strain and spirit-related harm. Lin Xiaoyan stared at the iron box, as if looking at a slumbering treasure. Suddenly, she understood. Chen Gusheng's ability to cure with a single touch was not solely due to his personal skills but also owed much to this inherited compendium on physical labor-induced injuries. Dr. Chen, she raised her head, eyes gleaming, could I transcribe some of its content? I'd like to compare it with modern medical diagnostics and anatomy. This is invaluable. It could bridge traditional wisdom with contemporary medical knowledge. Seeing the passion in her eyes, a genuine drive to learn and connect the past and present, Chen Gusheng paused for a moment before nodding. You may. But be cautious, the paper is fragile. Use a pencil and trace lightly. If there's something you don't understand, ask me anytime. Thank you. Truly, thank you so much. Lin Xiaoyan could hardly contain her excitement and spoke in rapid bursts. Outside, the cold wind howled against the windows, but inside the room, the fire burned brightly. The young woman sat quietly, diligently tracing the centuries-old book and painstakingly aligning its annotations with modern medical terms: forward head posture, thoracic kyphosis, lumbar scoliosis, ulnar nerve compression, tendon sheath inflammation, carefully marking each correlation. At that moment, ancient illustrations and contemporary knowledge silently intertwined. Chen Gusheng sat by the stove, his gaze resting on Xiaoyan before shifting to the empty spot on the beam where the iron box used to hang. His expression was far away and thoughtful. Everything was as it should be. The legacy must continue. Reflections on diagnosis and discovery. This section revolves around heritage and discovery, emphasizing the value of the documents. The significance of the illustrated compendium of lifestyle-induced skeletal disorders lies in its ability to observe life to discern illness, grounding the abstract concept of labor-induced injuries in specific professions, actions, and changes to bones and tendons. This embodies the essence of traditional Chinese medicine's philosophies of analogy and external examination for internal understanding. It is among the earliest occupational disease atlases in China. Despite the century-long gap, the core principles remain consistent. To carry on this legacy is not merely about preserving old rules but also about reinterpreting them through a modern lens, breathing new life into traditional knowledge. March 26, Sunday. The wind had ceased, but the weather remained bitterly cold. That day, a female executive visited. Dressed in luxury brands, her brows furrowed tightly as if locking away a safe. She said she had suffered from migraines for 10 years and had sought treatment from renowned doctors both at home and abroad, all to no avail. I pressed her tendons behind her right ear and said, "This isn't an ordinary headache. There's heat trapped in your liver meridian. It climbed across your shoulders and got stuck at the base of your occipital bone." The night before, a strong wind had swept through the area. The narrow alley was littered with broken leaves, and the sky hung heavy and gray, like glass smeared with a dirty rag. Old Zhao hadn't set up his stall as usual. It seemed like he had gone to the community office to inquire about the demolition plans. Only a few scattered figures hurried through the alley, their heads down, all appearing to be in a rush. But inside Xuanhu workshop, it was warm. On the stove, an old kettle of white tea simmered. Chen Gusheng was wiping down a copy of An Illustrated Guide to Bone Misalignments in Life, which he'd just retrieved from the beam, using a soft cloth. Lin Xiaoyan was leaning over the work table, tracing a skeletal diagram of the weaver's neck condition with a pencil on her tablet. Occasionally, she looked up to ask about one or two specialized terms. The door opened, and the first thing to enter the room was a gust of cold air, carrying the scent of expensive perfume. A woman walked in, appearing to be about 40 years old. She wore a cream-colored cashmere coat, her hair meticulously styled without a single strand out of place. Her makeup was flawless, yet her expression revealed unmistakable signs of exhaustion and suppressed anguish, as if a layer of gray had settled over her. Though her overall demeanor was striking, the weariness dimmed her radiance. She carried a luxury handbag in one hand and walked with a steady yet heavy gait. "Dr. Chen?" Her voice was slightly hoarse, like someone who had spoken for long periods, had little rest, or was carrying some burden of stress. "Please take a seat," Chen Gusheng said, setting down the book and gesturing to her. She didn't sit immediately. Instead, her gaze moved around the room, taking in the old tables, the worn banners, the warm stove. Her eyes briefly swept over Lin Xiaoyan before finally settling on Chen Gusheng. In her look, there was a mixture of appraisal, the guardedness typical of a professional woman, and a faint, nearly imperceptible trace of vulnerability. "My name is Zhou Ya." She sat down, her back straight as a rod, an unconscious habit likely ingrained from years of office discipline. "I've had migraines for many years." "Can you describe the pain specifically?" "On the right side, starting from the back of my head," she said, pointing behind her right ear and slightly upwards. "It pulls all the way to my temple and eye socket. Sometimes I feel nauseous, like I might throw up. During attacks, I see flashes of light, can't tolerate bright lights or noise, and can only lie down, completely unable to function." She spoke quickly, like she was delivering a work report. "I've had CT scans, MRIs, angiograms, hormone tests, everything that could be tested has been tested. I've seen at least 20 specialists, both domestically and internationally. Some say it's vascular and neurological migraines, others call it cluster headaches, or tension headaches caused by stress. I've tried any and every medication, from basic painkillers to imported specialty drugs, even Botox injections. None of it works anymore. The medication is losing its effectiveness." "Have the attacks been more frequent recently?" Chen asked. "It's been almost non-stop this past month," she said, massaging her temples, a gesture that finally made her resemble a patient. "Especially after overtime, meetings, or taking frustrating phone calls." "Is your work stressful?" he asked. "A financial director. I oversee accounts for dozens of companies within a group. Quarter-end reports, yearly audits, financing, there's never a moment's rest." She laughed bitterly, the smile flickering and disappearing as her face tensed again. Chen Gusheng instructed her to sit on the examination bed, while he moved behind her. He didn't touch her head right away but instead placed his hand lightly on her wrist. Her pulse felt taut, especially at the liver position on the left wrist. It was like a stretched string on the verge of snapping. "Do you often get irritable? Or feel like there's a lingering fire inside you that you can't let out?" he asked. Joya stiffened slightly but didn't deny it. Works just like that, inevitable. How's your sleep at night? Very hard to fall asleep. Even when I do, I keep dreaming and wake up frequently, she said, adding, and my shoulders always feel particularly tense, like I'm carrying something heavy. Chen walked over to wash his hands, warming them before placing his fingertips lightly on the area where her right shoulder and neck met. The muscles there, the trapezius and levator scapulae, were as hard as stone and slightly warm to the touch. His fingers followed the muscle upward until they reached the area below her right ear, at the mastoid process, the insertion point of the sternocleidomastoid muscle. He pressed gently, and Joya's body flinched, gasping sharply. That's it. The pain starts right there. Chen carefully palpated the area, noting that the tendons were not only tight but felt unusually string-like, hot and stiff, as though they were chronically inflamed from overuse. When you're on the phone, especially for long periods, or need to take notes while talking, do you often hold the phone between your right shoulder and your cheek? He asked, his fingers still pressing on the tender point. Joya thought about it and nodded. Yes, often. My hands are usually occupied with work, so I use my shoulder to hold the phone. It's a habit now. That's where the problem lies, Chen said, withdrawing his hand. When you hold a phone with your shoulder, your neck unconsciously tilts to one side, causing the sternocleidomastoid muscle to contract repeatedly to keep your head in position. Short-term use isn't an issue, but you've been doing this for 10 years. This muscle connects to the bone behind your ear, and constant pulling has now shortened, stiffened, and knotted the tendons to the point of chronic inflammation. He picked up an illustrated guide to bone misalignments in life and flipped to a blank page, quickly sketching a diagram. Take a look, this is the pathway of liver meridian energy and blood. Part of it travels up the sides of the throat, crosses the neck, connects to the eyes, and finally reaches the top of the head. Your right neck and shoulder always feel tense. The qi and blood along your liver meridian are not flowing smoothly, so it's easy to get blocked. When liver fire rushes upwards, it reaches the top of your head and causes headaches. If it reaches your eyes, it causes blurriness and sensitivity to light. The spot where you hold the phone with your shoulder happens to block a key point of the liver meridian. The fire is trapped there, getting more and more congested, so when you press on it, it hurts. Sometimes it even pulls on the top of your head and causes pain. Chen Gusheng glanced at her. What you're gripping with your shoulder isn't just a phone, it's 10 years of anxiety and pent-up liver fire. Your bones and tendons have been bearing the brunt of these emotions for you. Joya listened, stunned. This explanation was completely different from any medical reasoning she'd heard before, not mystical, but profoundly piercing. She suddenly recalled all those late nights fuming over spreadsheets, countless tension-filled calls that nearly sent her blood pressure through the roof, all that stress with nowhere to vent. So it hadn't just disappeared. It had lodged in her shoulders, transforming into this sharp pain. Can it be fixed? She asked, her voice low. It can, Chen Gushing nodded, but you'll need to change the way you answer calls, and also, the way you deal with your emotions. After speaking, he had her sit up straight. One hand firmly steadied the crown of her head, while the thumb of the other pressed onto the tightest, hottest point of the knot in her muscles. He first applied medicated oil to penetrate the spot, then used a strong yet steady technique to slowly ease apart the adhesions in the muscle. This knot was stubborn, with the flow of blood and qi severely blocked. After a while, he had Joya tilt her head slowly to the left, fully stretching the tendons on the right side of her neck. At the deepest extension, his thumb suddenly swept forcefully downward at an oblique angle. Zzz. The sound of the tendons releasing was barely audible. Ah! Joya cried out, as a surge of intense sourness, numbness, and swelling shot from behind her ear up to the top of her head. In an instant, it transformed into a wave of searing relief. She felt the entire right side of her head and neck suddenly relax, as if a heavy shackle had been removed. Try turning your head slowly. She cautiously tested moving her neck side to side, her eyes widening. It really feels looser. The tight, tense feeling is so much lighter. She tilted her head back, and the spot that usually throbbed with pain was now just faintly sore and tender. And my head doesn't feel so heavy anymore. This is just the first time unblocking the congestion. Your liver fire and muscle knots didn't form in a day, it'll take a few more treatments. More importantly, Chen Gushing handed her a small handheld massager. In the future, use this for calls, or use headphones, and stop pinning the phone with your shoulder. When your shoulders feel tight, apply heat and massage them yourself. Before bed, listen to some relaxing music, or do nothing at all. Just space out for a bit. Joya took the massager, holding it in her hand for a moment before softly saying, "Thank you." She paid with her usual crisp efficiency, but the stiffness in her expression had noticeably softened. At the doorway, she suddenly turned back. "Dr. Chen, about what you said before changing the way I deal with my emotions, could you elaborate?" Chen Gushing looked at her and said slowly, "The liver likes to expand and stretch, like a tree spreading its branches. When you feel stifled, don't bottle it up. Go somewhere private, take a deep breath, or sigh a few times. There's nothing shameful about sighing, it's your body helping you release excess energy. And in spring, spend more time in parks. Watch the trees budding, it's better than anything else." After listening, Joya was silent for a while. She nodded, said nothing more, then turned and walked into the cold, shadowy alley. Her back was still straight, but her shoulders seemed less rigid. Lin Xiaoyan had been watching quietly the whole time. Finally, in a low voice, she said, "Cervicogenic headache, issues with the sternocleidomastoid muscle. Modern rehabilitation medicine says similar things. But to connect all this with the liver meridian and emotional stress, and to tie it specifically to the holding the phone motion. That explanation was so vivid and sharp. Illness doesn't come out of nowhere." Chen Gushing returned to the stove and added another lump of coal. With these kinds of stubborn, strange illnesses, they're often entangled with a person's lifestyle, personality, or fate. A doctor shouldn't just treat the disease, they need to see the person behind it. Once you truly see that, you can find the key to solving the problem. The sky outside remained overcast, but the little clinic's hearth was blazing warmly, and the room was filled with a faint herbal fragrance. The lock called anxiety seemed to have been quietly cracked open, just a sliver. Reflections on treatment. The Yellow Emperor's canon of medicine says, liver qi stagnation disrupts the clear orifices above. It also says, all dizziness and instability belong to the liver. This financial director's migraines are due to liver qi stagnating and transforming into fire, rising against the flow of the meridian and getting stuck where the tendons converge at the side of her neck. The trigger was her habit of trapping the phone with her shoulder, causing muscle tension that compressed the pathways of qi and blood. Releasing the muscle knots is like opening up a blocked sluice gate. However, addressing the underlying emotional stagnation is the ultimate solution. Healing is not just about treating the body, it's about helping the patient to untangle their inner knots as well. Tip from Dr. Bone. For those who frequently talk on the phone, never use your shoulder and neck to hold your phone. Use headphones, speakerphone, or switch to holding it in your hand. If your neck feels tight, try this stretch for the sternocleidomastoid muscle. Sit up straight, tilt your head to one side, and gently push your head down with the same side hand until you feel the muscle on the opposite side stretching. Hold for 15 seconds before switching sides. Doing this a few times a day can help prevent neck-related headaches. March 27th, Monday. Clear skies. The temperature started to slowly rise. The boy who came had hollow eye sockets, pimples on his face, but his stomach was distended. He said that for the past 3 months, he had been binge eating, experiencing bloating and back pain. I pressed along his spine and said, "There's an issue here. It's blocking the gate of your stomach." The weather suddenly turned warm, sunlight spilled into the bluestone alleyway, and the melting snow turned into vapor. The air was filled with the scent of soil and fresh grass. Old Zhao Han's shoe repair stall was set up again as he brushed the mud off winter boots, preparing for the change of season. Despite his work, his brows were furrowed, and he kept glancing toward the alley entrance where the demolition office stood. The window of Xuanhu Fan was half open, letting in fresh air from outside. Lin Xiaoyan sat in the sunlight, studying a diagram of liver injury from anger causing rib pain from the Illustrated Guide to Life's Bone Disorders, while making notes in her notebook. At this moment, the door was gently pushed open, and a young boy poked his head in. He looked weary despite his youth, around 24 or 25 years old. His hair was messy, his eye sockets dark, and red swollen pimples dotted his face and forehead. Even his loose hoodie could not hide his round belly. He entered timidly, his gaze continually darting around. Is Dr. Chen? Dr. Chen here? His voice was small and feeble. Yes, come in, Chen Gushing said, putting down the medicinal materials in his hands. The boy shuffled in hesitantly and carefully sat down, instinctively pressing at his upper abdomen with his hand. What's been troubling you? Stomach bloating, it feels full even after eating just a little, but if I don't eat, I'm unbearably hungry. I always feel like eating something, he spoke quickly, sounding frustrated. My back also hurts, right in the middle, like there's some heavy weight pressing down on it. It's been 3 months now and it's getting worse. Have you been to a hospital? I did. The digestive department did an endoscopy and said it's chronic superficial gastritis. They prescribed some medication, but it did nothing. For the back pain, I even visited Orthopedics and got an X-ray, but they said the bones were fine. He ruffled his messy hair, looking helpless. But I'm still really uncomfortable. It's gotten so bad I can't sleep due to the bloating, and I can't sit still because of the pain. Has anything changed in your life over the past 3 months? Any emotional upheavals? Chen Gusheng observed the forlorn young man closely. The boy lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously tugging at the hem of his clothes. After a pause, he mumbled in a low voice, 3 months ago. I broke up. It was a 5-year relationship. His voice wavered, and his eyes reddened with suppressed tears. Lin Xian stopped writing and looked up at him, her gaze filled with understanding and sympathy. And after that, you started binge eating? Chen Gushing asked calmly. I just feel so empty inside. Only when I'm eating do I feel a bit filled up, the boy said with a bitter, self-deprecating smile, his eyes dim. But the more I eat, the more bloated I feel. And the more bloated I feel, the more irritated I get, but I still can't stop eating. It's a vicious cycle. Chen nodded, but did not elaborate. Lie down. Let me check your back. The boy climbed onto the examination bed, lying face down. Chen Gushing placed his palm on the boy's back, finding his skin temperature normal but the muscles exceedingly tight. The muscles on either side of the spine were so stiff they felt like stone. Running his fingers downward along the spine, Chen found that from the 8th to the 10th thoracic vertebrae, the spinal protrusions were clearly misaligned and pressing downward highlighted the problem. The boy groaned, the sensation of stomach bloating becoming even worse. This is where the problem lies, said Chen as he withdrew his hand. Your 8th, 9th, and 10th thoracic vertebrae are out of alignment. These vertebrae are directly connected to the stomach and duodenum, they're like nerve switches for them. He gestured as he spoke. Under normal circumstances, the brain sends signals to the stomach through the spine, directing it to function normally. But because these vertebrae are out of place, the relay station is blocked, and the signals aren't getting through. Your stomach can't relax or work properly, staying in a tense state. At the same time, the bloating signals can't relay to the brain accurately, so although you feel extremely bloated, your brain thinks you're hungry, and you can't resist eating. On top of that, your back muscles are overcompensating to stabilize the misaligned vertebrae, causing your back pain. The boy's eyes widened as he listened. He had never imagined that misaligned bones could affect the stomach. Misaligned bones can impact the stomach, he said, astonished. The human body is an interconnected system, Chen explained. The spine is not just a column of bones. It houses the central nervous system, and the peripheral nerves connected to your internal organs and sensory motor systems are linked to it as well. Gesturing for the boy to sit up, Chen continued, in traditional Chinese medicine, we consider different segments of the spine to be related to specific organs. An issue with the thoracic vertebrae can correlate to what we call liver qi attacking the stomach or disruption in the spleen and stomach qi mechanism. The liver governs emotional regulation. Emotional distress can stagnate the liver, which in turn disrupts the spleen and stomach, leading to bloating, belching, and poor digestion. Furthermore, stress and emotional tension can cause chronic tightness in the back muscles, further destabilizing the vertebrae. It's a circular pattern where each issue exacerbates the other. The boy only half comprehended Chen's explanation, but phrases like emotional distress and liver qi attacking the stomach resonated deeply with him. Then, is there a way to fix this alignment? He asked. There is a way. Let's start with relaxation, Chen replied, instructing him to sit straight and face away. Using the base of his palms and thumbs, Chen began massaging the stiff muscles on either side of the boy's spine. He focused on acupressure points along the bladder meridian near the spine, including points like liver shu, gallbladder shu, spleen shu, and stomach shu, where there were clear signs of qi and blood stagnation. Once the muscles were loosened slightly, Chen began working to realign the thoracic vertebrae. One hand pressed against the misaligned thoracic vertebra with his thumb, while the other hand reached across the boy's chest to support the opposite shoulder. He instructed the boy to take a deep breath, then exhale. At the moment of utmost relaxation, one hand pulled the shoulder while the other pushed the thoracic vertebra, guiding the spine back into alignment with a rotating motion. Crack, crack. Two light sounds echoed from deep within the rib cage. Ugh! The boy's body jolted, feeling as if the stone on his back had suddenly lightened, and a warm current spread from his back. Right after, he couldn't stop himself from letting out a lengthy burp, finally releasing a stifled breath that had been trapped. After the burp, he stared blankly for a few seconds, then instinctively touched his stomach and exclaimed in surprise, "It really doesn't feel as bloated anymore." Once more, Chen Gudwa adjusted another nearby segment. Another faint sound. The boy felt his back loosen further, and his stomach significantly less tense. Though not entirely healed, that unbearable feeling of being blocked had eased up quite a bit. Thank goodness, he let out a long sigh. For the first time in 3 months, he felt like he could breathe a bit easier. A single realignment cannot solve everything. Your stomach functions need gradual recovery, and your emotions need regulation as well, said Chen Gudwa, instructing the boy to lie down. Then he relaxed the boy's diaphragm and taught him a few breathing and back stretching exercises. Don't use food to fill the void in your heart anymore. Your stomach has its limits, overloading it only causes yourself pain. If you're feeling bad, go for a run, or find a quiet place to shout. That's better than eating blindly. The boy blushed slightly but listened intently and took careful notes in his mind. Lin Xiaoyan, who had been standing nearby all along, couldn't help but ask, "Dr. Chen, can emotions really directly affect bones and internal organs?" Chen Gudwa glanced at her, his tone earnest. Traditional Chinese medicine speaks of emotional damage to the internal organs. Joy injures the heart, anger the liver, worry the spleen, grief the lungs, and fear the kidneys. This isn't just metaphorical, it's based on observations by ancient practitioners. Emotions are energy, fluctuations in qi. Prolonged intense or repressed emotions are akin to chaotic winds. Walking to the window, he pointed to the wind chime on the old locust tree outside. See that wind chime? It's silent when the air is still. When the wind blows hard, the clapper bounces wildly, even tilting the entire chime. The body works the same way. Emotional winds that are too strong can throw the wind chime of bones off balance, disrupt the meridians, and cause the body to send signals of pain or bloating. That's why I often say, emotions are the wind, bones are the sails, and if the sails tilt, the boat veers off course. Lin Xiaoyan and the boy both looked at the wind chime swing in the breeze, slowly grasping the analogy. The boy paid for the treatment, expressed his thanks, and left, his steps lighter than when he arrived. Although his face still bore traces of worry, there was now a gleam in his eyes. Perhaps for the first time, he truly understood that the bloating and discomfort tormenting him for 3 months were not just due to a heartbreak but also because he had been trying to numb himself with food, to the point that even his spine was out of alignment. Soft sunlight streamed into the consultation room. Lin Xiaoyan jotted down her reflections in her notebook. The mind and body are integrated. A misaligned thoracic vertebra might stem from a broken heart. A doctor can realign bones, but the more crucial task is helping patients see the wind that tilted the sails. Treatment insights. Huangdi Neijing states, worry injures the spleen, anger injures the liver. It also says, the liver would overpowers the spleen earth. For those who overeat due to heartbreak, suppressed emotions gather in the liver. When liver qi cannot flow freely, it affects the stomach, blocking stomach qi and causing bloating and abdominal discomfort. The back pain in such cases is often due to thoracic joint misalignment, which compresses the associated spinal nerves, further disrupting the spleen-stomach functions. Manual adjustment of the thoracic vertebrae can help regulate the flow of qi throughout the body. However, emotional guidance is the fundamental method to resolve such knots. This case highlights that many chronic digestive issues might have emotional roots. Only by addressing both mind and body can effective healing occur. Tips from Bone Doctor. If you're feeling down or under pressure, experiencing stomach bloating and tension in your back, you can try the liver qi regulation routine. 1. Stand with feet shoulder width apart and hands on your hips, thumbs pressed against the small of your back near the kidney meridian, shinshu points. 2. Slowly lean backward, stretching the front of your chest and abdomen, while inhaling deeply through your nose. 3. Gently return to the starting position and exhale through your mouth, imagining your frustration being expelled with your breath. 4. Repeat several times to alleviate chest and abdominal tension. March 28, Tuesday. Sunny, with afternoon winds, ****. Earlier this morning, a neighbor helped Mr. Liu to the clinic. The elderly man looked dazed and pointed to his right ear, shaking his head repeatedly. He said he had been fine last night, but upon waking, he couldn't hear out of that ear. I gently felt the bone behind his ear and asked, "Did you get upset and stew over something during the night?" The spring breeze was warm, carrying drifting willow catkins, infusing Qingshi Lane with a sense of renewal. By Zhao Liahan stall, people were still chatting about the neighborhood demolition plans, though their words now held a touch of calculation and worry. Suddenly, the door of the suspended gourd clinic was knocked on with urgency, accompanied by the anxious voice of an old neighbor, Lao Zhang. "Dr. Chen. Quickly, take a look at Mr. Liu." Chen Gudwa opened the door to see Lao Zhang supporting 70-year-old Mr. Liu. Though the elder usually had good health and enjoyed playing chess at the alley entrance, his face was now ghostly pale, his expression fearful. He clutched his right ear with his right hand while his left hand waved around incessantly. "Dr. Chen, old Liu suddenly can't hear." Old Zhang said anxiously. When old Liu saw Chen Gusheng, his lips trembled. He pointed to his right ear, then to the sky, shaking his head, and cried out anxiously, "Ah, ah." Sweat broke out on his forehead. "Don't worry, old Liu, take your time to explain. Come in and sit." Chen Gusheng and Xiaoyan helped him into the house. Old Liu took a moment to compose himself and stuttered, "I was fine yesterday. Last night, when I went to bed, I could still hear my wife grinding her teeth, but this morning when I woke up, this side had no sound. It's as if it's stuffed with cotton. I tried picking at it, shook my head, it's useless. Am I going deaf?" He grew increasingly alarmed as he spoke, his eyes full of fear. Sudden deafness was nothing short of a catastrophe for him. Chen Gusheng patted his hand and reassured him, "Don't frighten yourself. Let me take a look." He had old Liu sit sideways and checked the ear canal, which was clean on the outside with no redness or pus. Using a flashlight, he examined the eardrum and found nothing unusual. He effectively ruled out earwax blockage or inflammation. Chen washed his hands, rubbed them warm, and gently palpated old Liu's ear, particularly around the mastoid area. The skin temperature was normal, but there was some tension in the muscles behind the ear. He proceeded to carefully press along the junction of the temporal bone and mastoid bone, as well as near the temporomandibular joint. When he pressed a specific point above the mastoid bone, old Liu suddenly shuddered, not from pain, but from an intense sensation of sourness and tension that shot straight to his ear. "Is this spot particularly tense and sore?" Chen asked. Old Liu nodded vigorously and pointed to the spot. "Yes, right here. Feels so numb, like an electric shock." Chen Gusheng began forming a hypothesis. Gently, he inquired, "Think back for a moment, last night or during the night, did anything upset you or leave you feeling stifled?" Old Liu paused, frowning in thought. Old Zhang interjected, "Could it be because you fought with your second son again over the phone? I think I heard you yelling in the courtyard last night." Old Liu's expression shifted, he sighed helplessly. "Yes, my second son was fighting with his wife about a divorce. He called me asking for money to hire a lawyer. Then we started arguing. I was so upset I couldn't sleep well for the rest of the night. Felt stifled in my chest." "There's the answer." Chen nodded. "Your sudden hearing loss might have its roots there." Lin Xiaoyan listened intently. This case was clearly tied to emotional factors. In traditional Chinese medicine, there's a theory that the gallbladder meridian runs from behind the ear, into the ear, and out in front of the ear, Chen explained while tracing the path with his hand. What this means is, the gallbladder meridian's qi and blood circulate around the ear and are connected to hearing. The gallbladder is also tied to anger. What we call anger harms the liver. Since the liver and gallbladder are interrelated, when liver fire surges, gallbladder fire inevitably follows. He gently pressed the sore spot behind old Lu's ear again and said, "Last night, you got very angry." The liver and gallbladder fires surged upward together. This type of heat or fire rushed along the gallbladder meridian straight to the ear. The inner ear structure is delicate. There are 3 tiny auditory ossicles, the malleus, incus, and stapes, that act like miniature levers to conduct sound. This sudden fire, essentially a reverse flow of qi and blood, could have caused a slight displacement or blockage of the ossicular chain, or it could have disrupted the blood supply to the inner ear. Imagine a precise clock mechanism, its gears knocked out of alignment by a sudden jolt, leaving it stuck and unable to turn. That's why your ear feels stuffed and you can't hear. The soreness behind the ear happens because the qi and blood are obstructed in pressing into the bone junctions. Both old Lu and old Zhang were stunned. Could anger really cause deafness? It was their first time hearing about such a thing, but it made sense given what had happened the night before. Will it get better, though? Can the gears be fixed? Old Lu nervously clutched Chen's hand. "Let me give it a try." "Trust me," Chen replied with calm confidence, reassuring and reliable. He had old Lu lie on his side with his right ear facing up. Starting with a very gentle technique, he massaged and pressed several acupuncture points around the ear and along the neck, such as Yifeng, Tinggong, Tingui, and Fengqi, to help unblock the gallbladder meridian and ease the upward surge of fire. The stagnant qi at these points was palpable. The area felt heavy with soreness. After loosening the tension, he moved on to the most critical and delicate adjustment, gently realigning the ossicular chain. This didn't involve forcibly manipulating the bones. Instead, it relied on the subtle transmission of forces through the cranial bones and fascia with an extremely light touch. One hand cupped old Lu's right ear, enclosing it in a warm, protective space. The other hand used his thumb and forefinger to gently grip old Lu's right earlobe, applying a sustained, feather-like traction downward and back. Simultaneously, the hand covering the ear made imperceptible rocking and soothing movements. This required not brute strength but an acute sensitivity to touch and qi flow, guiding and coaxing any potentially misaligned auditory ossicles back into position. Time passed quietly. The only sounds in the room were the soft crackling of the fireplace and old Lu's slightly labored breathing. Then, suddenly, Chen felt a faint shifting under his fingers, as if a tiny obstacle had given way. At the same time, old Lu's body gave a slight shudder, and a faint buzz echoed in his right ear, followed by a warm, clear sensation of unblocked flow. Chen Gushing slowly lifted his hands away. "Elder Lu, now breathe in slowly, then exhale slowly." "Listen to my voice," Chen Gushing said in a calm, normal tone. Elder Lu followed the instructions, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. He turned to look at Chen Gusheng, his face filled with incredulous joy. "I can hear it. I really can hear it. Dr. Chen, I can hear you speaking. It's still a bit muffled, with a buzzing sound, but I can really hear again," he stammered excitedly, pointing to his ear, almost on the verge of tears. Old Zhang, who had been holding his breath in concern, finally relaxed and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. "Don't get overly excited," Chen Gushing said, helping him sit up. "Your auditory ossicles have just cleared up, the blood flow to your inner ear hasn't fully recovered yet. For the next few days, absolute quiet is essential. Stay away from loud noises, and most importantly, avoid getting angry. I'll prescribe some traditional herbs to soothe the liver, purge fire, and open the ear passages for a few days. And one more thing, your children and grandchildren have their own blessings. At your age, it's not worth straining yourself by arguing with them, it's harmful to your health." Elder Lu nodded repeatedly, grasping Chen Gushing's hand tightly. "I'll do as you say. I'll never lose my temper again. To have my hearing back, it's all worth it." After seeing off the deeply grateful Elder Lu and old Zhang, the suspended calabash clinic grew quiet once more. Lin Xiaoyan mused aloud, sudden hearing loss. Western medicine attributes it to vascular spasms, viruses, or immune factors, and major emotional upheaval is indeed an important trigger. Your approach, explaining it as gallbladder meridian qi attacking and disrupting the auditory ossicles, and then using detailed manual adjustments, is pretty innovative, but the results are evident. Western medicine focuses on structural issues, while traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes qi and transformation. Structural problems often begin with a deviation in qi. Anger can lead to vascular spasms, affecting blood flow to the inner ear, potentially damaging auditory hair cells or disrupting the auditory ossicle chain. We address the problems from the point where qi first deviates, guiding it to flow smoothly, which can sometimes reverse the condition, Chen Gushing explained while tidying up. Of course, not all cases of hearing loss respond to this treatment. But for situations like Elder Lu's sudden onset with a clear emotional trigger, addressing both the emotional state and the meridians often achieves remarkable results. A spring breeze drifted in through the window, carrying the distant laughter of children, a sound that now seemed especially precious. Lin Xiaoyan jotted down a note in her notebook. The ears are connected to the gallbladder meridian, and anger causes qi to rush upward. A fierce late-night argument can disrupt the auditory ossicles within the ear. The human body is truly remarkable, and medicine is so intricate. Healing isn't just about techniques, it's about comprehending the entirety of life. Clinical insights. The ancient medical text Huangdin Aging, Ling Shu mentions, the gallbladder meridian passes behind the ear, enters the ear, and emerges in front of the ear. It also states, excessive anger harms yin, and qi surges upward. Elder Lu's sudden hearing loss resulted from an outburst of anger, which caused the fire of the liver and gallbladder to surge upward, disrupting the ear via the connected meridians and causing qi and blood to stagnate. Applying manual techniques to release the meridians around the ear is akin to a spring breeze clearing away obstructions. Prescribing herbal remedies to clear the fire in the liver and gallbladder serves as gentle rain extinguishing a raging fire. But at the root, the key is tempering anger and nurturing a calm disposition. Only then can the ears remain peaceful and functional for the long term. A tip from Dr. Bone. If you experience tinnitus, ear congestion, or hearing loss after emotional upheaval or high stress, in addition to seeking medical advice promptly, you can try a technique called the heavenly drum. Cover your ears with your palms, place your fingers on the back of your head, press your index finger over your middle finger, and flick downward to strike the Fengqi acupuncture point. You should hear a thumping sound. Do this 20 to 30 times per session, several times a day. It can help clear and invigorate qi and blood around the ear. Asterisk, note, those with acute ear infections or ear pain should not attempt this. Asterisk. March 29, Wednesday. Sunny, with a breeze. Today's case involved a 10-year-old boy whose nose had been blocked for 3 years, to the point that his face had started to deform. I touched the bones of his brow and the sides of his cheeks and remarked, "The little rooms in your sinuses, their walls are crooked." Though the spring breeze carried a hint of warmth, it also carried remnants of last year's dust, swirling through the slate alleys. For those with nasal allergies, this weather was particularly uncomfortable. At the alley entrance, old Zhaohan was repairing shoes while sneezing relentlessly, complaining, "This cursed weather, my nose is suffering." The door to the suspended calabash clinic creaked open, and in walked a fatigued mother with her son. The boy was about 10, thin, pale-faced, breathing through his mouth with flaring nostrils and dark shadows under his eyes, a clear sign of oxygen deprivation. "Dr. Chen, please take a look at my child," the mother pleaded with a mix of helplessness and concern. "He's got rhinitis. It's been 3 years now. His nose is always stuffy, he's constantly sneezing and has a runny nose. He sleeps with his mouth open at night and doesn't sleep well. During the day, he's sluggish and has no energy, which is affecting his studies." The boy's name was Lele. He didn't fuss but obediently greeted me in a muffled tone, calling out, "Grandpa Chen." "What did the hospital say?" Chen Gushing asked gently as he let Lele sit down. "They tested for allergens and found a minor sensitivity to dust mites and mold, but it's not severe. They diagnosed him with allergic rhinitis and sinusitis. He's been sprayed with steroids, taken antihistamines, washed his nose, we've tried everything, but it only helps temporarily. The doctors also mentioned that if it doesn't improve, we might have to consider surgery to remove his adenoids," she answered worriedly. "But he's so young." Chen Gusheng nodded but did not immediately examine the nose. He first took Leilei's hand to feel his pulse. The child's pulse was thin and weak, especially showing deficiencies in the lung and spleen meridians. His tongue coating was thin and white, and the color of the tongue itself was pale. Leilei, do you often feel cold? Sweat easily? Chen Gusheng asked. Just a bit cold, and I sweat as soon as I start moving, especially on my head, Leilei replied softly. How's your appetite? Are your bowel movements normal? The mother answered for him, his appetite isn't good, he's a picky eater. Sometimes his stool is hard, sometimes loose, and it's not normal in shape. Chen Gusheng understood clearly in his mind. This wasn't just a problem with the nose. It was an old issue of lung qi deficiency, weakened immunity, and insufficient spleen qi, weak digestion prone to dampness. External factors such as allergens or cold winds were merely triggers, the root cause lay in his unsteady constitution. However, he felt there were additional factors at play that required manual verification. Come, Leilei, lie down. Grandpa will feel your head, it won't hurt, Chen instructed as he laid Leilei down on his back and placed a soft pillow under his head. After washing his hands, he rubbed them together to warm them before gently placing them on Leilei's forehead. He used his fingertips to feel the skin and bones there. Then he moved to the area above the midpoint of the brows, where the ethmoid sinus is located, and pressed lightly. Leilei felt a slight aching sensation. He continued to the inner corners of Leilei's eyes, to the area above both cheekbones and below the eyes, these corresponding to the ethmoid, frontal, and maxillary sinuses. His touch was not merely pressing but seemed to read the structure, symmetry, and tension of these bones carefully. When his fingers moved to the connection of the upper edge of the cheekbone and the skull, he detected a subtle asymmetry. The left side was slightly higher, with tighter fascia. The difference was so minute that most would fail to notice it. Did Leilei fall on his face when he was younger? Or does he prefer sleeping on one side? Chen Gusheng inquired. The mother thought for a while. Around 5 or 6 years old, he slid off the couch and bumped the left side of his face on the corner of the coffee table. It bruised, but it didn't seem serious, so we didn't go to the hospital. As for sleeping, he does curl up more to the left. That makes sense, Chen Gusheng withdrew his hands and explained to the mother, the nasal sinuses are cavities within the cranial bones, like little rooms in a house. They open into the nasal cavity, warming the air and lightening the weight of the head. The walls of these little rooms are formed by our skull. He gestured towards Leilei's face. Your child's connection between the left cheekbone and the skull may have shifted slightly due to that old injury or prolonged sleeping on one side. Imagine a slightly tilted wall of a room. It might not look like much, but it can interfere with doors and windows opening properly. When the sinus openings are blocked, secretions can't drain, making it easy for bacteria to grow and causing inflammation. This might also be why allergies keep recurring. Additionally, the displaced bone might compress nearby nerves and blood vessels, worsening nasal issues. The mother seemed not entirely clear on the explanation, but the phrase misaligned bones affecting the nose caught her focus. Can it be adjusted? He's still growing, can that be corrected? Precisely because children are still growing, their bones are easier to adjust. But the technique must be very gentle, unlike for adults, Chen Gusheng reassured Leilei. Leilei, close your eyes. Imagine you are lying on a cloud, feeling light and comfy. He rubbed his hands together once more and, with a technique that emphasized sensing and guiding, placed his hands gently on the sides of Leilei's cheekbones and temples. He applied almost no pressure, simply attuning himself to the subtle rhythms of Leilei's skull. Using delicate motions and guided intent, he gradually encouraged the slightly tense side to relax and realign. The entire process was nearly silent and involved no major movements. To Leilei, Grandpa's warm palms felt so soothing that he quickly relaxed completely. After about 10 minutes, Chen Gusheng slowly withdrew his hands and had Leilei sit up. Leilei, take a few gentle breaths through your nose and see how it feels, Chen Gusheng said warmly. Leilei did as instructed and suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking at his mother. Mom! My nose feels clearer. There's still some mucus, but it's much better. His mother, overjoyed, urged him to try again. Leilei took a few more breaths. Though his nasal tone persisted slightly, he could breathe much more smoothly now, and his complexion was visibly rosier. Really? Even cool air can pass through now. Lin Xiaoyan, who had been quietly researching on her tablet, murmured faintly, the pterygopalatine ganglion, located near the maxillary and sphenoid sinuses, an important node controlling blood vessels and glands of the nasal area. Misaligned bones could indeed affect its function and trigger rhinitis. Western medicine also employs blocks or stimulation of the pterygopalatine ganglion to treat nasal inflammation. Could Dr. Chen's technique have indirectly acted on this neural node? Hearing her hypothesis, Chen Gushang nodded. That's very possible. But our perspective is to adjust the overall room structure, making doors, windows, and pipelines naturally unblocked, rather than simply fixing one isolated point. He also prescribed some traditional Chinese medicine to Lele, aimed at tonifying qi, strengthening the spleen, and dispelling dampness, instructing that it should be taken on time after returning home. He reminded them to keep warm, maintain a light diet, spend time in the sun, correct sleeping posture, and taught Lele how to massage the Yinxiang acupoints on both sides of his nose with his fingers using a nasal clearing exercise. The mother and son kept thanking him. At the door, Lele turned back, inhaled deeply, and shyly but sincerely smiled at Chen Gusheng. The spring breeze caressed their faces, bringing with it a whiff of floral fragrance. Lin Xiaoyan watched their retreating figures and sighed. I never thought a slight knock or an improper sleeping posture could set the foundation for 3 years of rhinitis. The human body is truly interconnected. Especially with children, Chen Gusheng said, looking at the children in the alleyway. Children are like saplings, even the slightest external force can leave a profound impact. Doctors must be extra cautious, hands gentle, eyes sharp, to find the very root of the issue. Treatment insights. Jingdi Lei Yao mentions, children's tendons and bones are delicate, sometimes an injury shows no immediate signs but manifests over time. Chronic rhinitis in children is often attributed to physical frailty and external pathogens invading the body. However, this case indicates that even slight misalignments of the skull bones in children can lead to sinus blockages, poor circulation of qi and blood, and prolonged conditions. Gentle manual adjustments of the cranial sutures are like straightening the beams of a house, while TCM strengthens the body's foundational qi. Treating illnesses in children requires meticulous care, addressing both their physical structure and internal organs for long-term results. Bone Brothers tips. For children experiencing nasal congestion, try the Yinxiang acupoint nasal clearing massage. First, wash your hands thoroughly. Using the pad of your index finger, gently massage the Yinxiang points located on both sides of the nose. Massage clockwise and counterclockwise 30 to 50 times each. The pressure should be tolerable for the child. This can be done several times a day, especially in the mornings after waking, before bedtime, or during episodes of nasal congestion. It can be an effective way to relieve symptoms. March 30th, Thursday. Cloudy with a light breeze. The old editor from the publishing house visited. He said his ears felt like they housed a cicada, buzzing day and night. I asked him to open his mouth, touched the joint in front of his ears, and said, "The axis here has an issue from clenching your teeth during editing." The weather was mild, with cloud cover softening the sunlight, making it suitable for writing indoors. In Chingstone Alley, there was new gossip about the relocation plans. Some said the compensation still needed negotiation. A few families whispered outside Zhao Leiahan's food stall, their expressions varied. In Xuanhufang, Lin Xiaoyan was holding the illustrated guide to bone misalignments in everyday life studying the page on bookkeeping fingers and comparing the differences between the modern mouse hand and the ancient bookkeeping finger in terms of tendon knot positions. From time to time, she stretched her stiff wrists. The door was pushed open, and a man in his 50s entered. He had black-framed glasses, an intellectual demeanor, but looked noticeably fatigued. Carrying an old briefcase, he closed the door gently as though afraid of disturbing someone before looking at Chen Gusheng. "Dr. Chen, sorry to bother you," he said softly, his tone moderate and reserved. Yet, listening closely, his voice carried a subtle undercurrent of suppressed irritation. "Please, have a seat. What seems to be the issue?" The man sat down, set his briefcase aside, and gestured to both his ears, particularly the right one. "Tinnitus. Like the buzzing of cicadas in summer, a high-pitched hum that's worse in my right ear. It's been going on for 2 years. It happens both day and night? All the time. It's more noticeable when it's quiet, especially at night. I can't sleep without medication. During the day, being in the office with some ambient noise makes it a little better, but the sound is always there, like an annoying background track. He smiled bitterly and adjusted his glasses. When it gets severe, my ears feel stuffy, and my hearing diminishes as well. What did the hospital find? Diagnosed as neurological tinnitus. Hearing tests showed high-frequency loss. They ruled out otitis media and Meniere's disease. The doctor said the cause is complex, related to blood vessels, nerves, and microcirculation in the inner ear. There's no specific treatment, just adaptation and taking nerve-nourishing medications. He sighed in frustration. I've taken all sorts of medication and even tried acupuncture, but the effects haven't lasted. Chen Gushing noticed a slightly unnatural movement in the man's jaw as he spoke. When he closed his mouth, there was a faint click sound. Does your job require you to constantly lower your head to look at manuscripts? And do you often clench your teeth? Chen Gushing asked. The editor froze for a moment and subconsciously touched his face. Yes, I'm an editor at a publishing house. I spend at least 8 hours a day staring at manuscripts. I suppose I do have a habit of clenching my teeth. When I come across challenging problems or sentences I need to refine, I feel I can focus better by clenching. Open your mouth, as wide as you can, and then close it slowly. The editor followed his instructions. When he opened his mouth, there was a distinct click in front of his right ear. As he closed his mouth, there was a slight sensation of friction. Chen Gushing also observed a minor misalignment when his jaw moved. Lie down, let me check. Chen Gushing washed his hands and gently palpated the man's joints on both sides, in front of his ears. The right masseter and temporalis muscles were tighter than the left, sore to the touch, and the joint head on the right side seemed slightly displaced, shifting backward and outward. The problem likely lies here. Chen Gushing pointed to the area in front of his right ear. The temporomandibular joint, like the pivot between your jaw and skull. You've been clenching your teeth while reviewing manuscripts for long periods. This keeps the joint and surrounding muscles tense, which pulls the mandible backward and upward over time. Eventually, this can lead to misalignment or asymmetry. He gestured while he spoke. This area is critical. Nearby are the external auditory canal and middle ear. A misaligned joint or muscle spasm might directly compress adjacent nerves and blood vessels, even affecting the inner ear. Traditional Chinese medicine highlights that the sanjiao and gallbladder meridians pass through this region. If the joint isn't properly aligned, it may obstruct the flow of qi and blood, leading to tinnitus. It's like a crooked door hinge. A misalignment causes creaking, and it can throw off the entire wall. The editor listened intently. This explanation, tying together his work habits, physical issues, and tinnitus, resonated with him far more than hearing the word neurological. The Compendium of Acupuncture and Moxibustion states, Erman, Tingong, and Tinghui treat tinnitus, Chen Gushing added. These acupoints are all located near the ear and the temporomandibular joint. In fact, ancient practitioners long recognized that the structures surrounding the ear, including this joint, directly affect hearing. Then, can this joint be adjusted back into place? The editor asked eagerly. It's worth trying. But the movement must be delicate and gentle. The structure here is intricate, with numerous nerves and blood vessels, Chen Gushing said as he instructed the editor to relax completely. He began with gentle techniques to loosen the editor's tense right masseter and temporalis muscles, focusing especially on the portions attached to the zygomatic arch and mandible. After the muscles were relaxed, he moved on to the vital joint adjustment. He had the editor lie on his side, right side up. One hand, with a thumb wrapped in sterilized gauze, gently inserted into the editor's mouth, pressing against the outer side of the last molar. His other hand stabilized the editor's head, securing the temporal bone. Now, relax and perform a swallowing motion. Each time the editor swallowed, his mandible naturally shifted slightly backward. Chen Gushing seized the moment when the muscles were most relaxed after swallowing. With his thumb inside the oral cavity, he gently pushed forward, downward, and slightly toward the midline while his other hand remained steady. There was no sharp pop. But Chen Gusheng could feel a subtle sliding and realignment, like a misfit bearing clicking into proper position. The editor also felt a deep soreness in the area in front of his ear, followed by an unexpected sensation of release. The fullness and tightness in his ear noticeably diminished. Now, slowly get up. Move your jaw around and try biting down gently. The editor sat upright, carefully shifting his jaw. A look of surprise spread across his face. The clicking sound isn't as prominent anymore. And the feeling when I bite, it's noticeably more aligned than before. The buzzing in my ear is lower too, less piercing than before? One adjustment won't completely eliminate the tinnitus right away, Chen Gusheng explained. But with the joint back in position and the surrounding muscles relaxed, the pressure and irritation should lessen. The change in the sound is a positive signal. It'll take a few more sessions to reinforce the adjustment. Also, you must stop clenching your teeth, he instructed, teaching the editor a method to relax his jaw. Lightly press your tongue against the roof of your mouth, leave a small gap between your upper and lower teeth, and completely relax the facial muscles. While reviewing manuscripts, remind yourself to relax your jaw. You can also try biting on a cork or dental guard. The editor earnestly committed the method to memory, deeply grateful. When paying, he folded the money neatly and carefully handed it over. After the editor left, Lin Xiaoyan spoke thoughtfully. Actually, the connection between temporomandibular joint disorder and tinnitus has been studied in dentistry and otolaryngology. Displaced joint discs and muscle spasms can influence hearing through various mechanisms. Your approach, integrating meridian theory with structural adjustments, opens up a new perspective. The human body is an interconnected whole, Chen Gusheng said, gazing out the window. The head is dense with sutures, and its nerves and blood vessels are intricately connected. Imbalances in one area often cascade into unexpected symptoms. But by pinpointing the critical origin, we can break the chain reaction. A gentle breeze brushed through the alley, and sunlight streamed into the room. The cicada that had buzzed in the editor's ear for 2 years seemed to have been disrupted, its noise softened. Reflections on treatment. The Compendium of Acupuncture and Moxibustion notes that the 3 ear-adjacent acupoints can treat tinnitus, aiming to unblock qi flow. The editor's tinnitus stemmed from temporomandibular joint dysfunction. This joint lies along the Xiaoyan meridian, governed by the liver, which controls the tendons. Clenched jaws indicate stagnated liver qi. Tightened muscles and dislocated bones block pathways, creating obstructions. By adjusting the joint, realigning the bones, and relaxing the muscles, qi flows freely, nourishing the ear orifices and alleviating tinnitus. This illustrates the principle of treating upper maladies from below and addressing tendon issues through the bones. It also shows how emotional strain and fatigue can disrupt musculoskeletal balance and affect auditory function. Tips from the Bone Coach. If you frequently experience tinnitus accompanied by jaw tension or facial soreness, consider self-checking your temporomandibular joint. Slowly open your mouth and observe if your jaw deviates. Check for clicking or pain in front of your ear. You can also practice the relaxed jaw position. Sit upright, press your tongue lightly against the roof of your mouth, part your upper and lower teeth slightly, close your lips, and fully relax your facial muscles. Breathe deeply for a few minutes and repeat several times daily to relieve joint stress. March 31st, Friday. Overcast skies, and a light rain started in the afternoon. Today, Chen Gusheng was called to the next street for a house call. Before leaving, he reminded me that if any emergency patients came in, I should let them wait for his return. I looked at an old lady in unbearable back pain, convinced that I could handle a backache, but I ended up making a mistake. The sky had been gloomy since morning, and by the afternoon, the rain started falling, each drop pelting onto the stone slabs with a soft pattering sound. Zhao Laohan closed his stall early, and the alley descended into a quiet desolation. In the morning, Chen Gusheng received a call from an old customer on the neighboring street. The man's chronic injury had flared up again, leaving him unable to get out of bed, and his family requested a home visit. Glancing at the weather and the medicinal supplies, Chen Gusheng told Lin Xiaoyan, "I'll be back in about 2 hours. Emergency cases, serious ones, should wait for me. If it's truly urgent, advise them to go to the hospital, but under no circumstances should you handle it yourself." Lin Xiaoyan was organizing patient notes. Hearing her teacher's instructions, she responded immediately, "Don't worry, master, I understand." Wearing an old raincoat and carrying the medical kit, Chen Gushing disappeared quickly into the rain curtain. The quiet of the medical hall settled in instantly, broken only by the sounds of the fire and the rain. Lin Xiaoyan continued her work, but her thoughts wandered. Lately, she'd seen many patients with waist and leg issues and had memorized her teacher's methods meticulously. She had even practiced on her own, feeling that she was no longer just a bookish student. Doctor? Is there a doctor here? Suddenly, painful cries and knocking came from the door. An elderly lady walked in, assisted by a young woman. The older woman was drenched in sweat, clutching her back, leaning over so much that she couldn't straighten up. "Hurry, let her sit down. My mom's in unbearable pain." The young woman, panicked, spun in circles. "Where's Dr. Chen? My master is out on a house call." "He'll be back soon," Lin Xiaoyan said quickly as she helped the elder onto the examination table. "Ma'am, where exactly does it hurt?" "Here, it feels like stabbing pain, coming in waves, and it's getting worse." The old lady sucked in sharp breaths, struggling to find her words. "Did you fall or twist it?" "No," she replied. "I was fine in the morning, but after eating, it hurt suddenly," the daughter interjected. She added that her mother had a history of chronic lumbar strain, which was likely acting up again. Lin Xiaoyan relaxed slightly. This was a common condition, and she had encountered similar cases recently. She recalled Chen Gushing's standard procedures: interview the patient, perform a physical examination, and distinguish between muscle issues or joint problems, followed by either massage therapy or joint adjustment. "Auntie, please lie down." "Let me take a look," Lin Xiaoyan said, washing her hands before mimicking her teacher's methods, first assessing temperature and then probing the muscles. Sure enough, the stiffened, tender muscle on the right side showed restrictions in her range of movement. The symptoms resembled acute lumbar strain or sacroiliac joint dysfunction. Lin Xiaoyan felt a surge of confidence and a tinge of excitement. Since her master wasn't around, wouldn't it be better to ease the patient's pain right away? This could be the perfect test of what she had learned. "Auntie, it seems like your joint might be slightly misaligned. I'll help you release it. You might feel some soreness and pressure, but bear with it," Lin Xiaoyan assured as she massaged the lady's stiffened muscles. The old woman cried out painfully, but after the muscles were loosened, there seemed to be some relief. Next, Lin Xiaoyan decided to attempt a lumbar vertebra adjustment. She had the woman lie sideways and, recalling the steps and key motions, adjusted the position while instructing her to take a deep breath and then, with a forceful motion, twisted. Pop! A dull crack. "Ah!" The older woman screamed in agony, curling up into a trembling ball, her face pale as a sheet. "It hurts. It's worse. It feels like it's breaking. Oh my God." Lin Xiaoyan froze, utterly at a loss. What happened? Was my technique wrong? Or was I too forceful? "Do you even know what you're doing?" the young woman shouted, furious and panicked, glaring at Lin Xiaoyan. At that moment, the door was pushed open suddenly. Drenched from head to toe, Chen Gushing strode quickly into the room. He took in the scene of the writhing patient on the treatment bed and the pale-faced Lin Xiaoyan, his expression darkening immediately. "What happened?" "Master, I thought her back pain was due to lumbar strain or joint dislocation, so Lin Xiaoyan stammered, her voice trembling. Chen Gushing didn't press further and immediately approached the patient. "Sister, relax, let me take a look," he said, motioning for the younger woman to help restrain the elder. He carefully examined her, observing the area Lin Xiaoyan had worked on. Skipping over the spasming lumbar muscles, he lightly pressed the right costovertebral angle. As his fingers pressed down, the older woman nearly leapt up in pain. Quickly, Chen felt her pulse, studied her complexion, and asked quietly, "Are you sweating cold? Does it feel like you need to urinate, but you can't? Or any abnormal color?" The lady, gritting her teeth against the pain, replied, "Yes. It feels like I need to go, but not much comes out, there's a constant pressure." Chen's expression grew grave. Turning to the younger woman, he said firmly, "Call 120 immediately or take her directly to the emergency room. Your mother likely has kidney stones, one may be blocking the ureter, causing renal colic. That's why her back hurts so much. This isn't something chiropractic adjustments can fix, and manipulation could make things worse. Don't delay her treatment." The young woman, shaken, scrambled to make the call for an ambulance. Chen then turned, his gaze piercing Lin Xiaoyan, his tone sharp and filled with reproach. "What did I tell you before I left?" Lin Xiaoyan lowered her head, nearly in tears. I saw how much pain she was in, and since it's so common, I thought I'd give it a try." "Common?" Chen gushing pointed at the patient. "There are dozens of causes for back pain, it's not just about muscles and joints. Kidney stones, pancreatitis, gynecological issues, even shingles can cause severe back pain. Without differential diagnosis, without asking detailed questions, you dare make a move? What if it was an aneurysm or an acute abdomen? You could have killed her." Each word struck Lin Xiaoyan like a hammer to her heart. Her previous confidence was gone, leaving only fear and guilt. The ambulance arrived, and the medical team carried the old woman away. On her way out, the woman gave Lin Xiaoyan a complex look but said nothing before leaving. Only the mentor and apprentice remained in the heavy, oppressive atmosphere of the room. The rain continued, pattering against the eaves. After a long silence, Chen Gushing sighed softly, his tone easing. "Xiaoyan, there's nothing wrong with being bold enough to learn and try. But a doctor holds others' lives in their hands. Courage must be rooted in meticulousness and knowing one's limits. Orthopedics has its boundaries. Some ailments aren't ours to touch. Reckless treatment only hurts people." Finally, Lin Xiaoyan shed tears. These were not tears of grievance but of remorse and responsibility. "Master, I was wrong. I was too arrogant. Remember this lesson." Chen Gusheng walked to the stove and added a piece of charcoal. The firelight illuminated the side of his face. Being skilled at treatment is, of course, good, but knowing what you cannot treat, and when you should stop, is even more critical. Tomorrow, I'll thoroughly teach you the methods of differential diagnosis. The sound of rain outside whispered gently, as though washing away the dangers and mistakes of that afternoon. Lin Xiaoyan wiped her tears, clenched her fists, and, for the first time, truly understood the weight of a doctor's responsibility. Reflections on medical practice. This incident was a lesson, emphasizing medical ethics. Lin Xiaoyan's reflection. The mistake today was in seeing the disease and not the person, observing the symptoms but not the cause. Seeing back pain and assuming it was just related to muscles and bones, I overlooked the fact that many acute conditions can manifest as back pain. In treating patients, a doctor must first learn to differentiate. Ask about urination, defecation, hot or cold sensations, the speed of onset, rule out critical conditions. Though orthopedics has its merits, it has its indications and is not all-encompassing. Master said, knowing one's limits is the foundation of saving others and protecting oneself. This lesson will remain deeply ingrained. I now understand that on the path of medicine, reverence and caution are paramount. Bone Master's tips. If you suddenly experience severe back pain, never blindly seek a massage or chiropractic adjustment. First, identify if you also have fever, frequent urination, painful urination, blood in your urine, abdominal pain that radiates, and so on. Have you had any recent injuries? Is the pain intensifying and unrelenting, even with rest? If so, seek medical care immediately to rule out major concerns like kidney stones, kidney infections, herniated discs, or even an aortic dissection. April 1st, Saturday. After the rain, the sky cleared, and the air was exceptionally fresh. Morning light streamed into the room. Chen Gusheng, seeing Lin Xiaoyan still visibly downcast, comforted her. "Don't lose heart, failure is often the best teacher." He added that today, he would teach her the full method of bone palpation in 4 steps. A spring rain had washed the stone-paved alleyway, leaving it glistening. The sycamore trees bore new, vivid green leaves. The air was filled with the scent of plants waking up. Though the fright and failure from the day before still lingered, the fine weather seemed to lighten the burden a little. Lin Xiaoyan arrived later than usual, her eyes swollen and red. She quietly organized herbs, avoiding Chen Gusheng's gaze and speaking little. Though he noticed her mood, Chen Gusheng said nothing immediately. It wasn't until the morning's tasks were done, the medical furnace glowing, and tea brewed, that he spoke. "Xiaoyan, come sit." Lin Xiaoyan sat down with anxious trepidation. "Are you still thinking about yesterday's incident?" Chen Gusheng handed her a cup of hot tea. Holding the cup, Lin Xiaoyan replied gloomily, "Master, maybe I'm not suited for this? I'm too impulsive. I nearly caused a disaster." "Everyone makes mistakes," Chen Gusheng said gently. "Not making mistakes would be even scarier. When I was younger, I made more and bigger mistakes than you. The key is to learn from them. Your problem isn't that you meant well but failed, it's that you acted without laying a strong foundation. For example, if you build a house on an unstable foundation, no matter how beautiful the house looks, it will collapse." Lin Xiaoyan looked up at him. "That's why we won't take on any new patients today," Chen Gusheng stated. "I'm going to thoroughly teach you the principles of bone palpation diagnostic techniques. Think of it as the steel reinforcements needed for laying a solid foundation. Once you grasp them, you won't misdiagnose or act recklessly in the future." Lin Xiaoyan immediately perked up, taking out her tablet and notebook to prepare to take notes. "Don't be in such a rush to jot things down, listen carefully first." Chen Gusheng waved her off. This diagnostic technique has 4 essential steps, known as the bone palpation in 4 steps, and every step is crucial. He extended one finger. "The first step, check the temperature of the skin. Place your hand on the area, not hurriedly. First, use the lightest touch to feel the temperature of the patient's skin. Is it warm or cool? Is it evenly distributed, or are there areas that are particularly hot or cold? Don't underestimate the significance of temperature." He proceeded to give an example. The skin's temperature being evenly warm is normal. If a specific area feels cold, it suggests that the blood and energy circulation there is insufficient. The area might be affected by cold, or it could be an old injury with blood stasis that blocks the flow of energy. For instance, chronic cold legs or old overuse injuries might feel cold when touched. On the other hand, if a particular area feels unusually warm or hot, it is often related to inflammation or heat syndrome, such as acute joint sprains or arthritis flare-ups. Understanding the skin's temperature helps grasp the cold and heat nature of the illness and serves as the first-hand information for determining whether the blood and energy circulation is smooth or obstructed. Lin Xiaoyan aligned these observations with her knowledge of blood flow and inflammation in her mind. Chen Gusheng extended his second finger. Step 2, feel the tension in the tissues. After assessing the skin's temperature, apply slightly more pressure with your fingers to sense the underlying muscles and tendons, not by forcefully pressing, but by feeling their texture. Healthy muscles and tendons are flexible and resilient, like fresh vines, they bounce back when pressed. But if issues arise, he demonstrated with hand gestures. Some tendons may feel tight, like a stretched bowstring, some might feel hard, like dry hemp rope, others may feel stiff, like frozen glutinous rice cakes that don't yield under pressure. And then there are nodules, small hard lumps under the skin, like knots in a rope. These areas indicate blocked energy and blood flow, or waste accumulation. The tightness, hardness, stiffness, and nodules in the muscles can reveal the blockage, stagnation, or even exhaustion of energy and blood flow, which is crucial for assessing the severity and depth of the condition. Lin Xiaoyan suddenly realized that the varied sensations she felt while touching different areas corresponded to pathological changes. Chen Gusheng then lifted his third finger. Step 3, locate the bone positions. This is both the most critical and the most challenging step. By now, the first 2 steps would have given you a sense of the local condition. Now focus entirely on the bones, especially around the joint connections. Normal joints should fit seamlessly together like 2 smooth glass pieces aligned perfectly. There should be no steps, no catches, and no unnecessary gaps. Chen Gusheng gestured delicately with his fingers as if mimicking a sliding motion. When you feel uneven joint edges, like overlapping tiles, step sensation, or when the movement feels rough, like a rusty hinge, stiff sensation, or when pressing down gives a hollow, unstable sensation, these could indicate bone misalignment. Combining this observation with the skin temperature changes, whether it feels cold or hot at the misaligned site, and the muscle tension around it, whether the surrounding tissue is particularly taut, you can determine whether it's a new or old injury, a primary issue, or a compensatory result of some other condition. Pinpointing the bone's position is the key to identifying the root of the problem. Lin Xiaoyan thought back to her previous experiences of probing anatomical models and how she often felt at a loss. Now she finally saw the process clearly: first assess the overall temperature, then check the surrounding muscles, and finally zero in on the bones. It was, in essence, a methodical investigation. Finally, Chen Gusheng earnestly raised his fourth finger. Step 4, assess reactions. This step is often overlooked but can be life-saving at critical moments. It's also the step you missed yesterday, he reminded Lin Xiaoyan with emphasis. During palpation, especially when pressing certain points, acupoints, muscle knots, or misaligned bones, you must pay close attention to the patient's reactions. It's not just about asking, "Does it hurt?" You also need to carefully observe. He broke it down. Do they suddenly gasp? Does the muscle instantly tense up, defensive spasm? Is the pain localized, or does it radiate along the line, radiating pain? Where does the pain spread to? Does it trigger symptoms in other far-flung areas, like pressing the waist causing abdominal pain, or pressing the neck resulting in numbness in the hands? You also need to inquire further. What is the nature of the pain? Is it throbbing, stabbing, aching, or tingling? Does it relate to movement, posture, or breathing? Feeling for reactions helps identify the true or false nature and interconnections, Chen Gusheng explained. For example, if you had asked the elderly lady yesterday, after pressing her waist, "Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? How is your urination?" Or if you noticed that pressing the area around her rib vertebra junction caused a sharp pain with radiating sensations, you might have suspected a kidney issue. Reactions can give you extremely crucial clues. Some pains are direct and tangible from the muscles and bones, and some are projections from underlying organ problems. Without fully understanding the reactions, it's easy to misdiagnose and even cause harm inadvertently. These insights struck Lin Xiaoyan with sudden clarity. She finally grasped that diagnosis wasn't simply a step-by-step protocol, it required constant adjustments based on feedback. It was an intricate interrogation and dialogue with the body. Skin temperature, tissue tension, and bone position showed the external form, but reactions revealed the internal details, truly bridging the patient's sensations with their physical signs. These 4 steps: temperature, tissue, position, reaction, are interconnected phases, progressing from surface to depth, from static to dynamic, Chen Gusheng concluded. They constitute both a foundational technique and a way of thinking. This method helps you collect multi-dimensional information, avoid omissions, and, most importantly, develop an integrated perspective and discernment ability. Remember, some people who come in with muscle and bone issues may not have problems within their muscles and bones at all, and even when it seems like the muscles and bones are the source of pain, the root cause might lie elsewhere. While your hands examine, your mind must remain engaged. You're dealing with the whole individual. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, warmly enveloping the mentor and apprentice. Lin Xiaoyan closed her notebook, taking a deep breath, feeling that the frustration and self-blame from yesterday had been completely swept away by her master's teachings. She understood now that these 4 steps were not the endpoint, but rather the true beginning of learning. She was determined to turn this method into her instinct. "Master, could I record what you've taught me? I want to listen to it repeatedly and keep it in my heart," Lin Xiaoyan asked. Chen Gusheng nodded. "Of course. Recording and organizing it will also serve as a reminder for yourself." Lin Xiaoyan took out a recording pen and pressed the switch solemnly. The fire in the stove flickered quietly, and at that moment, the young doctor began to root herself anew into the practice, starting silently with the 4-step bone examination. Outside the window, the stone-paved alley flourished under the spring sunlight. The core medical philosophy of cautious thinking and clear discernment was passed down once again on an ordinary Saturday morning. Reflections on diagnosis and treatment. 4-step bone examination mantra *. 1. Warmth, determine hot or cold. 2. Muscle, examine for tension or tightness. 3. Alignment, identify shifts or misalignments. 4. A response. Assess the body's reaction to external stimuli. Warmth. Understand the condition of blood and qi circulation. Muscle. Evaluate the depth of the pathology. Alignment. Pinpoint the key to the underlying issue. Response. Distinguish the authenticity of pain. The 4 steps proceed in order, serving both as a palpation technique and a diagnostic thought process. By following this approach, doctors can avoid focusing solely on one localized area at the expense of the whole picture. Particularly, it is critical to remember the last step, response, as only by remaining attentive to the body's reactions can one discern the essence and avoid being misled by surface symptoms. Brother Bones tips. When checking your body for discomfort, you can apply the 4-step method. 1. Use the back of your hand to feel the temperature of the uncomfortable area, check if it's overly warm or cool. 2. Gently press with your fingers to see if the muscle is soft or tight, and if there are any hard lumps. 3. Move the joints slightly, take note of whether they feel stuck, make sounds, or cause pain at specific angles. 4. Pay close attention to the type of pain, is it sharp, dull, or another kind? Determine which actions exacerbate or relieve it and if it radiates to other areas. This structured method of self-examination can help you clearly describe symptoms to a doctor. April 2nd, Sunday. Cloudy, with no chill in the breeze. Pushed through the door was a man in a wheelchair, emaciated to the point his skin clung to his bones. Apart from pain, his face bore a deep sense of numbness. His family introduced him softly, cancer with bone metastasis, pain so severe that even morphine could no longer suppress it. Chen Gusheng reviewed the scans in silence for a moment before speaking. I can't cure cancer, but perhaps I can make the pain less unbearable. Weekends in the stone-paved alley were always leisurely. Sunlight broke faintly through the clouds, warming the air just a little. By Zhao Laohan shoe repair stall, neighbors were quietly murmuring about the final compensation proposal posted at the alley's entrance the day before, their mood somber. The entrance to the hanging pot clinic was even quieter. A broken wheelchair sat still, its occupant a man around 60. Even wrapped in a blanket, his body's skeletal frame was starkly visible. His eye sockets were hollow, his complexion ashen. It was as if his very soul had been consumed by excruciating pain. Pushing the wheelchair was unmistakably his wife, her face swollen and red-eyed. Beside her stood a younger man, clutching a bag filled with medications and medical scans. They entered, and even the wind chime at the door seemed to fall silent. Dr. Chen, the woman choked out, her voice raspy and bordering on a sob. We're truly at a dead end. Lao Li. He's been driven near mad by the pain. Chen Gusheng stood, glancing briefly at the man in the wheelchair, then at the large imaging bag. Take your time. Speak slowly. The woman, her voice quivering, recounted their plight: late-stage liver cancer, found too late to treat, interventional procedures had failed. 6 months ago, the cancer metastasized to his bones, and the pain in his thoracic vertebrae and ribs had become unbearable. Painkillers, one after another, starting with tramadol and escalating to morphine, increased in dosage but yielded diminishing effects. For the past 2 weeks, even morphine injections could only suppress the pain for 2 or 3 hours, leaving him groggy and suffering from constipation and nausea. It was no way to live. The hospital outright declared there was no hope left for treatment, nor could the pain be managed, advising them to prepare for the end. As she spoke, the woman broke into uncontrollable sobs. Lowly merely fluttered his eyelids slightly and didn't even bother to turn his head, his eyes lifelessly fixed on the floor. Lin Xiaoyan held her breath on the side. For the first time, she stood face to face with a terminal cancer patient who had been effectively sentenced to death by the hospital. The oppressive mix of medicinal odor and despair weighed heavily in her chest. Chen Gusheng walked over, crouching by the wheelchair to meet Lao Li's eyes. Mr. Li, may I take a look at your scans? The younger man handed over the thoracic MRI. Chen Gusheng carefully examined the images. Several vertebrae in the mid-thoracic region looked as if they'd been gnawed by insects. There were visible deformities, with swelling in the surrounding soft tissues. The images were alarming. Here, Chen Gusheng pointed to the most damaged portions of the T7 and T8 vertebrae on the scan. Is this where it hurts the most? A muffled escaped from Lao Li, barely audible. Chen Gusheng nodded slightly. Please help him move to the examination bed, lying on his right side. Do it slowly. With collective effort, the three of them carefully transferred Laoli onto the bed. He gritted his teeth to endure the movement, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as his body involuntarily trembled from the pain. Chen Gusheng washed his hands, but he didn't touch old Li's injury immediately. Instead, he gently held his ice-cold hand, offering a bit of warmth. Master Li, try to relax, he said. I understand the pain, and I won't press too hard. I'm not here to cure cancer, that's beyond my ability. His voice was calm and steady. But I want to try to see if I can adjust these deformed bones, lessen the compression on the nerves, and maybe reduce the pain. If you trust me, try to relax. Old Li's cloudy eyes looked at Chen Gusheng. In that despair, there was almost no trace of hope, just a final, silent plea for a little less pain. He nodded faintly. Chen Gusheng finally placed his warm palm gently on old Li's right back, avoiding the most swollen areas. Closing his eyes, he focused on what he could feel. The skin under his hand was uneven in temperature, hot over the diseased vertebrae and cool around them. The muscles were stiff and weak, strained from prolonged pain. He avoided the tumorous vertebra altogether, concentrating on the adjacent, still healthy thoracic vertebrae joints and the overall mechanics of the ribcage. He discovered that long-term pain and bone damage had kept old Li's body curled up protectively, pulling the alignment of the thoracic vertebrae out of place and dislocating the joints. This misalignment continued to provoke the nerves and soft tissues, intensifying the pain. The problem isn't just the damaged vertebra, Chen Gusheng said in a low voice. The entire framework has been thrown into disarray, struggling against itself. Taking a deep breath, he began his work. His movements were extraordinarily gentle, as soft and deliberate as running water. Using his palms and thumbs, he carefully released the tension in old Li's back and the fascia between his ribs, gradually coaxing the deformed ribcage to expand little by little. Each movement was kept within old Li's tolerance, accompanied by muffled groans of pain, but Chen Gusheng never rushed. About 10 minutes later, Chen Gusheng pressed the heel of his hand lightly against a healthy spinous process near old Li's 7th thoracic vertebra. His other hand supported old Li's shoulder. Timing his motion with the end of old Li's deep exhale, he applied a subtle force, gently nudging the thoracic vertebra slightly sideways while guiding the shoulder in a small countermotion. There was no distinct crack, just a faint, grainy sensation of something shifting, like fine sand sliding under his fingers. Old Li's body stiffened suddenly, followed by a long, trembling sigh that was almost one of relief. In that sigh were layers of grievance and suffering. Master Li, take a moment to feel it, breathe slowly. Chen Gusheng stepped back. The consultation room was so quiet that the crackling of the stove could be heard clearly. Everyone stared at old Li nervously. Old Li lay still. After a few seconds, he carefully took a deep breath. Then another. His eyes widened gradually, filled with shock and disbelief. The pain, his voice was hoarse, that sharp, tearing pain, it seems to have lightened? Relieved a bit? He couldn't believe it and tried breathing a few more times, cautiously shifting his upper body. It really eased. Dad. Your brows aren't furrowed anymore, the young man said in a low, surprised voice. The woman covered her mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably, tears of joy and heartbreak. Old Li finally turned his head to stare at Chen Gusheng, his eyes glistening with wetness for the first time. He didn't speak, his lips trembled as he looked at him. Chen Gusheng spoke calmly, the effect of this adjustment might only last a few hours or a day or two. You can come back if the pain worsens. All I've done is realign your skeletal framework, you still carry the root of the illness. Painkillers are still necessary, though maybe the dosage can be reduced. That might help you think more clearly and feel a bit more comfortable. He also prescribed a topical herbal remedy for old Li, instructing the family to soak a warm towel in the herbal decoction and apply it gently on his back, avoiding any open wounds. The family expressed overwhelming gratitude, almost kneeling before him. Chen Gusheng quickly helped them up, accepting only the standard consultation fee. As the wheelchair rolled out of the clinic, old Li was still frail, but the thick layer of despair on his face seemed to have cracked open slightly, allowing a sliver of something called relief to shine through. He even gave a faint nod in acknowledgement to Zhao Laohan. After they left, the clinic fell silent for a long time. Lin Xiaoyan felt a lump in her throat, her heart churning with emotions, the helplessness against disease, the cruelty of pain, and a deep respect for that small but profound technique. That gentle touch might not have reversed the illness, but it had genuinely altered the experience for the suffering. Sitting back by the stove, Chen Gushing stared at the flickering flames and murmured, "Sometimes there's only so much a doctor can do. But if I can ease the pain a little, preserve dignity for a moment longer, or let someone get a good night's sleep, then these hands haven't been grown in vain." Outside, sunlight fought to pierce through the cracks in the clouds. The arguments over demolishing the bluestone alleyway continued unabated. In the clinic, they had just stared into the depths of life's heaviest pain. This moment wasn't about healing, it was simply about offering a sliver of comfort. Reflections on treatment. The inner canon of the Yellow Emperor states, "If there is pain, there is no free flow, if there is free flow, there is no pain." The pain of cancer is often caused by pathogenic obstructions in the body's meridians, compounded by damage to bones, imbalance in body structure, and further stagnation of qi in blood. At this time, employing therapeutic techniques is not aimed at curing cancer but at unblocking the meridians, smoothing the flow of qi in blood, and achieving some degree of balance. When facing a body tormented by disease, one can only strive to find even a sliver of vitality, align the tendons and bones, and alleviate a bit of the suffering. It's like opening up a small gap in a thicket of thorns just to let someone catch their breath. This is not about bringing people back to life but offering understanding and care as life approaches its end. A doctor must know what they can do and be aware of what they cannot do, pouring effort into the seemingly powerless. That is true compassion. Brother Bone's small tip. This time, the topic focuses on critical illnesses, so there are no general tips. Just a brief reminder, if a family member or friend is suffering from a severe illness causing unbearable pain, in addition to standard treatment, you can seek help from certified pain management departments or palliative care services. Incorporate medications, psychological support, rehabilitation, and appropriate traditional therapies with the primary goal of improving the quality of life. Be exceptionally cautious of folk remedies and avoid delaying proper treatment due to misplaced trust. April 3, Monday. Clear skies, strong winds, ***. A young man claiming to be a journalist barged into the Xuanhu clinic unexpectedly, holding up a recorder with his eyes sparkling. "Dr. Chen, I heard you can even treat cancer pain?" Chen Gushing's brow furrowed. "Who told you that? Get out." The strong wind howled all day, carrying sand and scraps of paper, swirling chaotically through the Qingshi alley. Old Zhao shoe repair stall was nearly toppled by the gusts. He cursed as he reinforced his sunshade while nervously eyeing the temporary sign hanging over a small house at the alley entrance, "Demolition Project Office." Inside the Xuanhu clinic, the stove's fire flickered erratically under the influence of the wind. Chen Gusheng was adjusting the neck of a neighbor who had a stiff neck, while Lin Xiaoyan stood by observing the technique. However, her mind was still on the departing figure of the cancer patient who had left the day before. The door banged open suddenly, and a cold wind rushed in. A young man wearing a windbreaker, carrying a camera bag, and with a journalist badge hanging from his chest stormed into the room. His eyes quickly locked on Chen Gusheng, his face brimming with excitement and curiosity. "Hello? Are you Dr. Chen?" His voice was loud, drowning out the noise of the wind. The startled patient being treated flinched slightly. Without pausing, Chen Gusheng continued his work without looking up. "Line up if you're here for treatment. If not, please leave. Close the door." The journalist hesitated for a moment but did not leave. Instead, he came closer and pulled out a recording device. "Dr. Chen, I'm Wang, a journalist from Urban Express. We've received information that you use chiropractic techniques to alleviate pain in late-stage cancer patients so effectively, even morphine isn't needed anymore. Could you talk about that?" His speech was rapid, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of a potential story. Chen Gushing's expression turned cold. He finally stopped what he was doing and looked directly at the journalist, his tone calm but tinged with displeasure. "Who told you that?" "Well, we have our sources," the journalist dodged, pushing the recorder slightly forward again. Dr. Chen, this is a great deed. If you really can alleviate cancer pain, the patients will be immensely grateful. You've done a noble thing, and people should know about it. I don't know where you got these ideas, Chen Gushing replied curtly. This is a chiropractic clinic. I treat bones and align meridians. Cancer is a severe illness, patients need hospitals. I only helped one particularly pained patient adjust his spinal alignment to make him a bit more comfortable, and that's all. I'm no miracle doctor, and I can't cure cancer. Please do not exaggerate or mislead patients. The journalist, taken aback by the straightforward denial, was caught off guard by the sudden downplaying of the matter. He pressed on anxiously, but the patient's family said the pain relief was noticeable. Isn't that true? Dr. Chen, you're being too humble. Many talented practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine go unrecognized in society. We're trying to promote this. I don't need that kind of promotion. Chen Gushing rose, walked to the door, and pulled it open. The wind roared in fiercely. Please leave. Don't disturb my patients or fabricate stories. Bones are bones. Illnesses are illnesses. There is nothing mysterious about them. The journalist hesitated, looking embarrassed, still trying to argue. But seeing the firm expression on Chen Gushing's face and the discontented gazes of the other patients in the clinic, he reluctantly put away his recording device. Well, sorry to bother you. He left unwillingly. The door closed, shutting out the wind and silencing the abrupt intrusion. Chen Gushing returned to treating his patients, but the shadow of unease didn't leave his brow. Lin Xiaoyan felt a rising anxiety, certain that this matter was far from over. Sure enough, 2 days later, old Zhaohan charged into Xuanhu Clinic in a rage, holding a freshly printed copy of Urban Express still smelling of ink. Dr. Chen. Have a look. They really dared to write it. Chen Gushing took the newspaper and glanced at the headline of the second-page social news section. Asterisk, the pain doctor of Xuanhu Alley, a visit to a traditional Chinese physician who eases cancer pain with chiropractic techniques. Asterisk. This is section 5367. Here is the translated content, structured to maintain the original paragraphing, line breaks, and overall layout. The article spanned nearly 1,000 words. Although the journalist didn't explicitly claim that Chen Gushing could cure cancer, the entire piece was filled with implications, pain so severe that even morphine couldn't subdue, eased with just a push of his hands, the patient's family cried and said, this is the first time in 3 months they've had a full night's rest. Ancient bone-setting technique works miracles on terminal ailments. A miraculous healer hidden in the depths of the old street. Coupled with reasonable speculation that Chen Gushing's grandfather might have been a royal physician, and the plight of Xuanhu Fong facing demolition, the story painted the image of a hardworking, pragmatic healer, romanticized into a tragic hero with exceptional skills, yet on the verge of being eliminated by urban development. At the end of the article, the journalist even posed a grave concern: shouldn't such folk medicine be given more attention and protection? Shouldn't urban redevelopment leave some space for people like this? Ridiculous. Chen Gushing slapped the table, his face darkening. I told him from the start this wasn't true. This article, what, does he want to drag both me and the patients into trouble? Lin Xiaoyan felt a chill as soon as she finished reading the article. The piece was too dramatic, bound to mislead severely ill patients and their families, posing risks instead of offering help. The situation only worsened as the article even dragged the demolition issue into the mix. As if validating their concerns, that afternoon, Manager Zhang from the demolition office arrived again, this time accompanied by Xiaoli. Manager Zhang's expression bore no hint of a smile, replaced instead by a conflicted and calculating look. In his hand was the same issue of City Gazette. Dr. Chen, have you read today's paper? Manager Zhang got straight to the point, his tone devoid of emotion. You've become quite famous now. Chen Gushing stared at him coldly, offering no response. Public opinion is an interesting thing, Manager Zhang said, placing the newspaper on the table and pointing at the headline. Miraculous healer of traditional medicine, soon to be demolished heritage, very sentimental. There's a good number of citizens who eat this kind of thing up. He paused, locking eyes with Chen Gushing. Dr. Chen, as I mentioned last time, our company is acting in good faith. Now that the media has gotten involved, things are going to get more complicated. However, as long as you're willing to sign, the terms are still negotiable. After all, no one wants this to escalate. It's not in your best interest, nor anyone else's, wouldn't you agree? The words sounded like a reminder, but they were thinly veiled pressure. You might have some public backing now, but don't think of using it to oppose the demolition. Better to talk it out sooner rather than later, or things will only get harder. Chen Gushing understood, and his tone remained even. I was clear about my stance last time. A place for treating illnesses has nothing to do with being a famous person. Do as you see fit. Manager Zhang studied him for a few seconds, then suddenly smirked, though his smile held a frosty edge. All right, Dr. Chen has backbone. Let's see how this unfolds. Xiaoli, let's go. As soon as the two left, the tension in the room was palpable. Zhao Laohan spat, like a weasel paying respects to a hen. That man's up to no good. Lin Xiaoyan looked uneasy. Master, this report, will it cause trouble? Chen Gushing gazed out at the narrow alley, where the wind was stirring, and said slowly, what's meant to come can't be avoided. A physician must be real. The greatest taboo is exaggerating one's reputation. Remember that today. By evening, the patients had all gone. Lin Xiaoyan busied herself tidying up her notes, but her heart remained unsettled. She opened her thick notebook and recorded all that had transpired today. Reflecting on her master's words to the journalist and the demolition office, recalling his composure and resolve, her pen halted, and she solemnly wrote down. Xiaoyan's diary. Date, April 3 RD. Event, misleading media report, demolition office applies additional pressure. Asterisk reflection asterisk. Today, Master told the journalist, I am not a miracle doctor. To the demolition office, he said, treating illnesses doesn't require fame. In the evening, Master also said, there are 3 types of patients a doctor does not treat, those who do not believe, those who do not respect, and those whom they should not treat. I feel like I've gained some understanding. Do not treat those who do not believe, it isn't arrogance. It means the doctor-patient connection cannot be forced. If the patient does not believe, even the best treatment is rendered useless. Do not treat those who do not respect. This isn't about putting on airs. It's about upholding medical ethics. Without basic respect, how could anyone entrust their body? Do not treat patients who should not be treated. This is the most core principle. It's a lesson from the past and the boundary my master holds to firmly, whether facing cancer patients or media sensationalism. He is keenly aware of his own limits, unwilling to overstep or exploit the despair of patients to seek fame or fortune. These 3 don't serve as armor for a physician, as well as a testament to integrity. In the face of applause, accolades, and even moral coercion, adhering to the principle of leaving untreatable patients alone requires more than mastery of any advanced technique, it requires far greater toughness and importance. In the old stone alley, a storm is brewing, yet my master's back remains upright. I know I still have so much to learn. When she finished writing, she closed the notebook and looked out the window. The sky had darkened, the wind hadn't stopped its restless howling. At the alley's entrance, the old locust tree groaned in the wind, as if forewarning of an even greater storm that lay ahead. Reflections on practice. To be a doctor, the key lies in sincerity and restraint. One must be sincere with patients, speak honestly, never exaggerate or deceive, distinguishing between what can be treated and what cannot, upholding the principle of do not treat those who should not be treated. Be sincere with oneself, resist the temptation of fame and fortune, and never waver one's principles. This is the courage of those without reverence cannot be governed. Knowing when to stop, especially amidst the clamor, is crucial. One must set clear boundaries for one's craft, recognize the risks of public opinion, exercise self-reflection during times of praise, and maintain steadfast principles under pressure. Today's report, despite its biases, serves as a mirror, reminding us how fame and fortune can corrode a healer's original intent. Chen Gushing's approach amidst the storm has become a shining example. Guarding the gates of the clinic is to preserve the purity of medicine in the heart. April 4, Tuesday. Qingming Festival, a fine drizzle like silk. An elementary school teacher walked in, her voice hoarse, like a broken gong. She said she had suffered from chronic pharyngitis for more than 20 years. She had undergone surgery for vocal cord polyps, but they kept recurring. I gently touched the small bones at the front of her neck and said, "Your throat has deteriorated over the years due to constantly speaking while always lifting your head." Outside, the drizzle during Qingming fell unhurriedly. The stone-paved alley seemed shrouded in a thin mist, its flagstones darkened and glistening from the rain. The air carried the earthy and faint aroma of mugwort. Zhao Oldhan had not set up his stall, and the alley was serene, filled only with the sound of falling rain. Inside the herbal pavilion, however, it was warm and cozy. A pot of koik seed and red bean tea simmered atop the stove. Chen Gusheng was flipping through the secret principles of throat medicine, while Lin Xiaoyan sorted through the notes on 4 steps of bone palpation, occasionally distracted by the sound of the rain outside. The door creaked open, letting in a wave of damp cool air tinged with a faint chalky smell. A teacher, about 50 years old, entered. She was dressed modestly, wore glasses, and had a forward-stretched neck. She carried a fabric bag printed with her school's emblem. Clearing her throat, she spoke in a dry, strained voice that seemed to take immense effort. "Dr. Chen, good day." Her voice was soft, but it carried the clear weight of severe vocal strain. "Please, sit down. Is your throat uncomfortable?" She sat down with a wry smile, pointed to her throat, and said, "An old issue, chronic pharyngitis and acute laryngitis. I'm an elementary school language teacher, teaching graduating classes, so I talk a lot. My throat's been damaged for nearly 20 years, dry, itchy, painful, always feeling like something's stuck, speaking is tiring, and I can't hit high notes. 2 years ago, I couldn't stand it anymore and had the polyps removed, but they grew back in just a few months." The doctor checked and said the polyps had re-emerged. She sighed and continued, "I've taken so many lozenges, sprays, and herbal medicines, and even learned vocal techniques, which occasionally provide some relief, but the moment I start teaching again, especially continuous classes, it recurs." The doctor called it occupational throat disease and suggested I either change roles or talk less. "But I love the classroom. I can't give up my students." Her gaze held a mix of sadness and stubbornness. Chen Gusheng nodded but didn't check her throat directly. Instead, he motioned for her to lift her head, exposing the front of her neck. "When you're teaching, do you habitually tilt your head upward, especially when writing on the board or emphasizing key points to the students in the back row?" The teacher thought for a moment and said, "Yes. The classroom is large, and the students in the back can easily get distracted. I tend to lift my head and speak with a straight posture so everyone can see and hear me clearly. I also tilt my head often while writing on the board." "All right, relax. Let me check." Chen Gusheng washed his hands, moved to her side, and gently touched the center of her neck with his fingers. This was where the thyroid cartilage and hyoid bone were located. He gently palpated their positions and range of movement. He found her hyoid bone was positioned further forward and lower than most people's. She felt a pronounced foreign body sensation in her throat when he pressed on it. The surrounding muscles, sternohyoid and thyrohyoid, were extremely tight. When he asked her to swallow, he could feel that the movement of her hyoid and thyroid cartilage was not smooth. "The issue lies here." Chen Gusheng withdrew his hand and pointed to the front of her neck. "You've been speaking with your head tilted upward for years. This keeps the anterior neck muscles, particularly those connecting the hyoid bone and thyroid cartilage, in a continuous state of tension. These muscles act like ropes, pulling on the hyoid bone and thyroid cartilage, causing these bones to subtly shift forward." Using a pen to illustrate, he explained, the hyoid bone is a crucial pivot for the throat's muscles and ligaments. Once its position is slightly off, the entire throat structure and movement can be affected. A critical nerve, the recurrent laryngeal nerve, runs alongside the trachea and esophagus. When the muscles pull these structures out of alignment, it can irritate or compress this nerve, disrupting blood flow and lymphatic drainage in your throat. This makes the mucous membranes of your throat more prone to congestion and swelling and produces abnormal secretions. That's why you feel dryness, itchiness, a foreign body sensation, and your vocal cords fatigue easily and develop polyps. In simpler terms, years of habitually tilting your head upward has slowly pulled and strained your throat out of shape. The teacher listened attentively, subconsciously touching the front of her own neck. This, Chen Gushing added, is another thing. Prolonged tilting of the head upward can increase cervical spine pressure, cause the suboccipital muscles to tighten, potentially impact blood flow to the brain, and make people feel more fatigued and have a dry throat. He continued, in traditional Chinese medicine, we say the throat connects to the stomach, and the larynx is the gate to the lungs. Issues with the throat are often related to the lungs and stomach. Speaking frequently expends energy, damaging the lungs, and when combined with emotional stress, common among teachers, it can lead to stagnation of liver qi, affecting stomach qi, and causing it to rise upward, irritating the throat. However, for today, let's first address the physical problem. He instructed the female teacher to lie flat on an examination table, placing a thin pillow under her shoulders to allow her neck to slightly recline and relax naturally. Then, he applied a medicinal oil and gently massaged the tense muscles at the front of her neck. His touch was very light, aimed at promoting relaxation rather than forceful relief. Once the muscles had eased, he moved to the key adjustment. With one hand, he lightly pinched each side of her hyoid bone using his thumb and forefinger. His other hand's thumb pressed on the upper edge of her thyroid cartilage, carefully avoiding the most sensitive area around the Adam's apple. He asked the teacher to completely relax and perform a few gentle swallows synchronized with deep breaths. At the moment when the teacher exhaled deeply and her throat reached its most relaxed state, Chen Gushing applied an extremely light force, slightly lifting the hyoid bone upward and backward toward the base of the skull. At the same time, his other thumb stabilized the thyroid cartilage with a steady downward and backward force. Both hands worked in coordination, aiming to adjust the positions of the hyoid bone and thyroid cartilage, restoring their healthy range of motion. Under his hands came the faint sensation of cartilage and ligaments subtly sliding back into position, soft, yet no sound accompanied it. Suddenly, the teacher began to cough softly several times in succession. Immediately, she felt an intense sense of release and coolness deep in her throat. The tension that had felt like an invisible string pulling her tight abruptly dissipated, and her breathing became unimpeded. Now, try coughing lightly and saying something softly, Chen Gushing stepped back. Hesitantly, the teacher let out a tentative while her voice was still slightly hoarse. The strain and constricted sensation had significantly alleviated. She said another sentence, "Thank you, Dr. Chen," and this time her speech was smoother, though the tone hadn't fully recovered yet. Her pronunciation obviously felt much freer. "It's cleared, it really feels clear now." She touched her neck joyfully. "That blocked and strained feeling in my throat has eased so much. This adjustment is just the beginning. What's more critical is correcting your posture during lectures going forward," Chen Gushing advised her. "When you're teaching or writing on the blackboard, keep your chin slightly tucked and look straight ahead. Use the strength from your core and abdomen to project your voice. This way, it will come out naturally, and you won't always crane your neck and strain your throat. It's best to use a small microphone when possible to reduce the burden on your vocal cords. During breaks, drink warm water frequently, speak less, and incorporate neck relaxation exercises." He also prescribed a few herbal teas designed to moisten the throat and ease the liver, along with a set of simple neck relaxation exercises. The teacher thanked him profusely before leaving with a noticeably lighter step. As she reached the door, she instinctively tucked her chin slightly. Outside, the rain was still falling in a soft patter against the tiles. Lin Xiaoyan thought of her internship days, recalling the similarly hoarse voice of her mentor. She reflected wistfully, teaching and nurturing minds doesn't only drain your energy, it really wears out your throat as well. Staring out at the rain-drenched scenery, Chen Gushing slowly said, "Every profession leaves its mark on the body. For teachers, it's in the neck and throat. For drivers, it's the waist. For programmers, it's the cervical spine. By understanding these marks, sometimes you can see through to the root of their ailments and even gain insight into their lives." Reflections on diagnosis. The internal classic states, the throat is the pathway for food and drink, as well as the essential channel for air to flow. Issues with teachers' throats aren't just about inflammation or heat, they primarily stem from long-term upward head tilting, which causes tension in the front neck muscles, pulling the hyoid bone and larynx, making the throat less agile and disrupting circulation of blood and qi. Relaxation techniques, bone alignment, and restoring joint flexibility combined with posture corrections are the true methods for addressing occupational injuries. This is the concept of simultaneously treating structure and energy. For teachers, the key to improvement lies in correcting posture and following through with adjustments to achieve lasting results. Brother Bones tips. For those who often need to speak and wish to protect their throats. 1. Avoid speaking with your head tilted upward or downward for extended periods. 2. Practice diaphragmatic, abdominal breathing to let your voice naturally project with less strain on your throat. 3. Drink warm water frequently in small amounts to keep the throat moist. During breaks, try simple throat relaxation exercises, which involve gently moving your head left, right, up, and down while lightly pinching each side of your larynx with your thumb and forefinger, sliding your fingers up and down a few times. This helps relax the muscles in the front of your neck. April 5th, Wednesday. The day after Tomb Sweeping Festival. The weather finally cleared. A taxi driver walked in, clutching the doorframe. His left side leaned, his face twisted in pain, and he said his waist felt as though it had been wrenched apart. I asked him to mimic the motion of steering a wheel, then teased, "Your waist has been twisted into a pretzel from gripping the steering wheel all day." After the rain, the bright sky illuminated everything. The stone-paved alley was exceptionally clean, with water draining through the crevices. The air was filled with the refreshing aroma of greenery. Old man Zhaohan, finally able to set up his stall again, busied himself spreading out shoe material and tools to dry. At the entrance of the Xuanhu pharmacy, a thick, muscular hand struggled to push open the door. A middle-aged, robust man dressed in a navy blue driver's uniform stumbled in awkwardly. He clutched his left hand tightly to his waist, leaning his body to the right. With every step, his face twitched in pain, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. "Doctor! Dr. Chen, save me. My back is ruined," he cried hoarsely, his voice trembling in distress. Lin Xiaoyan hurried forward and, with the help of the young companion who had accompanied the driver, half supported and half carried him to the examination bed, laying him down on his side. The driver's surname was Sun, and he had been driving taxis for nearly 20 years. "Mr. Sun, how did you injure yourself?" Chen Gusheng asked while preparing to examine him. "Yesterday, I took a job dropping someone off at the airport. On the way back, I felt some soreness in my lower left back, but I didn't think much of it. Later, when I parked the car after finishing my shift, as soon as I got out, it was like I was electrocuted. I couldn't move at all. Now my left hip and the back of my thigh hurt, and even the sole of my foot feels numb." Mr. Sun lay on the bed, inhaling sharply from the pain. "I've had lower back strain before, but usually I'd put on some pain relief patches, and it'd be fine. This time it's much worse. Has there been anything different lately with your driving habits, compared to usual? Which hand do you usually use to steer?" Chen continued questioning. "My left hand. Us veteran taxi drivers always use our left hand to hold the steering wheel. The right hand is for shifting gears, handling the radio, or drinking water," Mr. Sun said matter-of-factly. "Yesterday the road was busy, lots of lane changes and U-turns, so I ended up using my left hand even more forcefully on the wheel." Chen nodded and directed him to stay in a side-lying position, exposing the painful side of his lower back. Pressing and palpating the area, Chen felt the left quadratus lumborum muscle and erector spinae muscles were extremely tense, with severe tenderness. As he examined further along the lumbar spine, he could distinctly feel that the third and fourth vertebrae spinous processes were skewed toward the right. Since he was pressing on the left side, it felt as though the process was prominent, indicating it had rotated to the right. Additionally, the mobility of that segment was significantly restricted. "Mr. Sun, lie down as if you were urgently turning left and show me your usual posture," slowly, Chen instructed. With difficulty, Mr. Sun used his left shoulder and arm to perform a symbolic left turn motion. Chen observed carefully, his left pelvis rotated forward, his ribcage twisted instinctively in the opposite direction, contorting his entire torso into an instant S-shaped curve. "This is where the problem lies." Chen withdrew his hands and pointed to Mr. Sun's lumbar spine. "You've been steering with your left hand alone for such a long time, relying mainly on your left lower back and abdominal muscles to twist and maneuver your upper body. Doing this every day, hundreds or thousands of times, especially on roads requiring frequent steering corrections, your lumbar spine, especially the lower to midsection, has been continuously twisted in a single direction until it's effectively locked. It's similar to a screw being tightened in the same direction repeatedly. Eventually, it over-tightens and gets stuck, and loosening it becomes challenging, or worse, the threads get stripped. Chen picked up a bottle of mineral water from the desk to simulate a steering wheel. When you hold the lower section of the wheel with one hand, the lever arm is long, the torque is large, and your lumbar spine and abdominal muscles bear the brunt of it. Over time, the small joints, ligaments, and intervertebral discs in your lumbar spine get worn by this repetitive single-sided twisting force. Yesterday, you probably made a sudden movement or reached a critical threshold, triggering an abrupt onset of symptoms. The joint misalignment then compressed the nerve, which is why the pain is so severe, even causing numbness in your leg. Mr. Sun was somewhat dazed, but the mention of his steering wheel twisting the back immediately resonated with him. So what do I do now? Can this screw be loosened again? We can give it a try. First, you need to completely relax. The more tense you are, the harder it is to treat. Chen began by using medicinal oil combined with gentle palm techniques to broadly relieve the tightness in Mr. Sun's lower back and hip muscles and fascia. Underneath his hands, Chen felt clusters of muscle knots and obvious stagnation of blood and qi. Once the musculature had softened somewhat, he proceeded with a lumbar spine rotation manipulation. He positioned Mr. Sun lying on his left side, with his left leg extended and his right leg bent. Standing in front of him, Chen placed one elbow against Mr. Sun's right shoulder, and the other against his left iliac crest, creating the leverage to rotate the lumbar spine. Once Mr. Sun took a deep breath, Chen timed the maneuver precisely, applying synchronized force as Mr. Sun exhaled and relaxed, quickly but accurately twisting to adjust the spine. Crack, thump. A muffled sound echoed from deep within the lumbar area. Ah! Mr. Sun's body jolted, and a wave of tingling sensation swept from his lower back through to his left leg. The sharp, wrenching pain that had haunted him, however, instantly dissipated. Take it slow. Move around a bit and see how it feels. Cautiously, Mr. Sun started moving his left leg and gently twisting his waist. The painful expression on his face gradually melted away, replaced with a look of delight. It's loosened. Really loosened up. It feels like that muscle has gone back in place. My leg doesn't hurt as much anymore, just a bit weak and slightly numb still. The compression on the nerve is relieved, but inflammation and swelling might still be present around the nerve root, and the surrounding soft tissues are also injured. It'll take a few days to recover. Chen reminded him as he helped Mr. Sun sit up slowly. This adjustment was just a relief. If you want to avoid recurrence, you must change your habit of sharply steering with one hand while driving. Use both hands to hold the steering wheel, gripping at the 3 and 9 o'clock positions. Rely on your arms and shoulders to make adjustments so that your lumbar spine has less strain, especially during long-distance trips or complex road conditions. During your downtime, practice stretches that rotate your lumbar spine in the opposite direction. Chen also prescribed some external medicine for Mr. Sun and instructed him to rest for at least 3 days, no prolonged sitting or lifting heavy objects. Master Sun, supported by his companion, tried to take a few steps. While his movements were still cautious, he could more or less straighten his back. The gloom on his face vanished, and he kept thanking profusely, "Dr. Chen, you're amazing. You hit the nail on the head. I promise I'll change. I can't endure this back pain anymore." After seeing off Master Sun, who kept expressing his gratitude, Lin Xiaoyan noted down seriously. Today's note: the steering wheel is essentially a lumbar spine rotator. When driving with one hand, the continuous rotational force directly impacts the lumbar spine. Over time, it destabilizes joints and damages tendons and bones. For professional drivers, preventing back pain is more important than treating it. Correcting driving posture is crucial. Sunlight streamed brightly outside, and the sound of children laughing came from the alley. Chen Gusheng watched Master Sun's departing figure and said to Lin Xiaoyan, "Do you see? Tools of different trades quietly affect the body. A steering wheel for drivers, chalk and looking upward for teachers, keyboards and mice for programmers." Understanding the influence of tools often leads to finding the root of the problem. Lin Xiaoyan nodded. Moreover, these problems caused by long-term fixed postures or repetitive actions usually accumulate for a long time. Before the acute outbreak, there are plenty of warnings. If we could intervene earlier and correct these habits, many severe occupational injuries could be prevented. Exactly. Chen Gushing sighed lightly. Unfortunately, most people only think about changing after the pain becomes unbearable. Life is too noisy, and the body's signals are often ignored. The warmth of the furnace and the scent of medicinal herbs lingered in the air. Another body, marked by the imprints of its trade, was temporarily relieved here. Meanwhile, the seeds of prevention and change were quietly planted in Lin Xiaoyan's heart. Reflections on treatment. The inner canon of the Yellow Emperor says, standing for too long injures bones, walking for too long injures tendons. For drivers, prolonged sitting combined with the repetitive damage from steering wheel rotations makes critical areas of bones and tendons more vulnerable. The lumbar spine is the backbone of the body, responsible for rotation. Long-term unidirectional force can lead to joint displacement, tendon misalignment, and impaired circulation, resulting in pain. Manual realignment acts like unlocking the issue. Only by driving with both hands and maintaining the correct posture can the underlying causes truly be prevented. This case illustrates that while treating occupational injuries is important, prevention and habit correction are even more critical. Doctors should possess the foresight to treat before illness and provide timely reminders. Brother Bones tips. For those who need to drive for long periods, pay attention to the following. 1. Adjust the seat, ensure it's at a suitable height with support for the back, and the knees are slightly higher than the hips. 2. Hold the steering wheel with both hands. Avoid driving with one hand for prolonged periods, and especially avoid sharp turns using one hand. 3. Take breaks every 1 to 2 hours. Get out of the car, move around, and do lumbar rotations or back stretches. 4. Strengthen core muscles with exercises like planks and glute bridges to improve lumbar stability. April 6, Thursday, sunny with pleasant warm winds. The Sichuan chef hadn't arrived yet, but his voice, loud and mixed with a hint of pained inhalation, preceded him. Pointing to his right shoulder, he said, "Dr. Chen, this livelihood tool is going on strike." I pinched the muscle behind his shoulder blade, it was stiff and knotted. Your scapula has been rattled out of alignment by your iron walk and fierce flames. The weather was growing warmer. The air carried the sweet fragrance of flowers and a faint trace of cooking smoke. In the greenstone alley, clothes hung out to dry swayed in the breeze, exuding the ordinariness of daily life. Beside it, Zhao Laohan mended shoes while chatting with a neighbor returning from grocery shopping about which springtime invigorating foods might dispel lingering cold. Inside the apothecary pavilion, Lin Xiaoyan, practicing the 4-step bone palpation method Chen Gusheng had taught her, checked her own stiff neck and shoulders from prolonged sitting and writing. Suddenly, she heard a voice shouting from the mouth of the alley, full-bodied yet somewhat distressed, getting closer. "Dr. Chen! Is Dr. Chen here? Help!" The curtain at the entrance lifted, and a burly, red-faced, middle-aged man burst in. He looked about 40, wearing an apron so worn it was nearly white. He smelled of oil, chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns. He was none other than Hu Dechu, head chef of the Sichuan special stir-fry eatery at the end of the lane. Usually, his cooking moves were as deft as performing a martial arts routine, but now his face was clouded with worry, his right arm dangling, the left supporting the right elbow. His right shoulder visibly drooped compared to his left. "Chef Hu, what's the matter?" Chen Gushing asked quickly. "Ugh, don't even mention it." Hu Dechu plopped into a chair, which creaked under his weight. "My right shoulder's been hurting for over half a year, comes and goes. Last night, business was booming, and I went hard flipping the wok. When I got home, something didn't feel right. This morning, I couldn't lift it at all. Achy, numb, and painful whether I try to move it backward or upward. I rely on this shoulder to make a living. If it's done for, doesn't that mean my rice bowl is broken?" His voice was loud, but there was anxiety in his tone. Sweat beaded on his forehead, mixing with the oily sheen on his face. Chen Gushing had him remove his outer garment for a check and discovered that the contour of his right deltoid muscle was noticeably less full than the left. Beneath the acromion, there was also a visible depression. Upon palpation, the muscles surrounding the shoulder, particularly the infraspinatus and teres minor, were both stiff and tender, and there were knots near the edge of the scapula. When attempting to move his right shoulder, he experienced sudden pain at certain angles of abduction and external rotation and could feel the joint slipping and clicking slightly, almost as if the bone hadn't fully snapped back into place. Master Hu, is your right shoulder the most strained when cooking? Especially when you're stir-frying on high heat or tossing the wok? Chen Gusheng inquired. Of course. My right hand is my dominant hand. The wok is heavy, there's a lot of food in it, and the fire blazes fiercely, everything depends on that toss. Chef Hu demonstrated with a grimace, wincing in pain. The problem lies in that toss, Chen Gusheng explained as he urged him to relax. The motion of tossing a wok actually requires significant movement from the scapula to coordinate and enable the upper arm to exert force with flexibility. The rotator cuff muscles, particularly the infraspinatus and teres minor, need to firmly lock the humerus in place to prevent dislocation. But with years of high-intensity, repetitive tossing, your scapula becomes overly active, while the muscles responsible for stabilizing the bones can no longer hold up. Over time, the humerus may experience very slight subluxation or instability. Though it's not a dislocation, this tiny bit of misalignment and instability constantly rubs against the soft tissues inside your shoulder, causing persistent inflammation, pain, and limited function. These rock-hard muscles of yours are actually in this state because they've been tense for so long, desperately trying to hold in place a bone that's out of proper alignment. Chef Hu understood part of the explanation but held onto the keywords misalignment and instability as if grasping the crucial point. Then, can it be pushed back into place? He asked. It's worth a try. Relax, and trust me, Chen Gusheng assured him. He first applied medicinal oil, combining it with steady and powerful massage and pinching techniques, focusing on releasing the tight muscle fascia around Chef Hu's right shoulder's posterior side and scapula, particularly at the origin and insertion points of the infraspinatus and teres minor. His palpation revealed numerous tight knots and clear signs of stagnation of qi in blood. As the medicinal oil penetrated the area, it emitted a faint sizzling sound, akin to dry earth absorbing water. Once Chef Hu's muscles began to relax slightly, Chen Gusheng started the reduction process. He had Chef Hu sit upright and relax his right arm. With one hand holding his wrist, he gently guided the arm outward and rotated it to an angle that wasn't too painful. Using his other hand, he placed his thumb behind the armpit, feeling for the outer edge of the humerus. Master Hu, imagine yourself lightly tossing the wok, using only 30% of your strength. Take it slow. Chen Gusheng guided him, helping him focus on the sensation of how his shoulder should exert force. At the precise moment when Chef Hu's shoulder muscles began to tense and then relax again, Chen Gusheng pulled gently downward on his wrist with one hand while his thumb on the humerus pushed inward with a deft, sure motion, steady, accurate, and swift. A muffled clunk signaled the shoulder joint popping back into place. Whoa! Chef Hu shuddered briefly. A wave of soreness, numbness, and fullness surged through his right shoulder, followed by a satisfying sensation that the joint had settled back. Unable to resist, he cautiously moved his right arm and found it much easier to activate. Hey! It's not catching anymore. That motion that was excruciating earlier, I can do it now. He happily rotated his shoulder, finding that while there was still some soreness, the sharp, obstructive pain had noticeably diminished. It feels loosened up. Dr. Chen, it's really much better now. Like a weight's been lifted off my shoulder. A single reduction has released the compressed tension, Chen Gusheng said with a smile, but your shoulder joint stabilizing structures still need time to repair, and the surrounding muscle strain will also require longer-term care. He then demonstrated several exercises to improve shoulder strength and stability and explained how to harness the entire body's strength when tossing a wok, primarily using the legs, waist, and core rather than relying solely on the shoulder to execute vigorous tosses. Tossing the wok should be like a whip, with power originating from the feet, transmitted through the waist and hips, and then to the hands, not just brute force from the shoulder. No matter how busy you are, you should give yourself breathing room and alternate both hands in practice. Chef Hu took careful notes, his mood lifting as his pain eased. He patted his chest in assurance, Dr. Chen, you're incredible. Tonight, I'll personally cook a few signature dishes and have my apprentice bring them over to show my thanks. Chen Gusheng tried to decline, but Chef Hu had already hurried out, leaving behind a room filled with the lingering aroma of Sichuan cuisine paired with the hearty echoes of his laughter. By evening, chef whose apprentice arrived, carrying a large insulated food container, explaining that it was explicitly prepared by the chef following his instructions. Opening the container, they were greeted by a feast of fiery chicken with chile, a rich aroma of red chilies and Sichuan peppercorns exploding into the room. Chen Gusheng and Lin Xiaoyan exchanged wry smiles, unable to turn down the heartfelt gesture. That night, the two enjoyed a modest meal of side dishes and porridge, sampling the chicken together. Lin Xiaoyan teared up from the spiciness, gulping down water endlessly, while Chen Gusheng broke out into a sweat and couldn't help coughing. Chef whose token of thanks sure packs a punch. Lin Xiaoyan smiled, tongue sticking out. He's a sincere person. He chooses to express gratitude through his best skill, Chen Gusheng chuckled. This flavor, it embodies not just his pain but also his heartfelt thanks. As night deepened, every household was filled with the aroma of home-cooked meals. At Xuanhu Fong, though spicy to the point of discomfort, the affection and warmth behind chef whose gesture lingered long after. This plate of fiery chicken was not just a token of thanks, it was a spicy yet healing footnote to a life filled with both struggle and recovery. Reflections on treatment. In general theory of body structure, shoulder ailments such as muscle laxity and sagging shoulders and scapular dislocation are mentioned. For chefs, prolonged exertion under explosive force often leads to shoulder joint instability. When the scapula becomes unstable, the humerus tends to dislocate, and muscles compensating over long periods of time can become knotted. Relocating the humerus is akin to placing a key back into its lock, while untangling the facial knots resembles undoing a dead knot. However, the core solution lies in changing the exertion method, shifting from shoulder bearing alone to whole body coordination, supplemented by muscle training. This illustrates that occupational overuse injuries are often tied more to the lack of correct exertion techniques. Bone Brothers tips. For those who regularly lift their arms or exert explosive force, e.g., chefs, athletes, take care of your shoulders. 1. Warm up thoroughly before physical activities or labor. 2. Train the strength and endurance of your rotator cuff muscles. 3. Avoid relying solely on your shoulders for intense exertion. For rest, if you experience shoulder pain, use ice packs for acute pain or heat packs for chronic pain, and consult a professional doctor when necessary. Friday, April 7th. The weather is gloomy and oppressively humid. Today, a female worker from an electronics factory visited. Her right arm, from the wrist to the shoulder, felt like a rusty chain, with pain in every joint. She sighed and explained how she repeats the same action over 3,000 times a day. When I examined her arm, I found that her fascia had memorized this movement and would not easily forget it. The room felt stifling, like a steamer. The low pressure of the clouds made it hard to breathe. The stone alley outside was damp, and the air carried a faintly fermented smell. Zhao Laohan hid behind his stall, fanning himself idly, almost too lethargic to speak. At the Xuanhu Fong Clinic, the fan was running, but the air remained sticky. Lin Xiaoyan was sorting through Chef Hu's medical records, with the lingering scent of last night's spicy chicken in her nose. At that moment, the door creaked open, letting in a gust of hot air accompanied by a faint mixture of plastic and metal. A woman, around 30 years old, walked in. She was small and pale, dressed in a plain t-shirt and long pants. What stood out most was her right arm. It was stiff from wrist to shoulder. As she walked, her right arm barely moved, and her left hand occasionally rubbed her right arm. Dr. Chen. Her voice was soft, tinged with exhaustion and anxiety. Take a seat. What seems to be the problem? Dr. Chen Gusheng asked gently. The worker sat down and carefully placed her right arm on the table, as if setting down a delicate, damaged piece of precision equipment. My right hand, my entire arm hurts. My wrist, elbow, and shoulder all feel swollen, numb, and weak. Sometimes the pain wakes me up at night. My fingers are stiff, even fastening buttons is a challenge. What do you do for work? How long have you been doing it? I'm in an electronics factory in the industrial park, assembling mobile phone screens. I sit on the production line, using my right hand to pick up components, dab some glue, stick it to the edge of the screen, then check it before placing it on the conveyor belt. From 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., aside from meal and restroom breaks, it's non-stop. At least 3,000 times a day. She offered a self-deprecating smile. I've been doing it for 3 years. My wrist started hurting the year before last, then my elbow. Now my shoulder is giving me trouble too. The factory doctor said it's mouse hand and tennis elbow, and gave me some ointment, telling me to rest. But the production line can't stop. If I take a day off, I lose money, and my child is still so young. Her tone was calm, yet her words carried a deep sense of helplessness, a stark reflection of the plight of assembly line workers. Dr. Chen nodded. Instead of immediately examining her arm, he asked the worker to stand up and walk a few paces, observing her posture and movements. He noticed her body tilted slightly to the left, her right shoulder slouched forward and downward, and her right side seemed compressed. All right, lie down so I can have a closer look. She complied. Dr. Chen washed his hands and began his examination, avoiding the areas of sharpest pain. He started at the tip of her right fingers, his fingertips gently pressing and moving along her arm upward. Through touch, he noted her fingers were at normal temperature but somewhat desensitized. Her wrist showed significant tenderness around the projections of the radius and ulna, and the fascia was excessively tight. The muscles of her forearm, especially those controlling finger and wrist movements, the flexors and extensors, were as taut as ropes, completely lacking elasticity. The outer side of the elbow, commonly referred to as the tennis elbow region, was sore to pressure, or he also detected a band-like facial knot. Her shoulder, as previously observed, revealed a forward-shifted scapula. The muscles in the front were overly tense, while those in the back were severely underused. Dr. Chen continued tracing upward, examining her neck and even the facial connection points on the right side of her face and head. He observed widespread, abnormal tension throughout. This isn't just wrist inflammation, tennis elbow, or frozen shoulder, Dr. Chen said slowly, withdrawing his hands. Your entire facial chain has been affected, it has developed a memory of its own. Facial chain? The worker and Lin Xiaoyan exchanged puzzled looks. Fascia is actually a layer of connective tissue that wraps around our muscles, bones, blood vessels, and nerves like a tight, elastic bodysuit for the entire body. It's also a three-dimensional network, Chen Gusheng explained with gestures. Its role isn't just to envelop, it's also responsible for transmitting force, maintaining body structure, and sensing tension. For 3 years, you've repeated the same movement 3,000 times a day, stretching out your right arm, flicking your wrist at a specific angle, and finally pinching with your fingers. This repetitive movement, especially targeting the fascia in your right arm, has been done millions of times. Fascia, in fact, has memory. To make this motion more efficient, it gradually adjusts its tension and sliding mechanics. He pointed to the worker's arm. The fascia around the muscles responsible for these movements, like the forearm flexors and pronator muscles, will become increasingly tight, to the point of sticking together, like rusted gears that can only move in one direction. Meanwhile, the fascia around opposing or rarely used muscles will soften and weaken. It's not just localized, this change propagates through the fascia network upstream and downstream. That's why your wrist hurts at first, then your elbow, shoulder, and even your neck and head are affected. The right side of your body is essentially trapped by this mechanical motion repeated millions of times. The fascia remembers this motion, locking your muscles and joints into this pattern, losing flexibility and normal functional mobility. That's why you feel pain, stiffness, and weakness all over your body. This isn't a simple inflammation problem, it's an entire kinetic chain that has rusted and malfunctioned. The worker was stunned. This explanation far surpassed her understanding of strain injuries but resonated deeply with her feeling that her arm was no longer her own. Lin Xiaoyan quickly searched terms like facial chains, repetitive strain injury, and movement pattern fixation on her tablet, her eyes lighting up with understanding. So, can the rust be removed? Can the program be rewritten? The worker asked with a glimmer of hope. Getting back to being completely fine is difficult, but improvement is definitely achievable. It won't be a total lockup, Chen Gusheng reassured her to relax. Treatment can't focus on just one spot, we need to address the entire facial chain. He began performing facial release for her whole body, particularly focusing on her right torso and upper limb. His technique was not limited to simple pressing on certain points or pulling muscles. Instead, it was a combination of massage and facial release techniques. Using his palms, forearms, and even elbows, he applied slow, sustained pressure and glided along the fascia of her arm, shoulder, back, neck, and head, purposefully breaking down facial adhesions and restoring its smoothness and elasticity. The tactile feedback was unmistakable. In certain areas, the fascia was almost completely stuck, unable to glide. In other spots, the tension was so high it felt like a taut sheet of leather. With extreme patience and care, he methodically melted these obstacles. The entire process took nearly 40 minutes. At first, the worker was tense due to the pain, but gradually, she began to relax. At certain points of release, she even let out a sigh of relief. She could distinctly feel that the deep tension within her was slowly dissolving. Afterward, Chen Gushing specifically taught her a set of simple stretches and mobility exercises designed to break her previous movement patterns. He urged her to perform these activities during short work breaks, even if only for a few seconds, to reverse her usual motions, such as bending her wrist in the opposite direction, stretching her arm backward, or rolling her shoulders in reverse. The most important thing is, Chen Gushing reminded her, to remember that your body isn't a machine. Even if your job involves repetitive movements, mentally try to unwind. Think about other movements. After work, engage in different types of activities, walking, dancing, even doing chores. Just don't let those 3,000 repetitions become the only memory your body retains. He also prescribed her some herbal medicine to promote blood circulation, relax tendons, and nourish her muscles, for both internal use and external application. When the worker left, the range of motion in her right arm had noticeably improved, and her face showed more vitality. Although the road to recovery would be long, she finally understood the source of her suffering and felt a sense of hope. After she left, Lin Xiaoyan remarked thoughtfully, the Huangdi Neijing says, prolonged gazing injures the blood, prolonged lying damages qi, prolonged standing harms the bones, and prolonged walking affects the tendons. What she's experiencing is really prolonged work injuring the fascia, taken to an extreme through highly repetitive motions. The modern assembly line has truly pushed such injuries to an unprecedented level. Exactly, Chen Gushing replied, gazing out at the gloomy sky outside the window. What the ancients described were the effects of natural fatigue. But this kind of strain, where people work like mechanical arms, is a new problem born from industrial society. There's not much a doctor can do, but at least we can help workers understand where their pain comes from and how to retain a bit of physical autonomy amidst the cold rhythms of machinery. The stifling hot wind outside, mixed with the distant hum of machinery, drifted into the room. The Xuanhu Clinic had just undergone a profound experience, both in recognizing the physical hardships brought by industrialized life and in offering comfort for them. Reflections on treatment. The inner canon of the Yellow Emperor states, prolonged movement harms the tendons, a principle that remains a warning even today. The ailments faced by assembly line workers are a direct manifestation of prolonged movement damaging the fascia. Extended periods of repetitive motion lead to localized fascia contraction, adhesion, and tension imbalance, which are transmitted along the facial chains. Ultimately, the arms turn into mechanical arms. The issue isn't merely with the joints or muscles, it's an imbalance in the body's overall dynamic structure. Facial release techniques aim to free adhesions and restore gliding, much like gradually lubricating a rusted chain. However, the most fundamental solution lies in altering movement patterns and engaging in diverse activities to prevent the fascia from rusting entirely. Tips from Dr. Bone. If your work involves repetitive hand or upper limb movements, take note of how to prevent motion fixation. 1. During breaks, even just 1 minute, actively engage in small movements that counter your work motions, such as moving your wrist in the opposite direction, opening and closing your fingers into a fist, or shrugging your shoulders. 2. Occasionally change your working posture or grip on tools when possible. 3. After work, engage in light and varied full-body exercises, such as walking, swimming, or yoga. 4. Regularly use a foam roller or massage ball to relax the fascia in areas like your forearms, upper arms, and back. Saturday, April 8th. The spring light was warm, and a gentle breeze drifted softly. An elderly gentleman with silvery hair and a youthful complexion arrived, radiating an energetic spirit, though his right shoulder appeared somewhat stiff. While his manners were courteous, the movements of his arm were less agile. He explained that writing calligraphy and creating large characters made his right shoulder feel as though it were pierced by a sharp needle. Watching how he held the brush, I remarked, "It's not a matter of lacking strength but of applying force in the wrong direction. Your scapula isn't opening properly." The sunlight spilled warmly into the alley, the breeze carrying the fragrance of blossoms. The sycamores unfurled their fresh leaves, brimming with life. Zhao Laohan listened to opera, leisurely polishing shoes, his expression much more relaxed than in previous days. The doors and windows of the Xuanhu clinic stood wide open, allowing the air to circulate freely. Lin Xiaoyan was practicing by copying illustrations from the anatomy of everyday postural disorders, specifically focusing on the diagrams related to finger positioning during writing. She was searching for connections between the arm injuries caused by calligraphy and the postural disorders of modern writing. At that moment, an elderly man stepped into the clinic. Likely around 70 years old, his hair was neatly combed. Dressed in a traditional long gown, his movements were cautious yet steady, especially with noticeable stiffness in his right shoulder. He carried a blue cloth bag, faintly exuding the scent of ink. "Dr. Chen, sorry for the intrusion," the gentleman said, clasping his hands politely. His voice was gentle, imbued with scholarly refinement. "Please, no need to stand on ceremony. Take a seat." Chen Gushing rose to greet him. The visitor introduced himself as Shun, a locally renowned calligrapher skilled in writing large script. "I'd been practicing calligraphy my entire life, only to find my efforts undone by this right shoulder in my old age," Mr. Shin said with a wry smile. "Whenever I write large characters, my shoulder feels as if something is tugging at it. It becomes excruciatingly painful, with an ache that seems to penetrate the bone. Taking a few days' rest helps a bit, but the moment I pick up the brush, it flares up again. Lately, even writing smaller regular script for extended periods has caused discomfort." "Have you visited a hospital?" "I have. They diagnosed me with frozen shoulder and rotator cuff injuries. I've tried physical therapy and acupuncture, but they didn't have much effect. The doctor advised me to stop writing large script or to rest my wrist on the table while writing. But suspended wrist calligraphy has been my lifelong pursuit. If I change that, it's as if I'd lose the very soul of calligraphy." Mr. Shin's voice remained calm, though his gaze was resolute. Chen Gushing nodded and requested Mr. Shin to demonstrate his usual posture for writing large characters. Mr. Shin carefully retrieved an oversized calligraphy brush from his cloth bag. Despite having no paper or ink, his stance exuded an air of mastery. With his left hand hovering, mimicking the pressure on paper, his right hand held the brush aloft. His elbow and arm hung as he wrote, the gesture full of commanding presence. Both Chen Gusheng and Lin Xiaoyan keenly observed that while Mr. Shin moved his arm, his right scapula was quite restricted, relying heavily on his shoulder and upper arm. The upper trapezius on his right side was particularly tense, as though his shoulder were being perpetually elevated. "That's enough, you may relax now," Chen Gusheng said, stepping behind Mr. Shin to gently touch his right shoulder. Under his fingers, the upper trapezius felt both tense and thick, while the scapular region behind it was weak, lacking mobility. The scapula was fixed against the back, with restricted movement, especially in upward rotation and abduction. "Mr. Shin, the issue likely isn't with your shoulder itself, but with your scapula," Chen Gusheng explained. "To write large script, the entire arm and upper body need to coordinate. The scapula is the foundation and steering wheel for your arm. It needs to be both stable and mobile. Right now, your scapula seems locked and unable to move freely. When you raise your arm, it forces your shoulder and trapezius to take on all the effort. It's like trying to build a high-rise on a shaky foundation. Of course, the beams and columns above are likely to suffer. The overworked muscle on your shoulder is a result of years of compensating for this imbalance." Mr. Shin listened intently, his expression thoughtful. "Dr. Chen, your words have been an eye-opener. When I practice calligraphy, I've only focused on coordinating my fingers, wrist, and arm. How the scapula moves never even crossed my mind. Whenever I write large characters, I've always felt as though the energy gets stuck in my shoulders and neck, unable to flow through." "That's it," Chen Gushing nodded. "The scapula cannot move, the strength breaks at the shoulder, and the energy is blocked. It's not just painful, but directly affects the strength and fluidity when writing," he said. "Let's make some adjustments." Chen Gushing had Mr. Shin sit properly, then began with medicinal oil and gentle, deep techniques to relax the stiff trapezius, levator scapulae, and the muscles at the back of his neck on the right side. He focused on the fascia surrounding the scapula, correcting its position. Using his thumb and palm, Chen worked slowly and steadily along the inner edge of Mr. Shin's right scapula and the area between it and the spine, including the lower angle of the scapula, applying pressure and manipulation to release fascia adhesions, enabling the scapula to regain its mobility. Under his hands, the knots and deeply adhered tissues were clearly felt. Once the fascia had relaxed slightly, Chen guided the scapula's movements. With one hand pressing on Mr. Shin's acromion and the other guiding his right arm in specific motions, he focused on training active cooperation from the scapula in upward rotation and retraction. He corrected any minor misalignments of the scapula as they occurred. Mr. Shin, imagine that writing isn't done with the arm, but with the strength of the scapula and your back. The scapula is like a fan, naturally opening and closing as the pen moves, Shin gently guided. After several practice rounds, seizing a moment when Mr. Shin took a deep breath and concentrated his strength, Shin supported the outer edge of his scapula and applied a precise upward assistive push in coordination with Mr. Shin's active effort. Snick! A subtle yet clear sound of bone and fascia gliding rang out. Mr. Shin's body trembled slightly, and then he felt a deep, soothing sensation of relief from the right side of his scapula. His entire right shoulder and arm seemed to shed a heavy burden, instantly feeling much lighter. Instinctively, he tried moving his right shoulder, performing an upward arm motion that had previously been painful. Ha! It's clear! That pulling sensation is gone! Mr. Shin exclaimed excitedly, waving his right arm. Though there was still a hint of residual soreness, the improvement in mobility was significant. This area, it feels like it can really move now, not as stiff as before. This adjustment is just unlocking the blockage. From now on, you must practice gradually to improve the flexibility and stability of the scapula, incorporating this motion into your usual writing, Chen instructed, demonstrating a few simple scapula activation exercises. He also reminded, every time you write with a suspended wrist moving the pen, think about whether your scapula is involved, whether it feels relaxed. Before writing, activate your scapula for a bit before lifting the pen. Don't rely solely on straining your shoulders and neck. Mr. Shin was deeply enlightened and grateful. He said earnestly, Dr. Chen, you've not only relieved my pain but also pointed me past the bottleneck in my calligraphy practice. I have nothing to offer in return but a piece of calligraphy to express my gratitude. Please accept it. With that, he asked Lin Xiaoyan to help prepare the paper and ink. Spreading a sheet of Xian paper across the consultation desk, he adjusted his breathing and moved his newly relaxed right shoulder before picking up the brush and dipping it into the ink. This time, as he brought the brush to paper, he could distinctly feel his shoulders sink and his back relax, the movements seeming to originate from his scapula. With a firm stroke, 4 bold and majestic characters appeared on the paper. Bones aligned, fascia supple. The ink was rich, the strokes rounded, exuding a sense of harmony and flexibility. It was not only a testament to Chen Guxing's medical skill but also an expression of Mr. Shin's hopes for the union of his physical health and artistic craft. What excellent characters! The depth is exceptional. Chen marveled sincerely, these 4 words also embody the pursuit of being a doctor. When the bones are aligned, qi and blood flow naturally, and illnesses resolve on their own. For Mr. Shin to gift these words humbles me, I can only treasure them. Mr. Shin chuckled, clasped his hands, and took his leave. In the clinic, the intertwining fragrances of ink and medicine added an air of tranquility and elegance. The words bones aligned, fascia supple, displayed with care at the front of the clinic, harmonized with the banners on the walls, adding a distinctive charm. Lin Xiaoyan gazed at the 4 characters, reflecting on the earlier treatment and conversation. She couldn't help but think, even something as refined as calligraphy can create strain in the body if done with improper exertion. The best treatment and guidance not only alleviate illnesses but also help patients find ways to pursue their passions in ways that align with their bodies and allow for sustainable effort. Outside, spring sunlight filtered through bright skies. Inside the clinic, the mingling aromas of ink and medicine carried a serene and timeless quality. The art of healing and the art of calligraphy, in this moment, resonated with one another through the phrase bones aligned, fascia supple. As the Huangdi Neijing states, the liver governs the tendons, the kidneys govern the bones. A calligrapher's shoulder pain stems not merely from musculoskeletal strain but often from improper use of force. When suspending the wrist to write, the essence lies in the flow of qi and rhythm. Energy must transfer from the spine, through the scapula, and into the fingertips. If the scapula seizes up, the flow halts at the shoulder, obstructing qi and blood, and generating pain. Relaxation techniques can alleviate muscle tightness, adjusting the scapula to make it more agile. Motion training, focused on the scapula, rearranges the sequence of exertion, giving strength a solid base and enabling unimpeded qi flow. This not only heals the body but also enhances artistry. As the patient recovers, skills can reach new heights. The phrase bones aligned, fascia supple embodies not just a medical ideal but also a model for personal cultivation. Brother Chen's tips. Frequent use of hands for delicate or extensive movements, such as calligraphy, painting, or playing musical instruments, requires special attention to scapular health. 1. Perform scapular activation exercises before beginning, such as shrugging, circling, or scapular retraction. 2. During movement, focus on letting the shoulders relax and sink, channeling strength from the back and scapula, not just lifting the arms. 3. Take regular breaks to move the shoulders and neck. 4. Strengthen the stabilizing muscles of the scapula, such as the rhomboids and middle lower trapezius, to prevent overuse of the upper trapezius. Sunday, April 9th. Cloudy to overcast, with a drizzle in the afternoon. Another barber arrived, surnamed Yu. He rolled up his pant legs, revealing varicose veins intertwined chaotically on his legs, resembling a writhing mass of earthworms. He sighed and said that it was the result of standing and working for 30 years. I asked him to stand straight, placed my hand on his waist and hips, and noted that his pelvis had been misaligned for 30 years, preventing proper blood circulation in his legs. The weather outside alternated between clear and dark, raindrops occasionally tapped against the window, then ceased. The stone-paved alley was wet in some spots and dry in others, the slabs uneven in tone. Zhao Laohan simply packed up his stall and sat under the eaves of the medicine house, idly chatting through the curtain with those inside. The door opened, and a man in his 50s stepped in. His hair was neatly combed, and his clothes were clean, though his gait was heavy. He was a fellow townsman of Wang, the master with scissors from before. Also surnamed Yu, he ran a barbershop on another street. Upon entering, he first greeted Zhao Laohan and then clasped his hands in a salute to Dr. Chen. "Dr. Chen, I'm here to trouble you again. Master Yu, please, have a seat. What seems to be the problem this time?" Master Yu didn't sit but instead bent down, slowly rolling his pant legs up to his knees. The calves he exposed were marked by tangled, worm-like varicose veins. Under his skin, bulging blue-purple veins were stark, most pronounced on the back of the calves and around the ankles, almost alarming. His skin was darkened, with some pigmentation spots. "Old problem, varicose veins," Master Yu sighed. 30 years of standing work. In my youth, I didn't feel it, but it's worsened since I turned 40. Swelling, aching, heaviness, especially in the afternoons or evenings after standing too long. My legs feel like they're filled with lead. Sometimes they cramp or itch. These past 2 years, my ankles have also swollen, and the color keeps darkening. The hospital diagnosed it as lower limb varicose veins and suggested compression stockings for now, with surgery if it gets worse. But those stockings are stifling and unbearably tight, especially in the summer. And surgery, well, I'm a bit scared. Dr. Chen nodded but didn't immediately examine his legs. Instead, he instructed Master Yu to stand straight and relax, turning his back toward him. After washing his hands, Dr. Chen approached and placed both thumbs on Master Yu's lower back, with the rest of his fingers on both sides of his pelvis. "Master Yu, when you're barbering, do you tend to lean your belly forward slightly and let your lower back arch a bit?" Dr. Chen asked, feeling the positioning of his pelvis as he spoke. Master Yu thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, it's become a habit. My weight naturally shifts toward the balls of my feet, and I let my belly stick out, feels most comfortable that way." "March in place for me for a few steps," Dr. Chen instructed. Following the instructions, Master Yu made a few in-place marching movements. Dr. Chen carefully observed his gait and the changes in his pelvis. "All right, please lie down now." Master Yu lay on the examination table. Dr. Chen first examined the clusters of varicose veins and palpated the temperature and tenderness of his legs. He then returned his focus to the pelvis and lower back. Using his hands, Dr. Chen measured the height of the pelvic bones at the front and found that the right side was higher than the left. He then asked Master Yu to perform a supine leg lift, assessing the tension in his iliopsoas muscle. The right iliopsoas muscle was noticeably tense, and stretching it caused discomfort. Here lies the issue, Dr. Chen said, pointing toward Master Yu's waist and hips. You've been standing in a posture with your belly pushed forward and lower back arched, leading to chronic anterior pelvic tilt. Think of the pelvis as a bowl. Normally, it should tilt slightly backward, with the rim pointing upward and backward. When it tilts forward, the rim tips downward. As he explained, he gestured with his hands. When the pelvis tilts forward, the back muscles elongate while the front muscles shorten, particularly the iliopsoas, which becomes prone to tension. Once it tightens, the pelvis locks into a more pronounced tilt. The pelvis is the mechanical hub connecting your upper body to your lower limbs. Once it's misaligned, the load shifts, and the force paths throughout your lower body are altered. What does that have to do with varicose veins in the legs? Master Yu asked, baffled. A lot, Dr. Chen patiently explained. The veins in your legs face a tough job. Blood return relies on the calf muscle pump, venous valves, and thoracic pressure changes. However, pressure changes in the pelvic cavity and abdomen directly affect the upstream environment for venous return from the legs. He continued, when your pelvis tilts forward and the iliopsoas shortens, your core muscles often weaken, and the distribution of abdominal pressure becomes imbalanced. Worse still, a tightened iliopsoas and misaligned pelvis might compress major veins at the thigh root, such as the femoral vein. It's akin to raising or narrowing the downstream of a river. The upstream flow faces obstructions and congestion. As a result, venous return from the lower limbs becomes impeded, pressure builds up, veins gradually expand and deform, valve damage occurs, and ultimately, you develop varicose veins. The longer you stand, the more gravity exacerbates the congestion, intensifying your symptoms. Master Yu finally realized, patting his waist, so that's where the problem is. I always thought it was just fatigue from standing too long, but it turns out it's caused by poor posture. Exactly. Ancient texts even say, standing too long harms the bones. Prolonged incorrect standing causes damage to the waist and kidneys, and also affects blood circulation in the lower body, explained Dr. Chen Gusheng. To address this, first, you need to adjust the pelvis and relax the lumbar muscles. He had Master Yu lie on his side and began by releasing the tension in his tight right iliopsoas muscle and the compensatory tension in his erector spinae muscles. Then, he adjusted the pelvis by stabilizing Yu's shoulder with one hand while using the elbow of the other to press against the right posterior superior iliac spine. Utilizing leverage, during Yu's exhalation and relaxation, he gently rotated the pelvis downward and backward, correcting the forward tilt. A dull pop echoed. Master Yu felt a deep, tingling sensation in the sacral area, as if the pelvis had straightened significantly. A sense of being grounded came back, and his waist and abdomen felt notably relieved. In the future, when cutting hair, try bending your knees slightly, don't keep them fully straight. A slight bend, around 5 to 10 degrees, imagining your tailbone lightly pointing downward, with tightened abdominal muscles, will distribute your weight between the heels and the balls of your feet instead of entirely on the forefront. This positioning keeps the pelvis aligned, activates the core muscles, and reduces venous pressure in the lower limbs. While working, remember to move around, flex your ankles, and try heel raises to enhance the calf muscle pump for better blood circulation, instructed Dr. Chen Gusheng. He also prescribed some herbal medicine for improving blood circulation, dispelling dampness, and unblocking the meridians. Additionally, he advised Master Yu on soaking his feet and emphasized wearing compression socks during long work hours, though strictly reminding him to take them off at night and elevate his legs while resting. Grateful beyond words, Master Yu adjusted his pant legs. Though the varicose veins were still present, his legs no longer felt as heavy, and his mood significantly lifted. Dr. Chen, now I truly understand leg illnesses are half caused by standing and the other half by standing wrong. I'll make sure to pay closer attention moving forward. As Master Yu left, Lin Xiaoyan fell deep in thought. We usually attribute varicose veins in the lower limbs to congenital valve issues, prolonged standing, high abdominal pressure during pregnancy, and similar factors. Understanding it from the perspective of pelvic lever alignment and muscle dynamics does indeed provide a crucial addition, especially for people like Master You, who have physically demanding standing jobs over long periods. The human body is essentially a biomechanical and hydraulic system, added Dr. Chun. Blood and energy flow like water. Whether blood vessels remain unobstructed depends not only on the vessels themselves but also on factors like skeletal alignments and muscle tension, the terrain and environment. In Master Yu's case, the problems align with Master Wang's clipper hand. One affects the upper limbs, the other the lower limbs, both manifestations of occupational stress on different body areas. Outside, the rain began to drizzle again. Zhao Laohan stood at the door and remarked, "Old Yu always walks with a bit of a forward lean. The outer edges of his shoe heels wear down faster. His pelvis must have been slightly tilted forward. Turns out reading soles really does reveal health issues." At Xuanhu Fang Clinic, a new understanding of occupational ailments had just been reached. The problem was evident in the legs, but its roots lay in the waist. True change began with recognizing and correcting a small misalignment that had been neglected for over 30 years. Reflections on diagnosis and treatment. The inner classic states, standing too long harms the bones. When the bones are strained, muscles tighten, and the flow of energy and blood is hindered. A hairdresser's varicose veins manifest in the lower limbs, but their origin is often in the lumbosacral region. Pelvic tilt and tense iliopsoas muscles obstruct energy flow in the lower body, compressing the upper thighs and creating blockages downstream while causing blood pooling upstream. Correcting alignment and relaxing lumbar muscles clears these pathways, while minor knee bends and proper posture adjust the topography for systemic relief. Such venous issues remind us that treatment must transcend superficial symptoms. It's crucial to examine the lumbosacral region, avoiding a treat the head for a headache, treat the foot for a footache approach. Bone care tips. For those required to stand for long hours at work, here are some tips to prevent varicose veins in the lower limbs. 1. Avoid locking your knees while standing, always slightly bend them to evenly distribute your body's weight. 2. Move periodically during work, stretch your ankles, and practice tiptoe exercises to promote blood flow in your calves. 3. Elevate your legs during rest, ideally above heart level. 4. Consider wearing medical-grade compression socks, but consult a professional for appropriate pressure levels. 5. Strengthen your core and glute muscles regularly to maintain proper pelvic alignment. On the 12th of March, during the grain rain season, the midsummer heat had just begun to set in. Before Dr. Chen Gusheng had the chance to fully savor the good news of his paper acceptance, Xuanhu Fang welcomed a new visitor, the vice president of the Traditional Bone Adjustment Wellness Association, Jean Mantang. Months had passed since they last met. Jean Mantang's demeanor had changed. No longer warm and overtly bold like during their first encounter, nor sneering and disdainful as during their backstage meeting, this time he came alone, impeccably dressed, with arrogance and menace etched into his face. Without a single word of greeting, he marched straight inside. Casting a glance at Lin Xiaoyan, who had just finished a course of treatment, and then toward Dr. Chen, he immediately delivered an ultimatum. "Dr. Chen, let's cut to the chase. I'm here to offer you and Xuanhu Fang one final opportunity." The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Patients appeared uneasy, and Lin Xiaoyan motioned for them to leave. Soon, only the oppressive silence remained in the clinic. Chen Gusheng finished washing his hands and dried them with a cloth. Just as he gestured for Jean Mantang to sit down, the man remained standing, looming over him with an oppressive air. "Dr. Chen, things haven't been going so well for you these past few months, huh? Your clinic got shut down for investigation, your patients left, and your reputation took a hit. Sure, even if the truth has been clarified now, the damage done inside isn't so easily undone, right? Running a clinic thrives on public trust. Once you lose momentum, it's tough to recover." A faint, insincere smile appeared on Jean Mantang's lips. "You've got skills, sure. And luck, apparently you even published a paper and made it through the tough times. But let me tell you something, in this field, skill alone doesn't cut it. You need a platform, connections, and you have to know how to play by the rules." Jean Mantang's voice dropped lower, laced with a clear threat. "I'll ask you one more time, are you willing to cooperate with our association? You bring the expertise, and we'll take care of the packaging, promotion, even organize training programs for you. You'll get the lion's share of the profits. We'll build your reputation, redirect resources your way, and I'll handle the whispers and rumors for you. Not only will Xuanhu Hall recover, it'll thrive, fame, wealth, all of it. He leaned closer, his gaze sharp as a blade resting on Chen Gusheng. So, your choice, work with us, and business will boom. Or, he let out a cold laugh, his eyes sweeping over the clinic. This place will soon start to wither. Believe me, I know plenty of ways to make that happen. I'm not joking. The threat was crystal clear, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Lin Xiaoyan, close to exploding with anger, barely managed to hold herself back under Chen Gusheng's steadying gaze. Remaining seated, Chen Gusheng calmly folded the towel with care, setting it aside. Then he looked up at Jean Mantang, his expression filled with quiet determination. Neither anger nor panic marred his face, only a deep, unwavering resolve. Vice President Jean. His tone was light but firm, his words resonating with clarity. I've seen your so-called methods firsthand, spreading rumors, setting people up, fabricating accidents. Quite impressive. He spoke slowly and deliberately. But I only know how to do one thing. Rising to his feet, Chen Gusheng stood directly before Jean Mantang. His demeanor was unassuming, but the atmosphere around him was commanding. These hands of mine, he said, holding up his calloused, labor-worn hands, they are meant for healing. Not for counting money, not for signing contracts, and certainly not for lying or exploiting others for profit. His gaze, sharp as a blade, locked onto Jean Mantang. Your tricks won't cure anyone. My skill is solely in curing, but that's enough. Paths that diverge cannot align. Whether Xuanhu Hall survives depends on whether the patients trust these hands. I don't need what you're offering. He gestured curtly towards the door. You may leave now. Jean Mantang's face twisted with a spasm of suppressed rage. He hadn't expected to be rebuffed so directly and decisively, let alone with an air of cold indifference and disdain. He had assumed that Chen Gusheng would hesitate or compromise, but he was utterly wrong. Fine. Very well. Jean Mantang gritted his teeth, uttering each word with venomous emphasis. His glare was dark, almost menacing. Chen Gusheng, you've got guts. Let's see how long those hands of yours, made for healing, can hold out. With that, he spun on his heels, throwing his sleeves back with force, and stormed out, his retreat a storm of fury and frustration. The consultation room fell into sudden silence, yet the oppressive tension in the air lingered heavily, as though a battle had just ended. Outside the door, Zhao Laohan, who had remained quiet until now, tiptoed in. He moved close to Chen Gusheng, lowering his voice but speaking with firm certainty. Dr. Chen, I've been asking around these past few days, reaching out to some old friends. Finally dug up the truth. That so-called association of theirs is just a sham. They make their money in two ways. First, they sell patented orthopedic devices at sky-high prices, just rebranded, ordinary therapy machines that cost a few hundred but sell for tens of thousands. Second, they run those master fast-track classes, charging folks tens of thousands for a quick certificate after a few days, encouraging them to open clinics. What you do here is about genuine skill, but since you won't join their circus, they see you as an obstacle to their cash cow, ruining their quick profit schemes. That's why they're so hell-bent on targeting you. The truth was straightforward, yet deeply unpleasant. After hearing this, Chen Gusheng's expression remained calm, any lingering disillusionment about the industry fights fading from his eyes. So, this wasn't really about medical expertise or differences in philosophy. It was simply about money. He walked over to the window, gazing at the ancient locust tree in the courtyard. Its weathered branches swayed in the summer breeze, but its roots remained deeply anchored in the earth. These hands of mine are for healing. That's enough. His voice was soft, almost as though speaking to himself, yet it carried a solemn promise to his clinic and to the land on which it stood. Storms might come, but as long as the roots ran deep, neither craft nor integrity would falter. The open confrontation had come to an end. The lines had been drawn. What lay ahead would depend on how far this turbulent river of the industry would rise and whether these healing hands could hold on to a patch of clarity amidst the muddy waters. Reflections on the treatment. This chapter marks the climax and resolution of the direct clash between the Xuanhu workshop and the Jianghu factions. Jean Mantang issued the final ultimatum of cooperate or shut down, completely exposing the naked truth of the conflict of interest. Chen Gusheng adhered to his principle that hands are for healing, decisively refused, and upheld the boundary between legitimate medical practice and deceitful fraud. Zhao Laohan's uncovering of the hidden schemes, selling equipment, profiting from crash courses, revealed their true motives, escalating the dispute into a confrontation between the healer's original intent and profit-driven schemes. This chapter demonstrates how the Xuanhu workshop achieved its ultimate self-affirmation under external pressure. Brother Gu's small tips: the health market is complex and filled with good and bad actors. Be cautious around organizations that treat medical skills as a business and promote ideas like quickly become a master or one device cures all diseases. True expertise comes from time and proven results, not marketing or exorbitant fees. When choosing health services, focus on whether their intent is genuinely to heal, not on flashy claims. Author's note: this chapter represents the story's peak conflict and intense narrative tension. Jean Mantang's threat is direct and ruthless, while Chen Gusheng's response is simple and resolute. His declaration, "My hands are for healing," becomes his core stance. Zhao Laohan's revelation of the opposing parties' motives makes the conflict authentic and believable. Their sharp exchanges pack a powerful punch, creating intense scenes. Both the story's main thread and its characters are made clearer through this dramatic confrontation, laying the groundwork for subsequent resolutions via law or public trust. Web novels can be both thrilling and thoughtful. March 19th, with summer approaching, the days grow longer, and the first hints of heat begin to emerge. Jean Mantang's threats still lingered in the air, but instead of chaos, a sense of calm and determination filled the Xuanhu workshop. Chen Gusheng continued receiving patients, Lin Xiaoyan remained immersed in her research, Li Xiang stayed busy organizing medicinal herbs, and Zhao Laohan sat by the door mending shoes, his vigilant gaze fixed on the alley entrance. Yet, changes were quietly unfolding. The first to arrive was Wu Hao, a programmer whose 15-year battle with chronic migraines had recently ended thanks to his treatment. After work, he walked into the Xuanhu workshop carrying a bag of fruit. Instead of registering for a consultation, he smiled and said, "Dr. Chen, Dr. Lin, my neck's been feeling great lately. I came by to say thanks. Oh, and I thought I'd sit for a bit and have some tea, if that's okay?" Chen Gusheng handed him a cup of tea. Wu Hao settled into the waiting area, opened his laptop, and quietly got to work, as if it were a second home, a haven of peace. Then, Dodo's mother arrived. She came with freshly baked mung bean cakes, explaining they were for Dr. Chen and everyone else to enjoy something sweet. She didn't leave immediately and began chatting with Zhao Laohan about daily life, though her eyes often drifted toward the door. Others followed. There was Mr. Pang, whose chronic 10-year stomach issues had been healed, Mr. Fong, an artist who used to suffer from chronic hand numbness, Suyu, relieved of her severe menstrual pains, and even Master Fong, who frequently had his daughter wheel him over to the clinic. Sometimes, it was to play chess, other times, just to bask in the sun. He had once stood up to clear Dr. Chen's name when false rumors spread about him being incapable of curing paralysis. At first, only 1 or 2 people showed up sporadically, but gradually, the number grew. The waiting area at Xuanhu Workshop, even during off-peak times, often seated several former patients not seeking treatment. Some sipped tea and chatted, others read books, while some simply sat silently. If someone appeared hesitant at the entrance, a member of this informal gathering often spoke up. "Here to see Dr. Chen? His medical skills are exceptional. He cured my decade-long stomach problems. Don't believe what you read online. I've seen Dr. Chen save lives with my own eyes. My child's asthma is living proof. Go on and sit, though you might have to wait. He takes his time to treat patients thoroughly." Their words were quiet but full of conviction. They weren't trying to act as spokespersons, they were genuinely grateful patients, brimming with trust. Even the residents of Qingshi Lane became silent guardians of the workshop. Aunt Lu, who sold vegetables, often set aside the freshest greens for them. Old Wang, who repaired bicycles, made a point to keep the alleyway spotless. Even the passing children instinctively toned down their mischief. This unassuming yet powerful support gradually gathered strength in the alley. Without slogans or organization, it was like a gentle rain at night, quietly nourishing the ground hurt by slander. It was also like a warm shield, keeping external malice at bay. That afternoon, two of Jean Montagn's goons disguised themselves as passers-by and loitered near the alley entrance. They pointed toward the Xuanhu workshop from time to time, snapping the occasional photo on their phones as if trying to sneak pictures. Before Zhao Laohan could act, Wu Hao, who had been seated at the entrance playing chess with Masterfoam, stood up. His programmer's sharp tongue came in handy now. He placed his chess piece down, walked toward them, and, in a voice loud enough for all to hear, asked, "What are you two looking at? Interested in spinal realignment?" One of them stammered, "No, just looking around." Wu Hao nodded and pointed at the sign above the workshop's entrance. "Dr. Chen cured my 15-year-long migraines. Used to hurt so bad I wanted to bang my head against the wall. Now it's completely cured. If you're really sick, you can register for a consultation, but if you're..." He shifted his tone abruptly, fixed his gaze on the phone, and continued speaking calmly but with an underlying intensity. "If someone's paying you to cause trouble, or you're trying to secretly record and twist things out of context, I suggest you drop it. There are plenty of people here who have been cured by Dr. Chen, and everyone knows the truth in their hearts. If things escalate, who ends up looking bad isn't certain. Right?" Master Foam also leaned closer, his voice deep and restrained as he added, "My paralysis was caused by a stroke, nothing to do with Dr. Chen. If anyone spreads rumors again, I'll march straight to their doorstep to set things straight." The other patients' families in the waiting area, including Bean Bean's mother, turned to look. Their gazes weren't hostile, but they carried a weight that made the air tense. The two lackeys were sufficiently frightened, muttered some vague excuses, then left with their tails between their legs. Wu Hao returned to his seat and continued playing chess with Masterfoam, as if all they had done was swat away a couple of flies. Inside the consultation room, Chen Gushang had observed everything. He was conducting a physical examination for a new patient. His hands remained steady, but ripples of emotion stirred in his heart. After finishing with the patient, he walked to the backyard and stood quietly under the glow of the sunset. Lin Xiaoyan approached, her voice choking with emotion. "Master, these days, everyone has been..." Chen Gushang didn't turn around. He simply gazed at the evening light on the horizon and spoke softly, as if it were both a sigh and a proclamation. "Where the people's hearts lie, there lies the righteous path." He said no more, but his slightly reddened eyes betrayed his emotions. Over decades of practicing medicine, he had cured countless illnesses, never seeking anything in return. Now, as storm clouds gathered and malice surrounded him, the people he had healed stood by his side in the simplest yet most steadfast of ways, forming a protective wall around him. This wall might not appear as indestructible as steel, yet it was more unyielding than any threat or temptation. Because the foundation of this wall was trust, was the warmth of human connection, was the lives transformed by the act of healing. The night deepened, but the lights of the Xuanhu Feng Clinic remained lit. In the waiting area, the last guardian stood up to bid farewell. The alley fell into silence, and the night reclaimed its original tranquility. But everyone knew, something had quietly shifted. The undercurrent trying to disrupt Xuanhu Feng collided with a force it had not anticipated, one born of collective trust and unity. True strength didn't lie in loud threats, but in silent guardianship and resolute faith. Reflection on medical practice ***. This chapter illuminates a deeper bond in the relationship between doctors and patients, one that transcends technical skills to rest on trust and genuine connections. When a medical institution faces malicious attacks, the patients who have benefited from its care stand up naturally to protect it. Their support, both direct and powerful, exemplifies the enduring respect and sense of belonging fostered by a physician's genuine compassion. This kind of grassroots, unorganized collective recognition offers profound backing and represents a core resilience that no external criticism or public scrutiny can easily break. Note from Dr. Gu ***. If a doctor or medical institution has ever helped you, showing your rational, objective support, such as sharing your experiences on appropriate platforms when they are unfairly targeted, can be a vital source of positive energy. A strong doctor-patient relationship requires mutual effort and should be founded on trust and authenticity. In the face of medical controversies, the public should consider viewpoints from multiple perspectives, particularly those of first hand witnesses, to avoid being misled by one sided narratives.